That what percent? 10 over 70. Still have 70% of your salary left. How many persons can buy a brand new car, say
Uh,
a Lexus
one.
cash, and still have 70% of them salary left in the United States of America today? Can that person come and tell you that they're broke? If somebody yearly salary is equivalent to a brand new house in a great neighborhood, can that person tell you that they're broke? DQ, can that person tell you that they're broke?
Hell no. I already answered. Nope.
Nope.
Nope. Nope.
But he's going around. I was broke and I had to sell my car to pay my son tuition. And then somewhere else himself, I was going through hard times, and it's a good thing that my car, this a miracle happened. That the car had some rust defect and they had to pay off the car, and I got $2,000. When he was working $73,000 a year. I don't want to hear nothing from that junkie. I lived with a junkie, and I know what junkies say. And then when you listen to the speech that he posts, it's like it's like an adoration to Anglo-Saxon. I'm not going to use the word white anymore because the word white, kind of stigmatize people, to white Anglo-Saxon culture. This is the dude Fetty put up to celebrate, a junkie.
What?
Clarence Thomas is a junkie.
What the fuck I just walked into?
No, let me ask that question. Let me put my promises. Let me put my promises up. Brass. In 1983, you're making $73,000 a year. When the average cost of a car, a brand new top of the line car, was between $10,000 and $15,000, brand new. Would you consider that a very good salary?
In 1983?
Yeah.
How much you said? Yeah, that's pretty for the 80s, 70 plus thousand, I would say, yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, for the 80s.
The average cost of a house in a good suburban America was $90,000. How many persons you know today whose salary could almost cover the cost of a brand new house? Who year salary? How many persons you know like that?
The wrong person. That's one. Two. But I agree with you based on the average. No, no one. Not the average person. No average person. Average people that work for someone else. I don't know too many people that work 9 to 5 that can afford the cost of their home. They don't make the cost of their home in a year. I don't know.
Annually. How many persons?
Even if they make it annually, the take-home pay is nowhere near, because after taxes.
Yeah. But even if we say that, how many persons they can buy a brand new Lexus, nice Lexus, not talking entry level Lexus, and still have 80% of them pay left?
All these questions gonna be not many, brother.
Right.
The answers gonna all be the same.
This man walking around saying that in 1983, I was broke. I was so broke that I had to sell my car to pay my son's college tuition. What was college tuition like in 1983?
I have no idea, bro. They were still waiting on the kid. they were still waiting on me, man. I hadn't quite blessed the world just yet.
Right. Yeah. Let me ask ChatGTP, because
but now you do understand. Hold on, you do understand how much money a person makes a year does not determine, and this ain't no defense for him. This is a defense for just other people. If you are living above your means, it doesn't matter how much money you make. I don't know what his personal situation was. But I know a bunch of people that make. See, that's what I didn't know he was on drugs and all of that.
No. I'm not saying. He said he had alcoholic problem, but I'm calling him a junkie, right?
You know, like I hear the vitriol already for Clarence Thomas, bro. So
Right.
hold on, let me state my premise first on the show, just so we can kind of uh, uh when us as black people, whether we agree with Clarence Thomas, like Clarence Thomas, whatever, and there's a bevy of others. I'm looking for some other people that would fall under this title. Do we really have the ability to um, separate who we like, who we don't like? You know, okay, who we like or don't like. Um, I'm about to walk into an appointment. Give me a second. But who we like or don't like, one of y'all run the show for like 20 minutes. Who we do or don't like, just because, like, say we think, say people, or the connotation is that Clarence Thomas is an Oreo, this, that, and the other, but he is also a black Supreme Court justice. How do we deal with that line of, are we celebrating them? Are we vilifying them? Are we bringing them to a high school to speak to kids? That would be where I'm going. Y'all go with that, and I'll be back in like 10 minutes.
I love that question. How do you reconcile the fact that, do we celebrate him because he's black, or do we celebrate him because of his accomplishment? And that's a tricky question to reconcile the man from his race. Because a black person who's versed in blackology, I should celebrate Clarence Thomas. That's what people would think. That's stupid. How are you not celebrating Clarence Thomas? This is a black man. You're a black supremacist. No. What the first American spy? Benedict Arnold. Benedict Arnold was a part of the creation of America. But when he was found out to be a spy, his name was no longer holding admiration. Right? I don't know if it's Benedict Arnold. I'm trying to remember the name. Right? But Clarence Thomas, when we look at Clarence Thomas and when we look at his legal, what he has done in the Supreme Court, he has justified enhancing the executive power of Donald Trump, and he has written the argument for schools to have religion, especially Christianity, in there. Apart from that, he has done not much. Right? He has really written arguments to support any viewpoint. Him just go along to get along. That has been the history of his tenure in the Supreme Court. A go along to get along justice. No, somebody will say, oh, why did you leave Jamaica to come here if you don't love Clarence Thomas? Right? Why did you leave Jamaica to come here? Because that was the argument that was used to try to rebut me. And guess what? I'm not going to answer that. I'll never answer that. I give it thought I should answer, right? And that's I'm not going to answer it. I might give a hint that I came here primarily because my wife is here. My wife was here before me, and she asked me to come, right? But if you think it's my son, I'm a citizen that I could file for my son easily, and he get his permanent residence and his citizen before he was 18, and I didn't. My son is in Canada. He's doing engineering in Canada. Right? Now this dude put up Clarence Thomas and put up this great speech. Oh, when I was young, what Clarence said, I used to fear lynching. What was it? What was it? What was it he input up from Clarence Thomas?
The quote is, "I'd grown up
I
fearing the lynch mobs of the Ku Klux Klan. As an adult, I was starting to wonder if I'd been afraid of the wrong white people all along, where I was being pursued not by bigots in white robes, but by left-wing zealots draped in flowing sanctimony."
and I love listening because let me break it down. Where he grew up in the South, he's differentiating what he's saying that what I get from that. Let me try see how I think. I grew up fearing the mobs of the Ku Klux Klan, right? And as an adult, I'm starting to wonder if I've been afraid of the wrong white people all along. So that's the first full stop. Boom. Right? So what is he saying? That black people shouldn't fear the Ku Klux Klan and all that they did? What is he saying? That fearing the Ku Klux Klan is fearing the wrong white people? Fearing people who are publicly bigoted and publicly want to do you harm is fearing the wrong white people? From those from that sentence, what should I interpret it as? That although he grew up fearing the Ku Klux Klan, he's beginning to think that he feared the wrong white people. So black people shouldn't fear the Ku Klux Klan? Is that what he's saying, Truist? Tell me I'm wrong. From the first paragraph. Tell me I'm wrong. American Dream.
It can
Read
be,
the first.
it can be, it can be interpreted that way. Interpreted that way. Um, I
It's my
think what he may have been suggesting, or if he wasn't suggesting this, he should have said you should be more afraid, arguably, of the left wing zealots than the Ku Klux Klan. Because if it's worded in that way, you could say you still need to be afraid of the Klan, but you need to be more afraid of these people that try to act like they're your allies, right? But I can see how you're saying it's worded in a way where he's saying you shouldn't be afraid of the Klan, which I don't agree with.
no, but you realize, right? Then he says, where I was being pursued not by bigots in white robes, but by left wing zealots draped in flowing sanctimony. No, when you read the second paragraph, you need to understand his history. When he came to Washington as the aide of a Republican white person from down south, right? What was that Republican that brought him to Washington first, right? He came as an aide for that
Wasn't it
for that
Bush?
white.
Wasn't it Bush?
No. Bush appointed him. But when he first came
Okay.
to Washington, yeah. So who was the Republican?
Not sure.
I come in. Who brought? Is Thomas Clarence or Clarence Thomas? Thomas Clarence.
It's Clarence Thomas. Clarence Thomas.
Clarence Thomas to Washington. All right.
Yo, what up? What up? Can I be heard?
Oh shit, that's
Yeah.
Domo. What's up, Domo?
Y'all
Hey,
mo
this
in
shit
this
is easier than I thought. I didn't know I just had to hit the link to get on
Domo
Discord. I
in
didn't
this
even know I had
shit.
the app on my damn phone.
All right.
What up, brother? How you been?
Man, I'm straight. But talking, nigga, fuck Clarence Thomas. I'm on it. Can we cuss? Y'all cuss over here? Is that?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Oh yeah. Fuck Clarence Thomas. Clarence Thomas is an example of how black people can be agents of white supremacy and white nationalism. Clarence Thomas, I don't know what got y'all on this topic. I'm assuming that it was the speech that he gave at the University of Texas. Anybody heard that?
Yeah, I heard it.
Yeah, it was posted in our Discord. Someone posted it.
Yeah, so I went through it and I went over some of the claims that he was making. And Clarence Thomas is a flat out liar. This man is arguing that progressivism in the United States is actually antithetical to like the principles of the Declaration of Independence and all that type of shit. But it's like, my nigga, you wouldn't be in the position you in if it wasn't for progressivism. The whole reason why progressivism even became a thing is because the tenets of the Declaration of Independence and the tenets of the Constitution weren't being upheld. Progressivism meant that we're challenging the idea that all men are created equal, and y'all not doing that. Y'all like progressivism was exposing the hypocrisy associated with the belief that we have inalienable rights given us by God, while the same government is infringing on those rights. So to attempt to say that progressivism is attempting to take over the American way of life, when it's not, progressivism has improved the American way of life. Progressivism has, and then he really went as far as to say that that Hitler was a progressive, that Mao was a progressive. You know what I'm saying? Like he really tried to say that the authoritarian governments that pretty much are staples of fascism from historical narratives became that way because of progressives, which is a bold-faced lie. And so it's like you telling me that you that committed to protecting white nationalists and white supremacists that you're willing to give a historical reading of the impact.
Sorry, you got cut off. But you see,
Hey, Domo, you cut out. You gotta fix it. We can't hear
Me
you.
getting into the conversation, but I don't want to interrupt. No,
Oh, there you go. There you go. You cut out, Domo. Domo, you cut out.
The floor is yours, Doma. Doma, the floor is yours. The floor is entirely.
Oh no, it's just that we've been in for some reason, like the type of political ideologies and philosophies that have been beneficial to Black communities, we have been taught in 2024, 2025, 2026 to be against those things. Like wokeness is bad, being conscious is bad, being aware, being anti-racist is bad. Like all of these things are now like because you got Trump in the White House and him leading one of the larger political movements at the time, that the narrative that they've created around these ideologies and these political beliefs that have been beneficial to us, they trying to piss on our leg and tell us it's rain. And for Clarence Thomas to be a historical figure, because when I think on my podcast we did like for Black History Month, we did like complicated Black history, and we brought up Clarence Thomas because Clarence Thomas came up under people like Thurgood Marshall. He was again the second ever Supreme Court justice, and only been 3. You know what I'm saying? Black Supreme Court justice. And so while he himself is a reflection and a representation of Black history, he's a reflection of like where that shit goes wrong. Like not all Black history we should be proud of. You know what I mean? Like he is a representation of that. Not all of his like he attempted to call progressivism, saying progressivism leads to fascism, but his decisions associated with Donald Trump has literally like he's encouraged Donald Trump to have presidential immunity, like full presidential immunity.
Right.
Like that, like so to lecture progressives about fascism while you are using one of the highest, like the highest court in the land to create a precedent that allows the president to just get away with whatever just because he's the president. Like complaining about fascism is ridiculous. So it's like and then we could talk about his decisions on affirmative action. Like we talk about his decisions on tariffs and how he's done small things like use his decisions to insert little clues for lower judges to find other ways to be more amenable to Donald Trump's claims about presidential immunity. You know what I mean? Donald, like Clarence Thomas, especially recently, has operated with Republicans, white nationalists, white supremacists, all these, and on top of the fact that he gets paid a lot to do this. Like there was a whole expose about all like the millions in dollars of gifts that he receives from Republican billionaires, being like taking European trips on yachts and all this other shit. And it's like because it requires Congress to have the type of balls to be like, well, fuck partisanship, right? It's about process, it's about integrity, it's about fairness. Then he's allowed to, like, even though we know that he pretty much gets paid off by conservative operatives, he's allowed to continue having the influence that he has. You know what I mean? Like we should, like black people should be staunchly against Clarence Thomas. It shouldn't even be no question. But I'll leave it there. Let me not ramble.
No, you're right. You're right. This wino, this past wino, and I can't call him a wino. This wino, alcoholic, broke with $73,000 a year in 1983, was the one that they chose to get the seat of one of the greatest attorney ever. Right? He took over for a black man that nobody can ever even question. And this dude, that's what the white people, that's who Reagan chose to represent us. You might not be old enough. I was young when they had the confirmation hearing, and him telling the girl that, oh, is that pubic hair on your Coca-Cola? Is that pubic hair on your can of Coca-Cola? This despicable human being. Now tell you that you are fearing the wrong white people. Somebody put the quote in there that you should not fear the Ku Klux Klan. You should fear those that was pushing back on him in 1983 in his confirmation. There was those that was pushing back on him when he was brown-nosing to the senator who brought him to Washington. That senator who fully supported the daughters of the Confederate. That was his senator who brought him to Washington, who was the aide of that senator. I can't remember the senator name now, but if you need me to find it, I'll find it. He came to Washington, and then he got that job. He got the job that is similar to the same one where white people give black people today. Secretary of Housing. He got the equivalent of that, Secretary of Employment Discrimination or some bull foolishness like that. The job pays $73,000 a year. And he was saying that, oh, I was so broke, I couldn't afford my son's tuition for that year. When college in 1983, the best college in America, the 4-year college cost less than $20,000. How many people now can pay the child tuition with less than 1 year of the salary? How many people can do that? Can pay the 4-year tuition for a child in today's money with less than 25% of the salary? Less than 25% of the salary. And this dude walking around saying that, oh, I was so broke in 1983, I had to sell my car. That is a junkie. Only a junkie getting $73,000 a year in 1983 and talking about them broke. And telling other black people, oh, what sacrifices I had to make. I had to make that sacrifice. I had to sell the car. My credit card bills were so high. Because you was a junkie or a wino. The math's not adding up. The math's not adding up. Anybody in here telling me that if you make 250, the equivalent to that is $250,000 now. And that's been very, 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 what the word is, conservative. If somebody come to you who making $250,000 today and telling you that they're broke, you laugh them silly. You'd laugh them silly and ask them, what, you're on drugs, dude? You're a junkie? You shouldn't be broke. You shouldn't be broke. But Clarence is telling people that, oh, I'm like other black people. No, this dude putting up Clarence Thomas picture, holding him like him as a shining beacon. putting up a junkie picture and a junkie quote, a wino picture, and a wine quotes
Who's
from
going
wino.
around Clarence Thomas?
Fetty,
Oh no,
Man,
Fetty
yeah,
and
bro. I was just sending that to be a con. I didn't send that shit early on. American Dream did, bro. Stop.
is that American Dream? Who put in?
American
He
Dream
posted.
posted it. He
He
posted the
first
speech
posted something dealing with
Clarence
some
Thomas.
a speech he did, and I remember
Yeah.
us talking about the white liberal versus, and I sent the quote. Nothing dealing with what we talking about. He was just saying,
I'm talking about the quote. You put up the quote. I'm
yeah,
not lying
the
on you.
quote dealing with because I mostly been talking about because Malcolm. The reason why I said that because Malcolm X said the same thing, Booker T. Washington said the same thing, and other people who y'all deem heroes said the same. That's the reason why I brought it up.
Martin Luther King said it in the letters from Birmingham jail. He said the same thing about the white liberal.
Yeah, so that's all I was saying. Like, because we were talking about yesterday
about
how
they
like people
scarier than the outright racist. That's what they.
Yeah, like because yesterday Thunder was talking about.
What
They
did
was
Martin
talking about.
Luther
Hold on,
King
wait. Yesterday we was talking about
You said
certain
Martin
people's
Luther King.
affiliations with the KKK and how they was trying to get stuff done, like Elijah, Marcus Garvey, etc. So I just sent that to say you have a lot of black leaders in the past that thought that way. They would rather deal with the person that's going to show you who they are versus someone who's going to come and disguise themselves as somebody trying to help you when in reality they may have another motive. That's the only reason I sent it.
No, somebody said Martin Luther King said the same thing in his letters from Birmingham. Do you have the exact quote? Do you have the exact quote? And since he said the same thing.
I can pull it up. I can pull up the letters.
Please. And the exact quote that we can compare them to what he said and what.
Oh, you trying to compare? Yeah, I got you. Give me just
because if you say he said the same, right?
And I'm definitely glad you found your way in here, Domo. I've been listening to you on Q Butter channel, man. I actually, to me, and maybe this is probably just preference, like that the panel gets good to me. I ain't gonna say it's not good when you're not there, but the conversation takes a whole different kind of like, people have to kind of be a little bit more responsible about their comments. I like that. That actually is pretty tight. And I've been looking forward to seeing what you think of a Concrete Corey rant for a long time, though. I'm glad you in here, man. This is gonna be pretty interesting. Like I think that your perspective gonna fit right in with a bunch of other people. So
I appreciate it. Y'all been going in. These last
we tries.
Yeah.
What you think about some of the conversations you've been hearing recently, Domo?
Man, you know me, Truist. I don't really do the. I don't really like the. I think this science conversation is funny, bro. Because I think it's all semantics. Like I think niggas agree on more than what they disagree about, but it's just a question of what do we call something. You know what I'm saying? And so it's like, I get the the back and forth, but at the same time, it's like, I think the type of animosity and the way niggas is going at each other over this side, it's
right,
like it ain't
right. That's the dumb part.
Exactly.
Yeah, why is a nigga even getting loud about some dumb ass shit like this? Like, what the hell? Yeah, that's the crazy part.
No.
You can call it proto science. You can say it's they had the foundation. It's all these terms that we throwing around, but like the concepts niggas agree on. Like niggas agree that that they were using tools and that certain things they had an understanding of certain things to make tools functional or to make tools better, and whatever you choose to call it, the concept we agree on though. You know what I mean? So I feel like that's been the biggest shit that niggas been going back and forth about. Really, I'm like, I'm just like, it's a much easier solution to this. You know what I mean?
A lot of it is Hey, what's up, Domo? Good to meet you. It's a lot of
Yes, sir.
a lot of this is semantics, and a lot of this is contention to create content. And without the contention, you just don't have much content, and you can see that kind of stuff. So this ain't even real. But I agree with you. All the animosity, like I enjoy watching politics, but Parliament is fun. But in the same token, like if it gets too messy, you miss the message. So I agree with you. It distorts whatever it is. My question on this Clarence Thomas thing, though, right, is it's kind of twofold. So my question is because now if we don't we could like Judge Ketanji Brown, we could celebrate her. I get that, but my question would be, do we have the room to not celebrate a guy like Cameron in Kentucky, even though we know he's obviously compromised at this point? Cory Booker from my state, Jersey, we know he's compromised, but do we just throw, you know what I mean? Do we throw the baby out with the bathwater when in actuality, sometimes I think it would have to be somewhat like celebrate all wins. But if we can't celebrate Clarence Thomas, we don't want to send him to high schools. That speech at Texas he did, we don't want to send him to colleges. Then where do we place him? Is he just not black? Do we even acknowledge the fact that he's black, or how do you think? And this is to the panel, not just Domo, but that's kind of why I did the title to the show, because when they put that thumbnail, that video in there, Clarence Thomas elicits different responses from different people. Obviously, the cone, the Oreo, the he's bought and paid for. Most politicians are bought and paid for, if we're being honest. But in that particular case with him, the fact that he made it to the Supreme Court, do we just throw him out and not celebrate it? Do we even have the room or the ability to do that? So that's my question to the panel. Whoever wanna chime in.
The way that I look at it is like, while reaching a certain position can be considered an accomplishment. Like while Barack Obama becoming president, that's an accomplishment regardless of how you feel about Obama. Clarence Thomas, an accomplishment. Cory Booker, an accomplishment regardless of how you feel about him. But after we recognize the accomplishment of achieving that position, when we talk about people that are involved in influencing the public, what becomes more important than the accomplishment of getting there is your impact in that position. And so I think we don't, and this is why I say Clarence Thomas is an example, and even like Cory Booker to a degree is an example of complicated Black history. Like these are people who achieve positions that Black people have fought to get to, and it's only been a few of them. But that doesn't mean that we ignore what they've contributed to government and what they've contributed to like law just because of that achievement. You know what I mean? And so and I think it's even though because you're right, I don't think we should send Clarence Thomas in front of Black kids to say the stuff that he say. Like,
really?
Nah, because
okay.
Yeah,
wait. So you're saying don't send? It's not send him because he's not a symbol of a Black person that made it to the Supreme Court. Don't send him for what the hell he's actually gonna say when he gets on the microphone.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
I concur with you there.
Yeah, it's his politics. Like he got up there. Now, I graduated from the University of Oklahoma, so fuck Texas, right? Always. But to send that man to a place like to that type of university, to have the conversation he had, like I listened to the whole thing, took notes. You know what I'm saying? Because I wanted to be able to respond intellectually and not just have a knee-jerk reaction. And then as you go through what he's describing as the issue with progressivism, is literally all the things that have been introduced into our society that have been beneficial to Black progress. You don't have Black progress without progressivism. So what does it mean for only the second Black Supreme Court justice to tell an audience of a bunch of young white conservatives that progress is antithetical to American values, when without that progress, nigga, you don't occupy that seat. Without progressive values, you don't like the laws that exist keep you from being able to be who you are. You know what I mean? So to spread that, and the reason why that becomes dangerous is because like we coming into 2026 and we're seeing all of these things like throughout history that have reshaped American society to be more inclusive, to not be as oppressive, to not be overtly racist. And then now we're being told that those values that were introduced to ensure that the United States lived up to its mantra of all men are created equal and we all have these inalienable rights, we're now being told that that progress is bad for us. It's bad for the country. Like that, somebody like that is somebody like that looks like that look like us is uniquely dangerous for politics moving forward. Because I was born in the 80s, raised in the 90s, you know what I'm saying, was in college in the 2000s. So it's like it was still a significance to the history of racism, the history of civil rights, the history of what it took for, like, why affirmative action even existed in the first place. You know what I mean? Like, all of that was still, as I was growing up, was still fresh, and people cared about it, and it was sacred. We in 2026, and now we gotta explain to people that why the history of slavery is significant to how we understand the United States today. We still gotta explain to people that the civil rights fight is people that's still alive that was a part of that was bused or that couldn't go to certain schools, like that was still real. Because now you have to convince people that racism is a problem. I mean, we could blame the white Democrat for whitewashing or for overly sanitizing the anti-racist conversation. I mean, it's a lot of fingers to point blame at. But when you have such influential people like a Supreme Court justice, a Black Supreme Court justice, whose politics are antithetical to what put him in that position and what has helped other Black people progress historically, then we gotta be on the edge of our seat and start asking ourselves, we need more people to push back against that look like us. Because there's too many people that are developing audiences, that are developing influence by telling specifically Black people that, oh, this race conversation, yeah, y'all doing too much. Y'all still talking about that? That still matter? You ain't working your ass off. You ain't going to get the bag. Don't talk to me about racism. I mean, that's dangerous for future generations, especially because even with Donald Trump, a lot of people, and I'll say this and I'll shut up. I'm not trying to ramble, but a lot of people will say, well, see, the problem is y'all always calling Trump racist. Y'all always call they all racist, whatever. But the issue isn't Trump's racism. The issue is his willingness, and the people that support him, their willingness to be against anti-discrimination. They wage war against efforts, you know what I'm saying, to push back against discrimination. And Clarence Thomas has been like, hey, I'll be a happy soldier in pushing back against the things that have made this country more amenable and more progressive for Black people. So yeah, so Clarence Thomas, like he can stay where he at.
To the rest of the panel, where y'all at with it?
Yeah, it seems to be because granted, I didn't watch the whole speech. I'm just reading different quotes from it so far. When I get the time, I'm gonna watch the whole speech. But it seems like a lot of the points he was making against progressivism is that he believes it leads to state-given rights, and he's more pushing kind of like a pseudo-Christian nationalist, God-given rights kind of ideology, and he's saying that pretty much our rights here foundationally come from natural God-given rights, right? And he's under the opinion that progressive ideology takes away those God-given rights because you're giving all the power to the state to give you and define those rights for you, right? I think more so what we're seeing a lot, especially from the far right, is the leaning into more Christian nationalistic thinking. And he seems to just be leaning in that direction. And maybe a lot of the people, as you said, that are donating to him are kind of pushing him to have this ideology. Now, that can be beneficial depending on what your personal worldview is, right? There are a bunch of people in the country that feel that a lot of our rights should be coming from a theological standpoint, right? Some are more so, nah, that's a decision the state to make. But as someone that's a Supreme Court justice of a country that's supposed to be built on the idea of separation from church and state, I can see how that's a little problematic. But then a lot of people argue these unalienable rights that we have are God-given. So there is a little bit of a debate, I guess, to be had there. But I definitely could see
Not
how,
really though, Truth. Not really. Like the basis of classical liberalism, which is where we get both conservatism and progressivism, is that all of us are, is that we have inalienable rights given to us by God.
Yep.
And so the distinction between conservatism and liberalism, like modern conservatism and liberalism, is just what is the role of the state in protecting those God-given rights. Like we've now, like, how we understand liberalism and conservatism has been morphed into the Democrat versus Republican beef. But the basis of classical liberalism is the idea that the rights that we have come with our existence. You know what I mean? So when Clarence Thomas is trying to say, well, nah, progressives are saying that they come from the government. No, progressives argue that the government should play a role in protecting those rights. Not that we get them from the government, but the government is what referees when our rights come into contention as individuals. It's the government that referees that outcome. So like Clarence Thomas is just like, to be that intelligent of a person and occupy that position, the man is just blatantly lying about the ideologies and reshaping what they mean for people who who really don't understand them.
But don't know what you say. Okay, good.
Yeah, I'm gonna say
one thing. Can I say one thing? So I'm reading it. So basically, under his opinion, progressivism is taking us away from what the United States, like, constitutional republic was actually built on, in his opinion.
Yeah, that opinion is his idea of natural God-given rights. But what I'm saying, when he brought up some of those fascist figures, right, and he's bringing up fascist, I'm assuming he's doing so to try to suggest that those are examples of people that were kind of trying to move away from, like a God or theological basis for rights and moving it more towards a complete state control, authoritative control, taking that power and righthood away from God. I'm assuming that's what he was doing. I think it's stupid, right? I don't think it's a fair comparison to make when we're talking about what progressives look like in the United States, to try to compare that to a Stalin or a Hitler. But I think that's what he was attempting to do based off of what I'm reading. But to be fair, I need to go watch
this shit in. It says, so the disagreement is really about where rights come from. Thomas is speaking out of the natural rights tradition of the Declaration. Rights come from God or from human nature, and government merely protects them. He said progressivism instead teaches that rights and dignity come from government, which in his view makes citizens dependent on the state and weakens constitutional liberty. This is why he used such dramatic language. From his perspective, once people stop believing rights are prior to government, the whole American constitutional project changes into something else. And then it says, he was talking about culture and education too in that speech?
Yeah, because what it goes is, if the government, the reason why he does this before and a lot of his other things, the reason why he always talks about inherent rights is because he's a person that if a government gives you the rights, understand that it can be taken away. So it's more important that they are inherent to you. And God, he'll say God-given for more theological, but more it's like the statement of us saying God-given, you're born with this, born with that. So I don't disagree with everything he says, but I do disagree with the majority of what. Like, I understand. It's almost like the Supreme Court, because the Supreme Court is not separate from the United States. So a lot of times it seems like they're up on a hill, not really knowing what's going on, because a lot of the public statements they make don't necessarily match the tenor of the country at the time. So he doesn't realize how even saying something like that can be taken and weaponized and politicized. for the exact opposite of whatever he was hoping to gain by talking.
But Barack, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
If there's no God, there's no God-given rights, right? He made the assumption that there's a God. What he's trying to do is minimize the impact of what role individuals should play in how they treat fellow individuals. Because when they become a community, when they become a family, and family become communities, and communities become society, it's the communities that dictate the norms and the value system within that society. Not the flipping God, because we treat each other based on the roots where we come from. If you follow sociology. So when somebody says, oh, rights are God-given rights, that means, like a friend of mine justified divorce. And so what God put together, no man shall put asunder. So therefore, if it break up, God never put it together. Right? That's what he says when people ask him about divorce. He said, if somebody divorced, that means that God never puts it together. Because whatever God put together, no man can put asunder. So whatever rights you don't have now, it's because God chooses you not to have the rights.
But even without
it's
God,
the community.
We all sign a social contract as humans.
Yes, I understand.
Yeah, it's almost like I respect your rights, so mine are respected. And then even without God, you still have some level of autonomy over yourself. And you don't have necessarily control over others, but the rights definitely still exist because there's a level of dignity and personhood you're supposed to have.
No.
So if you got some level of dignity, some level of personhood, we all understand that, we can love, we can hate, we can, suffer, we can have successes. We all have that same, to varying degrees, we all have that same ability to do those things. So even without God-given rights, there are just some natural facts that we should have.
We do. No, we don't have individual dominance over people, but we have collective dominance over people. Because the individual sometimes cannot determine. The social. So therefore, what you think is right is what the community agree with. So if the community agree with that the wives wear hijab, it is not your duty from somebody not from that community to know, say, that person's wife shouldn't wear a hijab. Because their community decided what were their rights within their community. Not any angel from heaven come down and speak to Mary, right? But what we say in America is that, oh, these are God-given rights. No, because when you're saying that, you're taking the responsibility away from the individual who becomes a collective. These are collective rights. These are rights that we decide upon to say, listen, as a community, I don't have a problem with somebody being gay. Not because the Bible said we should have a problem with somebody being gay. You understand how rights work? Rights is a collective thing, not a spiritual thing. It's the community decide what rights are. It's the community decide what they don't like. The community decide that I don't think it is favorable for you to be dating a young lady under 18 years old. Right? But the Bible had no problem. Mary, how old was Mary when she got pregnant with Jesus? Right? The Bible tells us something different than the community there. But then we use the Bible when we want to use the Bible to justify bullshit opinion.
Right.
And we use the community when we want to use the community.
I know, but I know you keep going to the Bible. I get it. But we do have institutions, though. And that's key. You can't forget.
That's the community.
No. I'm not talking about community. That would not be a community. That would be something that enforces the rights of the people in that community. So if you got some level of, whether the rights come from God, nature, anything like that, those rights are also supposed to be embedded in the Constitution. The courts, they only even matter. Hold on, they only matter when they're embedded in the courts. Something that can be enforced, something that can be pushed onto the people. What'd you say?
Who embed them? God or the community?
No, the people that are there to monitor, not monitor. They're people.
No.
Hold on. They are people. Listen. We could do the gotcha. It's a little early. It's a
And
little
then
early
not
in
I
the day.
got you.
Wait,
But no,
it's a
no,
little early in the day for me.
when
Hold
me
on,
and
hold
you
on.
have conversation, we don't play
Hold
that.
on.
We
But
don't
if
play
you,
that.
but hold on. It's a little early in the day. But I'm not going to debate the difference between a police officer, a judge, a Supreme Court justice, and a person walking down the street. Now, yes, they're both human, but one of them is a part of an institution there to enforce and make sure that these rights are done. The other is having their rights protected. The majority of the community never actually gets involved in any kind of right enforcement outside of the social contract that we should understand. But there's definitely has to be there in society you have to distinguish what's the fucking no, whatever. I'll look it up. But there's a term for
Morris.
No. It's a term. There's a term for why rights should. There's a term for the difference between why rights should exist and whether they actually do. So I know whether they actually do is positive enforcement. I know that. That's the institutions and stuff that I'm talking about. Normative legitimacy or normative legacy, one of the two. Where I know where you've got to ask why these rights exist. That's more the community. Why should abortions fall under this? Why should gun rights be this? Why is free speech important? And then once we get all of this together and add it into the social contract, because we're humans and because we're conscious, somebody has to enforce it.
Right.
So at a bare minimum,
and the community nominate those people. The community nominate those people.
I hate to say this. Sometimes I'm not trying to be funny.
Whether indirectly or directly.
Sometimes that's
I mean, stupid. You're correct.
You also got hold on, real quick, Truist, and then I'm gonna jump out. The reason why I say sometimes is because we also have to remember, and this is a core thing that I always say. I hate when we do the whataboutism. The Democrats like the Republicans, this, that, and the other. Yeah. But we have to understand that there is a at this point in 2026, a very large amount of our politicians are bought and paid for. So they are not necessarily doing any form of positive enforcement of the rights of the community. They're actually doing positive enforcement of the rights of corporations, outside entities, different issues with lobbying. Lobbying is way louder than the person walking down the street. So you cannot just automatically say it's community because some of these, Cory Booker is effectively an Israeli Jew. Effectively, in his actions and how he moves and what he does. So I don't think he necessarily cares about the average person walking down the street in the state of New Jersey. But he damn sure cares about what's going on in Israel and making sure that Jewish rights are being taken care of. But the Jews are a part of the population in New Jersey, not the whole one. I'll end my point.
Go ahead, Truist.
Yeah, no, I was going to say that, when it comes to liberals, right, their whole ideology is based upon protecting and securing like rights, right? The rights that we've established in our society exist and that we want to protect. That is the liberals' job to protect, right, and secure. The conservative is the person that says which of these institutions and traditions and rights that we have are we going to possibly destroy or dismantle by having, some more progressive ideologies, right? Like they're more concerned about maintaining the status quo. That's the conservatives' ideology. Where the progressive, right, they're not simply where the liberal is at, where it's like we need to protect these rights we all agree exist here. The progressive is more so asking what reforms and what can we change, right, to move forward, because what we currently have isn't enough, right? Or is it failing us as a people? Is it satisfactory to stay where we are, or do we need to move forward and progress? Right. So this would be the three lines. So like Clarence Thomas, he's clearly speaking out against progressivism, right? Clearly. But you could argue, while obviously being a conservative, you could argue he is making a liberal argument as well.
No,
Because
what I
No, you can't. No, you can't.
there are
No, you
instances
can't.
no,
where
you can't.
Wait,
No, you
hang
can't.
tight.
Because
Hang tight.
if you
Hold
listen to
on. Hang tight. Let me just say this and I'll live by play. There are instances where liberals have spoken out against progressives. They're not always in lockstep. But you could go ahead.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, because all of these things exist on the spectrum. So varying degrees of each spectrum has a criticism of the other. The only parallel with any type of progressive talking points and what Clarence Thomas was saying was the fact that they was talking about rights.
No. I didn't say
Because
he said
because
something progressive, though. No, I said he's liberal.
well, I mean, from the standpoint of classical liberalism, though.
Yes, that's what I
So-
mean. Like in terms of protecting rights, protecting
right, because-
rights.
Because both the left and the right want to protect rights. How you do that is
Will make you
the
conservative
distinction.
or progressive, right? Because, like you said,
Right, but-
conservative are branches of liberalism, right? But how you protect rights can make you conservative or progressive.
Right, but I think the problem that we run into when we compare the two sides is that we ignore, not necessarily ignore, but we just kind of leave this gap in the conversation that one side is specifically encouraging and advocating for the removal of rights for other people. Like, with conservatism is specifically, like, niggas try to make it seem like it's objective and we can all see ourselves in conservative no, being like conservative values and black identity are antithetical. Like, people in this country require progressivism. We require progressive
Absolutely.
basis of how this
Absolutely.
country started.
Hey,
How this
welcome,
country,
welcome,
like-
Damo. I appreciate your voice in here. Now I don't have to speak as much. Go ahead, brother. You're doing a good job.
Hey,
No,
Corey,
I
Corey,
mean,
Dama, let me cut you. I say something. Corey, our side of the river getting very populated now. You know, we're bringing people over to our side of the river.
We bringing people to our side. Absolutely. I would chime in on the conversation. I got a 500 tag going on right now, so you know what I mean.
All right. Yeah. Wait, when you're done, you can chime in. Because Damo have this thing. Damo can verbalize it much better than me. Much better than me. And I
Domo,
appreciate
you're
you coming
absolutely
in. Domo.
correct. Both sides. We all see how conservatives try to say progressives are trying to take your rights away, right? We all see that. But you are correct. You know, when it comes to conservatism, if conservatism was objective, there was a point in time when we did not have rights. And if we had a conservatist mindset in that time period, we would have never had rights in the first place as Black people. So, a lot of times maintaining the status quo takes your rights away too. But that's the aspect.
I think for Black people that like we always got issues with the status quo. Always. That's why it's like that's why it's like that. Like, we can't. There is no both sides isms. I mean, we can say the whole two birds of the same plane like that. I can go with that. But like, it's they both the same. It's not. There's Donald Trump and his administration are actively against everything that has allowed Black people to progress in this country. If we believe that Black people have succeeded and have achieved the dreams of our ancestors and all this other shit, the things that have made it possible for us to do so, Donald Trump and his administration is actively against. And like the fact, like, for example, we was talking about this shit on Psycho Shit last night. The Trump administration, the Justice Department, is suing the Southern Poverty Law Center. The Southern Poverty Law Center for bank fraud and money laundering, because the Southern Poverty Law Center, since 2013, had been using informants to infiltrate hate groups, and because they pay the informants to infiltrate hate groups so they can provide them information on how they operate internally. Since 2013, the SPLC and the FBI have been sharing that information amongst each other. So the Southern Poverty Law Center has been using information from these informants to give to the FBI to help with FBI investigations into hate groups. And Donald Trump is now suing them, or not suing them, excuse me. He has indicted the Southern Poverty Law Center for saying that they defrauded donors by paying these informants. They were dishonest about their finances by paying these informants, so they're indicting them for money laundering, bank fraud, wire fraud. Like that is a very insidious. So when we talk about, like, we were just talking about how people will be like, well, I like my races up close and up front. Like, that's fine if they not the fucking president. Yeah, that's cool. Like, you can be okay with your neighbor being blatantly racist, but when the motherfucker that got his finger on the button is displaying them same type of attitudes, that's a different level of danger.
Or whenever Clarence Thomas, who you can't believe that he's actually a black racist. Many persons don't want to say that.
I would say Clarence Thomas hates black people. I believe it. I think Clarence Thomas hates black people.
He's a black racist, right? He's a black racist, and that's what we face. So the actual thing, skin folks is not kinfolk, does apply to him. It does apply to him. That junkie wino, him same was a wine, him same was an alcohol. I just put junkie on it, but I'm going to take it off. This wino is the person that took over Thurgood Marshall's seat. And I never see these Negroes in here put up Thurgood Marshall, but they're putting up Thomas Clarence or Clarence Thomas. I really appreciate that. Yeah, thank you, Domo. I'm going to go on mute. The floor is yours.
I think that we
But I appreciate y'all. I appreciate y'all letting me up. I'm gonna go ahead and break out at the head to the office. But I'm gonna be listening to the dialogue, man. I appreciate y'all having me.
Anytime.
Sir. Come around more. Come around more, Domo.
Come around more. We need you more. This side of the river need you more.
Can you hear me?
Sure.
Yeah, we hear you, Reggie. Yeah. What's up, brother? How are you, Reggie?
All right. So I just want to add some points to the dialogue, which I think is really important. And this is a very educated panel, very educated, right? I don't think so much that Clarence Thomas is arguing conservative versus progressivism. I think Clarence Thomas is arguing something more called originalism versus progressivism. Originalism is a return to the Constitution's original public meaning, grounded in a founding belief that rights are pre-political and government is limited to securing them. So the founders of the Constitution were very white men's property and power. And the founders were largely white men that had property. And the original Constitution protected that as if it, and you could connect that to religion if you want. A chosen group of people, white men like Adam was supposed to have dominion. And progressivism is a kind of a rejection of the Declaration's first principles in favor of a more adaptive state-centered order in which government becomes the main engine for defining and protecting rights. So what it is that Clarence Thomas always argues the original white man's particular white man's, those with property and power, not the average populist white man's um, dominion. And so, uh, and he aligns it to in one sense to pre-government or pre-political, right? And that these are natural rights endowed by the creator, right? To a specific group of people, right? And he is originalism rather than conservatism. And that's a very, very stronger statement, right? So originalism in his mind preserves the founding. The progressivism revises it. So Clarence Thomas is always going to stand on the side of originalism, preserving the founding fathers' culture, who they are, right? Their thinking versus anything trying to revise it. So these new rights are violating the Constitution, and he's always going to stand on in that framework, right? That's his mode of thinking. So any new right, and even rights of Black people, that's not what the Constitution originally envisioned. The rights of Black people, the rights of women, right? The suffrage movement. That's
Yes,
not what the
yes,
Constitution
yes,
originally.
yes. Reggie, before you go any further, because I don't want people to misunderstand, I agree with you totally. Would you then say that it is not beneficial for a Black person to promote originalism? Is it beneficial for, let me ask you the question direct. Is it beneficial to me as a Black man to support these originalism concept, going back to these originalism concept that Justice Khalili have in mind, that Sotomayor pushed back on when she was talking about Roe versus Wade, if I remember correctly? Is it to my benefit to be
Mm,
promoting originalism?
absolutely not, because the founding fathers, uh, as much as they try to say they struggled with slavery, they did not. That is part of the institution. That was their God-given right. For Clarence Thomas is in. Uh, he's a protector of that because he personally benefits from it, but more
So,
so than
so,
he
so, so,
personally.
so, so, so as I said, God-given right then, using God-given right.
Yeah.
So if we should follow the principle of God-given right, some people can be subjective, some people can be enslaved according to God, and some people can be slave owners. Am I incorrect in assuming that?
Yes, and that's the order in which he's protecting. The order is that you are kind of predestined. It goes back to the core of um, wow, statism. That's another term where the state becomes God, right? The state itself, and who that state is in fact these elite groups of people, and they are there because God put them there. It's
They're
it's
ordained.
huh? Say what?
They're ordained by God. These
Yes,
men
they're
are
ordained.
ordained.
Yes, in a pseudo secular world where they figured it out, they if they could control God, control an enormous amount of people, and then they could use they can interpret the Bible, right? Because this is a somewhat well, not somewhat a Christian nation, and so that they could the people could see that if they weren't in power, if they are in power, it's because God put them there, and that ultimately they must be right in what they're thinking, especially if it
So,
benefits a
so, so,
specific.
so Reggie, so when all of those Black pastors went up to Trump in the White House
Mhm.
and they put their hand on him and they
Yes,
prayed and they
yes,
called him, this man is ordained by
yes,
God.
yes.
Wasn't they just buying into that principle?
Yes, because again, statism. Statism is a replacement of God and government. And so in that particular case, they are aligned to the fact that God put him there, right? And that they were just confirming their thinking, not understanding it was to their detriment. But largely these pastors, they are more like Clarence Thomas. They are a lot of them are a very educated class. They don't have to struggle for food and for rent. They get it from the people because they are ordained to get it. And so aligning themselves with Donald J. Trump is a part of fortunately, the religious, the thinking that or a interpretation of the Bible, not the Bible itself, but a particular interpretation of the Bible. The you know, the church, the early church, no matter how fallible the early doctrines were, right? There were
I can pick up another bitch.
the, the core principles, the core principles of the Bible ordained by God overrules any fallacies. So you cannot criticize the Bible even with the fallacies because they was building a state and it became the papal state. It became the papal state where that was the kind of like the ultimate at that time, the holy church, the and so so it's infallible. So uh uh Clarence Thomas
Before
is
before before you land the plane, before you land the plane, let me ask you a question. No, like the French Revolution, where they
right,
had man-made rights taken over from God-given rights. As a
right.
black person, if I had the opportunity to choose, and I come to you and I say, Reggie, recommend which right should I choose? Should I
Mhm.
choose God-made rights or should I choose man-made rights? Which rights would you choose?
I would me myself in this case that would be progressive, but the problem is that ultimately the French Revolution was chaotic. It was a new
Right.
elite posing as the
Common as ordinary people.
communists, but they were in fact themselves. Uh, well, they were not. I cannot say original. They were not. They were posing. It was another form of statism where create this. They pick and choose who is violating God's law, right? Which is really their rights. So the French Revolution was a very chaotic assemblage of it was a power grab. It's not and nobody in history really thinks that the French Revolution was anything more than how can I say chaos because it didn't lead
Then,
to a
then
grab
which
government.
society in your mind then would be the promotion of rights, not primarily derived from a divinity, but derived from a collective? Yeah, let
All of
me
them
repeat
are
that.
all of them are
Which
fallible because the next how can I say new type of thinking of government was communism and socialism, and that was the new statism, right? Without a god,
mm,
right? Where
mm,
the state controls the best interests of the people, but communism failed because it was another kind of very
el-
organized French Revolution type thinking.
elitism and right.
Yeah,
So that means what, judging from what we're saying then, and I'm asking this question, that means that we as human beings on earth today, judging by how we govern ourselves, need that invisible big brother, father figure from the sky in order for us to
it's in our
live.
best it's in our best interest. That's the but then it's in our best interest. In a sense in Clarence Thomas and people like him, it's in our best interest because as as we move from the original Constitution, and we get into things that disrupt society. So, for example, homosexuality uh, is a big thing that they in fact use, right? Then it's the rights of for example, black people. Black people, unfortunately, as a large group, as a population, is how can I say, not the best educated, not the best educated, and are subject to uh, things like luxury and capitalism and selfishness and like you were talking yesterday, untimeliness and excuses that they don't feel they don't that the black people in power is for them largely disruptive. They've not been through the human test of power, so they're undisciplined. So Clarence Thomas is always going to side on the fact of the which original people of the Constitution, how they were positioned and who they were, right? And but it's a fallacy.
Reggie, did you just call me polychronic in a nice way?
Yeah,
I think I
Reggie
heard you.
Biddle. Yeah.
Reggie, I think you just called me polychronic.
Yes,
Is that
yes,
what you're calling me, Reggie?
yes, yes.
Oh, you was listening. You was listening yesterday, Reggie.
I was listening to
Reggie,
everything. I just
Reggie,
did
are
not.
you calling me Reggie? I thought
Yeah,
he was my brother, Reggie.
I am.
Is that are you being complimentary when you call me polychronic? Is that a compliment?
No, it's not a compliment at all. It's because you're not
Why
really.
you keep
That's
asking
what.
questions that you know the answer to, Stupid? What's up, brother?
No, because I want
He's
I
not
want
being,
Reggie to be Reggie's on my side of the river. I know that. Sometimes we disagree. I agree because we're organizing this side of the river a particular way.
Yeah.
Reggie's on
Polycom.
my side of the river.
when y'all keep
Reggie.
invoking, but when y'all, I mean, let's not sideshow the conversation because there'll be an argumentative point, but let's not start there. When we keep arguing the founders, and I've heard everybody keep invoking the founders. Y'all do know that they didn't agree, right? Like they weren't like one unified block. They definitely agreed on a couple of things: Republican government, independence. But when we start adding in things like religion and democracy and all of these different things, slavery, even federal power, they were not all in lockstep.
Right, but they were the
Elohim. But most agree.
But they're the Elohim. You see,
the most
at the end
the
of the
most
day,
agree. Enough
They're
agree.
the what?
They all
Elohim.
didn't agree. But enough
What is
agree.
that? What is that?
If you read the Bible, well, if you read the Old Testament, the Elohim was a confederation of the most learned, highest deified individuals, and so ultimately, at the end of the day, they would rest on the best interest. There was El, of course, you know El, right? And you know Yahweh. Prior to Yahweh was Elohim. What's the other one? I'm not arguing with the Hebrew, so I can't remember. If I was arguing with Hebrew, I would. But a fake Hebrew Israelite. But these are conferences of the divine. There's a divine order, and the Elohim was a divine order. No matter, even if they differed, right?
All one of the two.
Logic, give me some mic. Are you talking to us?
Yeah, I was actually talking to you that time.
Okay, what'd you say, brother? You can't. You wasn't loud. What'd you say, brother?
My bad. I came in hot last time, but I was saying Ball is one of them. I think Ishtar is one of them too. But yeah, it's like I think what he's describing is like it comes from a pantheon of before the Bible. Elohim is the characters before the Bible.
So even if they didn't agree, Even if they didn't agree, they all left the meeting with one accord.
No, they didn't.
That's what Reggie said.
No,
of
I'm
course
still
they signed the
saying they
Constitution.
No, they
They
didn't.
signed the
No, but they still
Constitution.
did. No, but they still did not agree. I'm trying to tell you.
No,
Then
they
why
were
you put your
part of
signature on
they
it?
were part of the order. Like you need storms, you need rain, you need thunder, you need time to grow, right? It's a kind of a conflict between elements or forces to create the better good. So, but they all they exist in some type of concordance. At the end of the day, they would work. They would work out the natural order of the universe, right? Because there is earthquakes. There is, I mean, there's chaos, but then there's times of extreme growth. So the Elohim will allow for these types of things, but it's above our thinking. It's part of the natural universe. So the founding fathers, though they disagreed, uh, America is going to protect them, even though George Washington, Thomas Jefferson were slaveholders and they did great crimes, right? They chose they sold child slaves, right? But it still is in the best interest of the nation. So so it's not that they agreed or disagreed. The fact of the matter is that they uh, created the Constitution. They signed the Declaration of Independence. That they created what they believe is the greatest nation on the planet, right? That that serves the best interest of the people better than any other government, which many of you believe that the United States government, no matter how powerful it is the best nation in the world, right? When you look at the other world of the other values, uh, and in one sense, it has been up until this point the biggest balance of very chaotic systems that have failed. Communism failed, right? Socialism can't feed the people; it feeds the elites, right? Uh, uh, and so uh, so we needed the conversation yesterday uh, to help us with this conversation today. Um, so luckily, I mean, you're very smart people, so I can talk to you. But this is Clarence Thomas. Clarence Thomas is an originalist, and so look to the go
Is a
look at
constitutionalist, Reggie? Is a constitutionalist same as an originalist? Because they like to use the argument that I'm a constitutionalist. I go back to the
uh
original meaning of the Constitution. Are they the
uh
same thing?
yes and no. The fact of the matter, it depends on who the interpreter is. So a constitutionalist is interpreting the Constitution, right? Originalism is pretty much no, we don't have to reinterpret it. We need to move, and when we every time we have a chance, we need to move back to the original. Anytime that we reinterpret it, we're becoming progressive. So a constitutionalist is for Clarence Thomas sometimes problematic because they are reinterpreting God's natural order. I'll stop.
No, man, don't stop. Don't stop. Continue because people learn a lot from this. When you're speaking like this, people learning a lot. I learning a lot. I'm going to use it back against you. I just needed to know that. I'm learning from you today. The same, you're sharpening my knife to stab you. I appreciate it. I'm
Well,
learning to continue.
we're contra we're a contra force in this because
Yeah.
agreement means that you can't foresee the future because you're not problem solving, right? So I have to interpret my thinking and then adjust my thinking if I see something is wrong. But I am not going to be like Unc. I am not going to be like that person, right? Who's dead wrong and dead wrong. Don't have the education, the experience, the testing, and I'm not going to be like Cedric, who has supposedly have lupus and kissing parrots. Like uh, anybody knows that somebody who has
Really,
supposedly
really.
immune
That
deficiency,
was
and I'm not sure. I
Y'all,
just
y'all,
no,
y'all need to sort out
no, no.
whatever the hell y'all got
Hey,
going
listen,
on.
no,
listen,
no,
listen,
because
listen,
it's
listen,
it's real
listen.
life
Reggie,
conversations
listen.
that
Reggie, Reggie, learning to kiss a parrot was a 4 credit class in college, and you must know that, right? That wasn't
yes,
a 3 credit class, That he has a
yes,
4 credit class. You got an A
especially and we
in a 4 credit.
four credits when you might have an immune deficiency, right? That you're still suffering from. So you get 4 credits for that. But that's Ank's right hand man. So I am never going to listen to Ankh ever. I am never listening to him ever, ever, because he's running around talking about whatever he's talking about, and his right hand man, this expert, the one that got college, right, doesn't know the amount of diseases that could be passed between a bird in your hand kissing it. Oh, you got he's an
No, no,
incubator
no,
for the
no,
next
no.
disease.
No, and don't know what a zoonotic disease is. And don't know
No, he
that
does
a
not.
disease can pass from animal to man. Him don't understand that him kissing this nasty bird or kissing this nasty dog or have this dog in your bed. No,
Let me know when y'all
no.
done getting y'all shit off so we can get back to the Constitution.
No, it's part of the
Yeah,
thinking. It's part of that's the thing is progressive thinking allows for the rationale of bullshit like this. So you would change the law based on usage of birds because one person wants to kiss a bird, right? That's what we're talking about. So when we go back to the original conversation, originalism disallows that. Put a goddamn bird in a cage, right? Put a man in a cage, a black man in a cage, right? That's the natural order of things, and anything that comes to change that, we have to nip it in the bud because the original laws were better, right? Suited us better than any of these changes that was going to create more changes, right? So they are resistant against change in government, right? But it's the how it's how we are what do you call it?
Polychronistic.
Polychronic or
Right.
polychronistic.
It's how we are, and that's an untrusted. When it comes back to this, that's an untrusted attribute, right?
Oh, so you
There,
agree? You agree with that premise?
no, I
Oh,
as a descendant of Africans, right? I understand why they're using it, right?
mm.
It's like in the conscious community where somebody just jumps up and uses a new damn term, right, to muddy the water. The fact of the matter is, uh, 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 here's the problem. This is the problem. We are a form of animals, right? We came from animals, so there's natural laws that we have to follow. But the natural laws is basically uh, who is the top predator? Who is the top predator? Right? That's the natural law. The top predator, right? Um, and then there's all these evasive species. The evasive species are the polychromatic individuals, the changing of law. That's evasive. That's evasive to the natural order. Introducing a new a fish, a carp, in a water where they can multiply fast, that the others fishes can't defend itself, right?
So basically, my bad to cut you. So basically, you find it problematic. Say a Western missionary or whatever that's going, like the Hadza or certain indigenous hunter gatherers. You think impeding a Western way of life on those people and then creating a hierarchy isn't the right thing to do. Or what are you saying?
I'm saying that the law of the land is the predator, right? So
Mhm.
anything that happens after the predator comes into its dominion, right, is the predator's law. So any hunter and gatherer, right? They can fight, right? They can flee, or they can succumb, or they could be eaten. So whatever they do, they become a Clarence. They can become Clarence Thomas. They have a choice to join the natural order of things, right? And find their place. So in this Constitution that we have, I wrote I was helping sometime in my life a pro se defendant who he got kicked out of a university, and he had this novel approach about the university. What they did to him was attacking his his um his rights, and as an African person who succumbs to this legal this abusive legal system. And so I wrote a Friends of the Court and so there I figured out uh, that Black people's rights have never ever went to the Supreme Court. Uh, Black people's rights have never gotten that far to the Supreme Court, right? And so I looked at and so why? Because in the natural order we was just commerce. But in trying to defend him, my issue was that the fact of the matter is um, there hasn't been a constitutional reckoning of Black people, and that became really startling to me. And so I argued it into my Friends of the Court brief, but of course I'm not a lawyer, right? So then of course, they rejected it because I'm not a lawyer. Then I put in a latch that says the reason that lawyers can't always decide these matters, right? And um and that I'm a representative of the people that have never ever been um considered in the Constitution. And that was open for a little while until the stupid defendant uh, did something that I don't think was legal with my own paper, right? With my paper, he did something because we are polychronistic. We're undisciplined, right? We don't have a what we can say well, I'm not going to say, I got to be careful. We had civilizations where there was order, but we're not from those civilizations. We're from um, sometimes some large tribes, some small tribes. We were captured. We were always in a chaotic situation, right? So we don't have the time, and we don't have the power, and sometimes it doesn't even matter against the system that we're dealing with. So Clarence Thomas is always going to be uh, originalist, uh, and that I think that will help your thinking to understand uh, how he applies, even if he's not. He has become a what do you call it? He's not the Friends of the Court. He is on the court. He's the Elohim. The Supreme Court is the Elohim, right? The New Testament talks about a disruptor uh, who really never had the Torah, but who was the so-called the Messiah, the Son of God.
Reggie, let me cut you before you move from a point that I just catch. You just used a beautiful word a while ago that goes with polychronistic people and monochronistic people. Is it possible for you to be monochronistic in a chaotic environment?
Yes.
No, you can't.
No, you cannot.
Yes.
You cannot be monochronistic.
Yes, you can. Wait. What do you mean?
It just you can, but you may not just have the beneficial trade-offs as to vice versa being
it'll be a lot more difficult. It'll be a lot more difficult.
Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why I'm saying that.
Everybody, I'm instituting time.
Hold
on. I'm instituting time because y'all are talking to me. I'm instituting time. Tell you to try to land your own planes quickly because there's other people that want to talk to.
Yeah. In a chaotic environment, oftentimes you're not given the time that is relevant in order to complete the task. So because of that, you've always been jumping from one task to another. So when somebody comes and says, oh, you're poly, but my environment is chaotic. I am cleaning the house where the stove catch a fire. So I have to stop cleaning the house to out the fire on the stove, or the water boiling over in the pot, or the roof leaking, or the flooding, or the water. So how can I now focus on one thing when my environment don't allow me to do such?
I agree with that. Can I say something? Can I say something real quick? I'm gonna just say something real brief. Hey Reggie, are you familiar with John Mbiti, the African philosopher?
Yes, the missionary.
Do you consider him in regard, because he made a book dealing with African time and how Africans, and like a lot of things too, he says, due to their culture, environment, not even tribalism, but having to keep their shit on a swivel, and also, you know, other things. That's what made them or our ancestral tradition polychronic. It's not more so we aren't incapable or whatever. That means we scatterbrained or anything like that. He's just saying our indigenous culture being placed or being in an environment or society that a European may look at. Why is he doing this way and all of that? He's saying that it's mostly tied to how white people overimpose their way of their ancestral whatever they got done, and over imposing that onto other groups and acting like they're at the top of the hierarchical moral judgment of others. That's all. That's all I was saying.
Yeah, I just want to say something real quick. So Stu, please don't, because what you're saying, then it would just say that we're conceding that we are polychronistic. Then
no.
Don't make the concession.
I'm saying that how can we not be poly in an environment?
I'm going to give examples of people being monochronistic in chaos. Soldiers, people in the military, when they're in the middle of a combat or war zone, they still have to follow key objectives while following them in an order. They can't just decide on the. They have orders and objectives to carry out within a certain time frame. You also have doctors that are in the
No. Although you use the example soldiers, although the environment chaotic, the structure that they operate in, they operate within a structure. So even whatever environment there is, the structure is always the same. Doctors in the operating room operate within a structure, because your structure can determine how you operate in any environment.
So now, wait.
Not the environment.
The original question was, can you be monochronistic in a chaos? And I'm saying,
without structure,
a war zone where you're having your fellow soldier die right next to you is chaotic.
Yeah,
you don't know if the person across from you.
But you're dismissing structure. And structure is an important part of that.
The structure wasn't a part of the original question. It was talking
about you brought up examples that have structure with them. That's why I have to highlight.
Okay. I'll give another example. Forget that. How about when we're talking about, let's say you're at home and you have a break-in, right? And now you got to protect your family. You got to protect your wife. Got to protect your kid. You have a certain protocol. Some of you might have a protocol of what you've already ran down with your family of, all right, this is what we're going to do. You're going to call 911. You're going to go in there. I'm going to grab this stuff. Like, you might already have an order and operations of how to handle that chaotic situation, right? That is an example of something that is completely out of nowhere that you created a protocol for monochronistically that is completely chaotic, and you didn't expect to happen when it happened.
I was going to ask what y'all meant by chaotic, because chaotic could be equated to a couple of different things. Chaotic could just mean a lot of complex things you just have to get done. That's very
that's not what we mean by
chaotic. Chaotic can mean like physically, like violence, or what do you mean?
Well,
Chaos mean.
unforeseen situation that is hot, high pressure, very
Okay, that
intense.
forces you to think. Okay, I got you.
It's intense, potentially life and death situation. When I hear chaos, that's what I'm thinking about.
Yeah.
And I don't think y'all using monochronic correctly, because y'all think there's in monochronic there's sequencing. So it's not just about, matter of fact, in chaos, a monochronic person is probably the person you want most to end the goddamn chaos. They're the person that you would actually send in to a chaotic war situation, and they would prioritize. Now, you could say one at a time or this, that, and the other, but even if they're doing it one at a time, they have the ability to say, well, this is important first, this is important second, we're going to do it in this order. To apply order to the chaos. A monochronic person, in my opinion, would be the most.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
You're saying that a monochronic person can't exist in chaos. I'm saying they're the best person.
But time, y'all realize time has to be incorporated into this talk.
Yeah. If you were sending somebody, hold on. But similar to what Truist was trying to say, if you're sending somebody into a war zone, you would pray that general is not going to be all trying to solve this over here, work on this over here. Yes, they would actually take that whole shit, look at it, apply their values, apply time buffers, and say, we're going to do this in this amount of time. We're going to achieve this in this amount of time. And they would do it and sequence it by importance. What place do we need to take over first? What place do we need to quell first? There's another place we don't need to pay attention to. A monochronic person doesn't mean they can only do one thing. It just means that they know how to sequence a whole bunch of things in order to then place it in an order to get the whole thing done. I don't know.
But the time thing comes in. Oh, let me say this one thing. The time thing comes into play.
Yes, you can. Real quick. Yes, you can. Give me a half a second. Yes, you can. 1 second. 1 second. Yes, you can. Just let me finish my sentence. I'm not gonna talk long. I'm just listening today. My point is, we gotta understand fully what that shit is, not just what we think it is. So if we're gonna have the conversation on it, let's know what those things mean before we start applying it to what it can and not do.
Okay. All right, let me just put my 2 cents
on that. Yesterday, it is being used wrong. It's not about multitasking the way multitasking is being used. What Hall was speaking on was diplomats offending each other and not understanding they're offending each other. It's a book, I want to say he wrote in the 80s, called The Silent Language.
Yeah, Edward Hall.
And polychronic would be something like the tea ceremony. We're going to do this business transaction, but in order for me to do business with you, I need to know who you are as a person. So you come, you have tea with me, we discuss who we are. Monochronic is Wall Street. You're getting straight to the transaction. You don't care about the personal relationship. It's just strictly business.
That's a bullet point. Yeah, that's an aspect of it. Yeah.
The multitasking of it is you're building a personal relationship with the business relationship. Monochronic is you're just strictly doing business. Now, the reason they applied it to African people, African American, and these other people groups is more so cultural based. Eurocentric is linear. They don't believe in time as a continuum. That you come back and reincarnations or any other cultural or theological perspectives on what time could be. Theirs is just a straight line. That's why they compare themselves as monochronic and the rest of the world as polychronic. But this multitasking stuff and chaos, it don't have anything to do with these terms and why they was coined. It was strictly about business and diplomats.
And like you said, they was highlighting the aspect of certain people emphasize interpersonal connection and actually knowing, the person they dealing with and things of that nature, like they prioritize that and other people don't. You know what I'm saying? So that's an aspect of how people and cultures emphasize that aspect of interpersonal communication. And like you said, the overall premise of those people talking about it is because they understood that different people they couldn't understand each other based off that simple fact. You know what I mean? Good.
I understand what the gentleman just said because it's a tool that they use in communication, but it also focuses on how the individual carry himself. And when we talk about systems like soldiers and war, if you're in a system, it's good to be monochronic. But if you're in an individual situation, monochronic people, when confronted with chaos in an individual situation, are not easily adapted as a polychronic person. A person who thinks that it should go one way, when oftentimes it's going the other way, sometimes they're not easily adaptable because the goal focus, right? Some people, if the truck's supposed to come 12 o'clock to drop off the concrete, and it don't come to 12:05, they didn't have system in place that while the truck not coming, let's prepare this ground then until that truck come and we'll move back. That's what monochronic, with communication, it is different. But in actual
they
action,
can't have multiple tabs open. They can't have multiple tabs
open.
In certain environments, you need those multiple tabs to be on your feet and respond quickly. Because they actually brought up research how like even ADHD is looked at as bad, but they say people who got ADHD is just living in a farming society. They actually said that most of humanity, like majority of how when humans existed, those people, like you said, who had multiple tabs open and was thinking on their feet, those was the motherfuckers that pushed humanity forward.
We're surviving because if they went in to get deer and there was no deer and them say a rabbit, they had situation to deal with the rabbit. But the person who going with the only thing him carrying is an elephant gun. No, elephant gun not good for catching deer. Right? But that's what we're talking about. But when you look at it,
improvise is a real thing.
All right. We're talking about the other day, we just talked about the please excuse my dear ass Sally. Y'all understand that that's monochronistic. The whole order of operations and shit like that, that's a monochronistic.
Yep.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. Thank you, Corey. Because you're breaking up, Corey. But
that's why I said creativity ain't always bad. Because let me finish. You got, if you in the classroom, right, and you got somebody say who using more aspects of the brain to where they can make certain connect. The term "think outside the box" is a real thing and it's beneficial. So that's all I was saying. Go ahead.
Yeah, but I agree with you. But when you live in a society what is dominated by one group of people who think that it should be done this way, when you come now with your way that goes against the system, you'll have a Clarence Thomas who thinks that the society should be his way or the founding father and not the other way where other people can be accommodated. Not because you're gay, I don't give a shit about that. Not because you're dressed in woman clothing, I don't give a shit about that. But a person who functions on a monochronistic communication level find an issue with people who are diverse. That's the issue with it. And because they find an issue with those diverse people who can think other ways and realize that that's no big deal, now they're going to say, I'm going to cry wolf on these people. And I'm going to make them perceive them as less than, as not sophisticated enough to. So that's a problem with communication because it's primarily about communication, and how people communicate.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So when people come and tell you that, it's not that if we lived in a society where individualism is celebrated and not collectivism, because although you might live in America, you think that collectivism is celebrated. No. Is the individual who's going to adapt to the what Henry T. Ford had when he carried the cars through you have to operate this way. Go to school, pass high school, pass your grades, go to college, get a job, get married, have children, retire, move to Florida, and everybody follow the same track. Everybody following the same track. It was spelled here by your children. There's nobody who will say, do I have to conform? In monochronistic society, you have to conform. There's no place.
Here, I'm gonna give a clean example. This is without a structure, like you said. All right, this is an individual. So let's say someone is cleaning the house and a friend shows up unexpectedly. The monochronic person is gonna stop cleaning, then they're gonna talk to their friend, and then they'll go back to cleaning when they're done. Now, the polychronic person is going to keep cleaning while talking to this friend, answers questions, maybe starts doing something else, and lets the visit and the task happen together. So either method.
No, you're wrong. You're wrong.
No.
You're wrong. It's the opposite. It's the opposite.
No,
it's the opposite.
no,
yes.
no,
The mono is task oriented.
Hold on. The monochronic person separates the task.
Nope.
The polychronic person blends the task. So the monochronic person is going to stop cleaning before they start talking to their friend. And when they're done talking to their friend, they'll go back to cleaning. The polychronic person is going to keep cleaning while talking to the friend. All right. Now, either way can be seen as positive, right? One could say the person that's cleaning while talking, they're getting two things done at once, and they can still do it effectively, right? It's not necessarily a bad thing. But going back to the ER example, right? You maybe not want to have that kind of mindset as an ER doctor. You might want to be monochronic in the ER. You see what I'm saying? So it's situational in terms of like where you can kind of define one type of thinking as better or worse than the other. Like in this cleaning example, I would argue the polychronic person is better, right? Because cleaning is cleaning is a task that I feel like you could clean and do something else and it not be a big deal. See what I'm saying? But if I'm in the operating room, no, I want that person focused on me. You see what I'm saying?
No, I understand what you're saying, but if we look at it, I agree with you because they're task oriented. So they stop the task of cleaning to give their friend the undivided attention. In each episode, the monochronistic person is given the task the undivided attention. The poly is not given the task the undivided attention. And although we might use it as simple task as cleaning, what you probably consider clean is not what my ex-wife would consider clean. Because when my ex-wife cleaning is like the old black grandmother how she clean. The house cleaner than pelican shit. The white's whiter than white. The blues brighter than blues. Right? But when you're now doing separate two things at one time, you can never give that one thing your undivided attention. So it can never come out as the best. So that's why they say mono is better. There's no such thing as multitasking. Because when you multitask, is that you're taking away from two things. So no two things is perfect. Your friend who's talking to you about our problems or about a joke or a situation, you never truly get it. Because even when you're on the workplace and you're working and you're doing serious work, you tend not to engage in dialogue until you finish that because this task requires undivided attention for it to get fullest. We are capable of doing
America,
that.
But you just said that's because America created. Go ahead.
Yeah, but the friend coming to you while you're cleaning is introduction of chaos. Because if that friend never come, the cleaning would have had your undivided attention. But chaos now has been introduced that now you have to decide how are you going to adapt. Am I going to stop what I'm doing, give the friend 5 minutes, and after 5 minutes, I tell the friend that, listen, I can't talk to you anymore. I have to go back to cleaning. Or am I going to continue doing what I'm doing, integrate the friend into the situation, and it lasts 3-4 hours where the cleaning not getting my undivided and the friend not getting my undivided.
Right. I was gonna say the way I'm looking at it is that it's a double-edged sword to both because some people can look at you being monochronic heavily. You're automatically losing out on important interpersonal relations on an everyday basis, right? And the monochronistic person is looking at the person who's doing everything as close like a jack of all trades, but a master
A
of
master
none.
of none.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. And then in America, the latter is not looked up and favored. You can't be grinning and we don't like the car. White people don't like the car wash, the movie, because how dare these black people supposed to be having fun and laughing while they wash cars? If you're washing cars, you're supposed to be washing cars. You're not supposed to be
Okay,
washing
can I
cars.
take it back to slavery real quick? Because can I take it back to slavery? Wasn't it like writings of like white people looking at like our condition and saying, how are these people so communal and interpersonal? Am I tripping? Weren't they like studying how we am I off?
No, you're not off.
Basically
You're
was
not
like
off.
fascinated with
But,
the fact that we had this inner, even though we was in wild circumstances, the days we won't working hard or whatever, we had this way of communing together that they couldn't really resonate with. Am I tripping? Weren't they saying shit like that?
no, because we had to adapt to a chaotic situation. We were always in. Listen, the purpose of life is to survive, right? No, people were surviving for hundreds of thousands of years without modern amenities. Because you have modern amenities, are they less than you because they don't? Is the person living, having children, reproducing, having friendships that don't have a car, that don't have a
Man,
concrete
listen,
structure?
I'm
Is he
going back
less
to
than
times
you?
when I was in neighborhoods and just living in fucked up environments, but those interpersonal communications is like the communion of it made it not great, but like, if you see what I'm saying, we weren't focused on damn this. You the personal communications was what was most important. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it is what you prioritize. Now, Western cultures prioritize success based upon materialistic things. Have you ever been in Florida here? Them have in Florida here, them have a lot of Salvation Armies. As soon as one of these people die, the amount of junk that they collect throughout their lifetime to make them feel relevant, all of that is donated to the Salvation Army or to the thrift shops. And you realize that what is it that they prioritize? Do they prioritize the accumulation of wealth or the accumulation of things, or they prioritize interconnections of community? And that is what we talk about Mona and Polly, and what Mona mean and what Polly mean. The reason why I don't want to be classified as Polly is because these people see it in a bad light when it isn't. And I'm not giving them no opportunity to cast negative aspersion on me, right? That's my blackology. So if it's so negative, you can't call me that. But if I'm in my friend group where everybody look like me, act like me, and think like me, you can say, boy, yeah, how you do 10 things at one time? I'm not doing them the best, but I'm trying.
I think a lot of times, though, what you're gonna do is that's that. I know your blackology. The funny thing about blackology, right, is that blackology is somehow it gives you strength, but it also puts you square in the circle of all it takes is for somebody to say something to knock you off your square. It's like, who gives a fuck what these people think? If the science says polychronic this, monochronic this, that has nothing to do with necessarily your lot in life or what they think. Now, if they start applying laws or institute or enforcing some kind of rights against polynomic people versus monochronic, then okay, polychronic people versus monochronic people, then okay. But if they're just thinking something stupid and you go on about your life, living your life, how you living it as a success, as a success, then it doesn't necessarily matter what they think because it doesn't affect you. That's just talk.
No, but Brass, the problem with that is that they're not only thinking. When you look at the amount of black young men who go to high school and they have to be putting on these attention deficit disorder drugs, because that's how they think going into action, not recognizing that, listen, probably these class times are too long, the young man lose concentration, probably we need to have more physical activity. But they don't.
You're applying ADHD to polychronic?
Fetty, educate him. Educate him, Fetty. It
I
can
mean,
be applied.
it's not a direct correlation, but there are.
None of the
Yeah, it ain't
stuff
no
y'all are
direct correlation.
explaining
No,
has.
it's not
Y'all
necessarily
still using
ADHD.
y'all
It's
still using the terms wrong.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
I'm not
I
using
think
it. I'm not using the term
Y'all
wrong.
we're using
are
no. I'm
y'all
just saying.
complete
I think we're using polychronic and
Bro, I'm not using
monochronic.
no
person.
definition
If
wrong, bro.
the
What you talking about?
monochronic person had a friend visit while they was cleaning, they would not engage the friend at all. They
Yeah,
would
that's
simply
exactly what
sit.
I said, though.
No,
Yeah,
y'all
we
switched
said,
it
yeah,
up.
who
That's
disagreed?
Y'all
exactly what I
switched it
Yeah,
said,
up.
though.
that's what
I
he
don't
said.
know if
Y'all
we having the
switched it
same
up.
conversation. Is all I'm saying.
Y'all switched it up. You said the monochronic person would engage the friend and then go
No,
back.
I did not. Yo, anybody else that was listening, could we attest to what I actually said?
The example explained was the monochronic person would engage
Bro,
the
I
friend
have it right here in front of me. That's not what I said. I was reading something.
because
You're
they
wrong.
one task oriented.
Just read it when you're done.
Yeah, go ahead, and I'll share my screen.
Task oriented. So they would engage the friend, then go back to cleaning. That's not how monochronic person thinks. They would think I'm interrupted. My time is money. What the fuck are you doing here? I don't have time for this. Polychronic people would sit back and open the door. What's up, nigga? I'm cleaning. Come on in. And while they vacuum or doing dishes, they would still just keep living life. It's not about multitasking the way it's being used right now. It's people's perception of time.
Yeah, that's what I keep saying. You got to put time into
Okay,
it.
hold on,
That's the
Fetty.
foundational definition.
Hold on, Fetty. Respectfully, Vyasa, I'm just gonna chalk it up to you misheard me. What you said I said is not what I said. I'm gonna read what I said again. Someone is cleaning the house when a friend shows up unexpectedly. Monochronic stops cleaning, talks to the friend first, then goes back to cleaning later. Polychronic keeps cleaning while talking, answers questions, maybe starts doing something else too. Monochronic separates the task, polychronic blends the task. That's what I said. And anybody that was listening could
Right. Yeah, he
attest
said
to
that.
that's what I said.
Yeah. But yeah,
That's
Brad,
exactly what
regarding
I just
ADHD,
said.
it's not a direct correlation, but
And
I
it's
keep bringing
still
up the
not
thing of
about it's
hold
still
on,
not about the
can I finish?
multitasking.
Can I finish? Can I finish?
But I
I'm
was
saying
still in the midst. I was still in the midst of
I was
speaking.
Brad's asked a question though. He was asking regarding the 80 and I got cut off. What do you mean? You came in saying y'all using the definitions wrong. You the nigga who came in swinging. But anyway, regarding what you're saying, I see what you're saying regarding the time aspect, and I agree to that. And I think we do need to use the definitions properly. I'm answering Brass's question just by simply saying people who operate under one tab and focusing on that, and other people who have multiple tabs open are more flexible. That's like a generalized way of looking at it. But that's why you got to incorporate time into it. Because like you said, when it comes to the business or corporate world or job world or whatever, like you said, like how you described it, time is money. I need to focus on this. I'm going to hang up or not even give attention to the friend who's calling. I need to get this task done. And I prioritize these 30 or 45 minutes to strictly doing that. I mean, go ahead.
Chronology is in the word. It's called poly and monochronic.
Right.
Chronology is a part of it. You can't separate time from these concepts. Time is involved.
Yeah. Y'all definitely saying the same thing though.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Regardless.
I think it just was a mishearing. It's okay though. But on the ADHD bit, I don't think like it's always one for one, right? But I think sometimes people that are polychronic can be seen as having ADHD or whatever, but it's not always a one for one.
It's not. Yeah, it's not.
Yeah,
That's why they got terms. If that shit was the same, it'd be classified the same.
yeah, exactly.
But I wonder what's the implications of being, because I think you can be a monochronic individual and still be under a subcategory of your ethnic culture and the larger society at large. So I think even like the diversity in Black culture, you see like how monochronic people and polychronic people, even within our own community, how people they can butt heads in that way and miscommunicate and shit like that. So I like
Yeah.
you said, multifaceted. I think all of us are monochronic and polychronic, depending on the circumstance.
Yeah, and I think somebody that
I agree.
in their regular life, someone in a regular life that might be polychronic might turn monochronic for their job. You know what I mean? So like, let's say I'm a polychronic person with my friends, with my family, in my everyday life, but I'm a fucking brain surgeon. You know, like when I go to that job, I have to be monochronic. I
Yeah, I
can't be
agree.
Yeah, most
polychronic.
professional athletes got to be monochronic because if you're not, you could be showing up to practice 1 minute before it start. You ain't gonna be able to watch film for an hour. So yeah, like in a lot of merit-based industries, unfortunately, I think being monochronic can be beneficial if you strictly
Right.
on.
So even with the specific individual, right, they might be monochronic in one aspect of their life and polychronic in another.
Yeah, in my social life, I'm very polychronic, right? I'm on my own time, with my family members and them. I'm never punctual with dates and things like that. Like I get there when I get there. You dig what I'm saying? I got it's real bad. But at my job, like I'm very monochronic. Like my schedule is my schedule. You dig what I'm saying? I don't deviate from it. You dig what I'm saying? Like I need to get my people in at the time that they supposed to get in that chair and need to get them out by the. You dig what I'm saying? Like I'm very, you know what I
Steph, you
mean?
notice
Like
how when you with your family though, you get lost in time per se. Time go by
definitely.
quicker. All that shit. That shit wow.
Mm-hmm.
You look up like, damn, we've been in this bitch still partying. It's 8 o'clock at night. Man.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. But there's benefits to it, right? Because I see other barbers who struggle with that, right? And they don't make as much money. You dig what I'm saying? So it's like your time management is completely off. You want to run to the mall in the middle of the workday, and then when you get back, you got 2 clients waiting for you, and you done messed up your schedule. And you dig what I'm saying? You want to run to the gas station and go get a blunt and sit in the parking lot and smoke, and then all this nonsense while you at work. You know what I'm saying? You want to be outside arguing with your baby mother on the phone, but you out like nonsense. Like, bro, you at work, dad. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing? So yeah,
His
it's
clients looking like, nigga, I'm trying to get out of here, bro. What you doing?
right. So it's definitely, you know what I mean? It's definitely something that could be taught though. You dig what I'm saying? And that's why you'll notice people in the military or have a military background, they go in up and they learn those things. They be very punctual, and you dig what I'm saying? So it's things that if y'all saying it's cultural, there's things in society that can definitely fix that shit for you. You know what I'm saying?
And like you said, you can do some. You can be able to do something like a person who's polychronic and in the military, and they got to wake up and do formation 6 o'clock every fucking morning. Yeah, they can do it, but in they innate, it's like morning people versus evening people or whatever. Like it's just gonna be difficult for certain people based off them being polychronic or monochronic, even though they're capable of doing it.
Not only they capable of doing it though, Reggie. Oh, let me say this, Reggie, and then I'm gonna tap back out. It's actually tied to reward systems also.
Yeah,
you dig what I'm saying?
I went to a military school my senior year for football, and me going to an all-black school where people don't care what time I show up for school, and me being an athlete, the teachers letting me pass by, going to a damn military Catholic school my senior year, going to formation and shit like that. Yeah, it didn't really I would say I was a natural at doing, like, I always woke up in the morning, but like you said, that reward system, and if you fuck up and shit like that, they basically on you. Like, you got to be, nigga, if a button is fucked up wrong on your shirt, your damn shit, your beret tilted to the side. You know what I'm saying? It's like, it's a different world. But like you said, it's that shit could definitely teach you certain things, and like in your real life, you see how being monochronic is actually like the separator regarding like focusing in, getting to the money or whatever you got to do, focusing in on something and putting the bullshit to the side versus bringing all the shit with you. So there's pros and cons to it.
Can I just have my 3 minutes?
Oh, my bad, player. Go ahead.
Okay. So this is all an exercise. Today you are all with a show cleaning your house, right? We were talking about Clarence Thomas's views, right? Is he good for Black people generally? That's the topic. So that should have been the monochronistic subject, right? I realize that, okay, I need to add in the term originalism, which Clarence Thomas' viewpoint really is. I only added the point of yesterday's conversation, monochronistic, right, polychronistic. Then we start cleaning our damn house, talking about the original subject, and for the last close to 40 minutes, right, we began to forget the conversation of the day and go back to the conversation of yesterday. And then what I realized is that this is our problem. We have lots of views. Well, in the original conversation, these views, right, as far as the government of the United States, the founding of the Constitution, is exactly what Clarence Thomas is trying to eradicate, because they don't lead to stability of the government. They lead to us tackling issues as they come within time, not looking at the big picture. So this was a perfect example of being distracted, right? Not clean, stop cleaning the house. So if your point was to deal with Clarence Thomas's views from his statement, then we should go back to it. If it's into all of these personal views and all these yeah, to me that's not really helpful. If our audience wants to know about how Clarence Thomas thinks and finish that conversation, we should go back to that, unless we said enough to help you understand how Clarence Thomas works. Is he good for Black people? In the United States, being good for Black people does not matter. If we want something for Black people, then we need to unify and organize and look at the big picture and have a goddamn plan. We don't have a goddamn plan, right? We have plans, but we don't have a damn plan. We don't have a plan for anything. Survival. We just, at best, just survival for our families, right? But we don't have a plan. So that is the problem. Part of it is
a plan for the larger group, or I don't know what you mean by a plan. Like as a group and galvanizing together, or individual familial plans. I don't know what you mean.
Well, we Black people, if we are contrasting ourselves with Clarence Thomas has a consistent plan. He's in law, he's in the Supreme Court. We don't have a plan for ourselves as far as a group called Black Americans, African Americans, Black,
I got you.
Our people. So I'm going to stop, and maybe I'm going to do something else, unless you want to go back and finish the conversation.
You know, you're the one that segued to this, though, right? Because you was talking about. It was a natural segue. I don't think we just railroaded the convo. I don't think nobody.
No. I did it to make a simple point, right? But my major point was that success is when you're monochronistic. And to Clarence Thomas, that goes into his original thinking of the Constitution of his founding fathers, or the founding fathers of this nation, right? And that I use this as an example, right? I tied into the example of yesterday's conversation to understand Clarence Thomas doesn't give a flying F about monochronistic, chronistic, or polychronistic. What he gives a flying F about is his thinking that the Constitution, right, is based on natural laws, right, and that he's going to fight for that. And any of this progressive tackling special interest and things like that is muddying what the founding fathers, his version of the founding fathers, wanted, right? So his policy is, in fact, that there is a natural order, right? Blacks and other people will be on the bottom. Rich white men with property and power, they are ordained by natural laws and by God, the Elohim, and everything else. They are the they are the top predators, and they feed on our distraction and lack of planning, right? So there's no antithesis to their theses, right? There's no need for a synthesis, right? The thesis is is how they can manipulate the United States. For the United States, I used another term, statism. For the United States, the state is the God. The original Constitution is the Word of God, right? That becomes the Bible. Everything else is chaos that that needs to be fixed by the natural order. I'll stop. Thank you for my time.
I wanted to say regarding Clarence Thomas, I agree with what y'all saying regarding him, but does personal opinion matter, right, when it comes to, because we talk about Clarence Thomas, right, and if he should be somebody heralded in the Black community in future African Americans? I say yes and no, because what he did, his accomplishment, and him being an African American can be inspiration for younger people and taking outside his personal views. So I think in certain aspects, you can uphold Clarence Thomas in the Black community based off accomplishments and using that as an example to show that young Black child he can be whatever you want per se, as they say.
That example, Clarence Thomas was selected for his particular views. He's an instrument, right? His his counterparts in the Supreme Court who are white, right? He's not exceptional. Clarence Thomas very rarely speaks, very rarely writes opinions. His clerks.
Oh, you saying he didn't get that position off merit? Is that what you're saying?
He was selected. In the United States, they select people. That's merit.
Yeah, I'm saying work that led him to being that. Are you just negating all of that? Like,
I think Thurgood Marshall has spoke against Clarence Thomas being put in that chair. If somebody can go find Thurgood Marshall speaking against it, warning, just don't be putting somebody in there for the sake of color. You dig what I'm saying? Don't let them, just.
Oh, like DEI? That was a joke.
No, I think he was speaking directly towards them trying to put Clarence Thomas in. And he was basically saying his views don't align with the chair that I'm stepping down from. So it ain't even, you feel me? Yeah. he has a whole statement about that. You dig what I'm saying? To back up what Reggie is saying.
You are
And I
such a
don't.
brain, Sheffrin. You are such a brain, boy. Man, stay in your profession, but man, you are such a brain.
Yeah, if y'all can go find that he's sitting on the stage with a cane and he's talking about, you know, who will precede him in that chair. And he was basically, you know, speaking against Clarence Thomas. If y'all can go find it.
Is there any like black historical figure that was, I guess, a conservative that y'all would herald? I don't want to deter the conversation too much, but it seems like
Colin Powell,
okay.
Condoleezza Rice. There's numerous. There's numerous. I don't.
I was just asking.
I'm just saying the two that I'm talking about in local politics, many, but specifically,
I mean, like historical figures, like you know what I mean? Like you said, they could be local heroes, but I'm talking about like the whole Black History Month and who do you deem should be that? That's what I'm saying. Like,
do you know any great Black conservatives?
Yeah,
in history. No, I'm asking.
Yo said Thomas so well.
Locally. That's why I was saying, like, when you look at who we deem as presentable, right, to even our kids or whatever, it does seem you have to fall under the lines of, you know, not preaching a lot of the messages that a Clarence Thomas will preach. I think I'm saying is accomplishment in earning a certain position more important than the political position they take when it comes to like.
Well, from what I'm hearing he didn't earn it.
That's what I'm saying. That's a tough.
I'm starting to hear.
I'm like, damn, we just gonna shit on that man whole. Damn.
Listen. You gotta understand.
If it was easy, anybody would
do it. From YouTube, anybody could say anything about anyone. So just understand, we having a subjective conversation.
Oh yeah, true.
In real life, when you negotiate a deal, you don't get necessarily what you're worth. You get what you negotiate. So all of them have to be confirmed. So if we want to play the who earned it and who didn't, we spend a lot more time than just understanding that this person is on the bench, and that's the end of it. So you can, you know, there's questions about Judge Ketanji Brown. There's questions about all of them. That any minorities that make it that far, and I don't mean black, white, or otherwise. I mean females, Hispanics. You know, so you're always gonna they question each other on earn, and also real quick, if we're looking at the health secretary of the United States, what the fuck did he do to earn his position besides be a Kennedy? So let's not start trying to place rules and qualifications on black people that don't necessarily apply to everybody else.
That's why I said selected. That's simply why.
They're all selected though, Reggie. He's not specifically selected.
Yeah, you
all Democratic presidents and all Republican presidents, all administrations, before they leave their term, one of the goals of that term, and you would agree, is to make sure that when they leave, the Supreme Court has a majority leaning their way. So when Notorious, and God bless the dead, Notorious RBG, when she died, there's always a scramble. They're actually glad when those people die during their terms or something like that, because they have the ability to now shape shift and push the court their way. So they're all selected. He's not the only one selected. Obama, they say he was selected, not elected.
Well, he was particularly selected at a particular time of replacing Thurgood Marshall.
They all are, though, Reggie. Why? It's not particular. So you add particular to change the word select?
Yes.
That's like, and then I'm going to say to you something in our current conversation.
Crazy.
That's like adding modern to change science.
No, it's not.
It is, because it's not particularly. It's just he was selected at that time. Another was selected at another time. Another was selected at another time.
A particular group in ruling a political group, right?
Uh-huh.
Selected them. Not so everybody is everybody. You're correct if you want to say everybody is selected, but he was particularly selected for his particular political orientation or by that
But
particular.
prior to that, he didn't have the merit to be in that position to begin with. Is that what you're saying?
No, he was a candidate. He was a candidate among other candidates.
But he was qualified though.
Come on, man. What are we doing, bro?
Come on,
I'm not
Reggie.
saying he was not
crazy, bro.
qualified.
Okay, that's cool.
I ain't saying why are you doing that. I
No,
ain't saying he wasn't
no, because
qualified.
you're saying he didn't earn it. He wasn't qualified. That's on
Because you saying that he was selected
I
was
didn't
an
say
answer to a question I asked you. That's all. I was
that he
saying
didn't earn it.
it's his accomplishments and him getting to that position.
What accomplishments did he have prior?
Oh my God. I'm saying even him being in that position in the because somebody just commented, right? Somebody said Clarence Thomas is a quintessential American success story. Him being African American and being where he is now, you don't think you can present that in a way to tell a black child or anybody, whether it's Black History Month or whatever, you can be this too, and take his political views outside?
I wouldn't. I would use somebody else.
I feel you.
Yeah, I mean,
if
just
that's
think about
the way
you
y'all
could use
feel,
somebody else.
that's the way you feel. But generally,
but do you think that's a quintessential American success story? His story, him being African American, and
all judges would be if that's the case. If you're just looking for a general, they made it to the Supreme Court, then anybody would do. You dig what I'm saying?
Yeah,
who made it to the court? Right.
Yeah,
you don't have to put black on that. He don't represent black people that have to put him there just because of the fact that he's black.
That's what you mean?
But his accomplishments prior to him becoming a candidate for Supreme Court is not like Thurgood Marshall. I mean, sorry, it's not like Thurgood Marshall.
And you know what? And guess what, Reggie? We would agree, but can we lower the bar? Thurgood Marshall was the greatest justice we've ever had. So if you're going to say he wasn't Thurgood Marshall, that ain't even a stretch. Nobody on the Supreme Court has been Thurgood Marshall.
So when I'm looking at Thomas's qualifications prior, this is his prior.
Listen. If you're saying prior, all of the ones that we have now are after Thurgood Marshall. None of them have met the qualifications. Maybe close, Ginsburg, possibly close, Ginsburg. And then I got to take out the fact of this was a black man during the time where. So then still it wouldn't be Thurgood Marshall. You cannot you can do whatever you want to do, but holding any, not just Clarence Thomas, holding any Supreme Court justice to the standard of, well, you weren't Thurgood Marshall. I mean, it's like saying
that's not what I said.
Okay, go ahead.
Thurgood Marshall, right, prior to his becoming Supreme Court judge, has achievements, right? What achievements does Clarence Thomas have?
I'm gonna read them right now. Are
you saying he did nothing to even? So now you are saying he wasn't qualified?
Crazy. Can I read them? Like, please. Like, I got you. You asked like 3 times. All right. Missouri Assistant Attorney General. Legislative and executive branch legal work, including service as legislative assistant to Senator John Danforth and later in the Reagan administration. Assistant Secretary for Civil Rights at the U.S. Department of Education from 1981 to 1982. Chairman of the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission from 1982 to 1990. Judge on the U.S. Court of Appeals for the D.C. Circuit from 1990 until his elevation to the Supreme Court in 1991. Prior Senate confirmation
the
experience.
Most important court. I just want to add something to that. That court you named in the D.C. Circuit is considered the second highest court in the United States.
The U.S. Court of Appeals. Yeah, right.
Because they're the ones that hear the majority of those cases. So go ahead.
prior Senate confirmation experience. He had already been confirmed for major federal posts before being nominated to the Supreme Court. But what's interesting is he was the chairman of the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission from 1982 to 1990. That's important. That's something I don't hear anybody really talk about.
And what he was a bureaucrat. He's a bureaucrat. What
a person that hates black people do that?
What rule changes happened with the EOC during his tenure?
Well, what I'm seeing is he won a lawsuit against the automotive industry for workplace discrimination. It was like over $40 million in the settlement. He helped get them sued for discriminating while he was the chairman.
Yeah, I listen, I fired the EOC for my case. I fired them, right? And I'm glad that I fired them, right? It's a bureaucratic organization, and they look for cases that are marketable, rather than many of the other cases get flushed through the system. And the EOC very rarely takes cases. They will issue their findings that you can use in law. Very rarely do they actually take cases. So I personally have involvement with the EOC, right? And the New York City Human Rights Commission, personally, right? Those are bureaucratic organizations, right?
That he was in charge of, Reggie. Him or not, he still had the job.
Yeah, put some respect on that man's name.
I'm sorry. I'm just talking from what they in fact actually do. Just because you have the job, right? The fact of the matter is how many cases for example, black people did he actually take? Now the automotive, that may have been a black case, right? But there is a whole bureaucracy in the EOC, right? He's gonna get the credit, but he didn't necessarily do the work, right? He didn't necessarily.
They credit him as the longest reigning chairman of the organization, and he was the chairman.
I would agree with you when you say he has a thin record, but I would just disagree. He was qualified. He was nominated. He was confirmed. And he was placed. We can do all this. We could say all of this, whatever. But at the end of the day ends. He's a Supreme Court justice today. So no matter what, whether I think he was qualified and deserved it, whether you think he was selected, this, that, and the other, he went through the full process, plus the Anita Hill situation, got through the entire thing and still got it. Now, is he a shining light for black people or not? No, not at all. Is his focus the black community? No, I don't know what he considers. Right now, he's going through some corruption things that he's gonna have to deal with. But he is a black male that is a Supreme Court justice. Now you can tell a kid, and you can not have him talk to the kids or whatever, because you may think that he's problematic. But at a bare minimum, it's good for a child to see a black person in a position like that, because they didn't live in the time of Thurgood Marshall. They live whether now let them decide for themselves, or explain to them that you can be a Supreme Court justice, not like him, be the change that you want to see. But to say that you don't want to put a black male Supreme Court justice in front of children,
I didn't say any of that. So
I didn't say you, Reggie. I'm talking to the panel. I didn't say you. I'm talking to Chef, actually. I'm not talking about what you said. Chef said he wouldn't put them in front of children. I'm trying to say, like, how far are we going to go?
He doesn't
like
even.
It's a black male on the Supreme Court.
Look, they was about to shit on Victor Glover, the dude from Artemis too. They was about to throw him away.
As soon as he started talking about God, he started talking about God. Everybody started immediately. It seemed like everybody was like, "Oh well, he needs to leave his religion." You know what the hell you got to do to be an astronaut and a black astronaut and actually
black man in space? That's enough.
Yeah,
that's enough for me.
But then the bar has to be so low that just because you're black, no matter what you do with the position, we need to praise you just because you black. I think we passed the point of knowing that black people can do damn near we're equal. So we can do any job in America. We can hold any position. So just because you black saying that we should recognize that is almost saying like, damn, we still in a place where we still got to prove ourselves.
No, it's not. It's not proven.
No, hold on. Let me finish. The case of us being able to do things or being equal has already been proven. You get what I'm saying? So now it's what you do with that job is what we're holding you to. And I'm saying Thurgood Marshall and that other sister that's a Supreme Court judge already
Justice Brown.
Yeah, didn't prove the equality part or that black people can do it. We already have those examples. Now, what you do with that job is pertinent to whether we're going to hold you up as being a hero to our people. And
Brother Reggie is amazing. I have met Justice Ketanji Brown. I have met Clinton. I have met.
You just speak in third person.
Obama. No, Reggie, have met Clinton, right? The Supreme Court Justice Brown, President Obama, right? Rollins, who was president of Ghana. I have so it's just a funny thing, and I'm just happy that I can come in and be able to be part of this community and talk to you. It's just that shoot, and my son works for Obama, so it's just but I don't see myself this panel. I don't see myself above anybody. Some of the other panels, I'm way above them. They got no life experience, nothing. Don't sit at any table, right? Met Farrakhan, Dr. Khalid Muhammad, all of those, almost every black leader, Ron Daniels, all of these people that come into our lives. But I'm happy because I do think that this panel is really a smart panel. I just say that the original conversation was who Clarence Thomas is. He believes in the original thinking of the the founding fathers who wrote the Constitution, those that wrote the Constitution, and that is what we're dealing with. Conservatives and all those other type of things. Progressivism is important because it goes against originalism, right? These other things, conservatives, democratic, and stuff like that. These are how can I say subparts? They're not the big parts. The big picture is in this conversation is where he draws his political thinking from, his actions, why he aligns with the white minority that's in power, because he in fact believes that these people are endowed, right? And that they are the people who have the best. They're in line with like I said before, the Elohim, the divine order, with God in making this country continue against all of these distractions that of rights of small group rights that cause other problems. And that's who Clarence Thomas is. And I hope that I stated that position pretty well, just to educate the panel on helping you understand where he draws his ideas.
I got a question. So did anybody watch his speech or whatever? Because like I'm listening. Is he addressing, because we know progressivism like that has a spectrum. Is he addressing or is he critiquing progressive ideas at large? Like, you know how Adomo said he's going against the same thing that put him in position to be who he was? Or is he just addressing a radical form of it? Did anybody watch it?
It's not radical.
Not even radical, but I'm trying to like see if he looks at the entire progressive movement in the light of how people have been describing it on here? Like, is he undermining that progressivism has led? You know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to figure
Yeah.
out.
Yes, he's giving you the spectrum of what he believes is success and what his viewpoints are versus progressiveness, right? Progressivism
So
seems
has
to
his
be
views on progressive ideas, or like, has that changed over time? Has the talking points changed over the decades, or he has just stuck to his guns and given the same talking points? So has it like
no, he's
evolved
gotten more
based
mature
off?
through the ages. So he's got more examples. So he can lay out his doctrine, right? Um, where progressivism is how can I say deals with petty petty issues, right? And if you want an enduring law, you're going to be you're going to look for the original concepts of the Constitution, right? And that government should not. It's government in a way that should not um, be the factor of
What's
change.
that whole American creed thing
It
of
should
like
be it should
adhering
be
to certain pillars of
yes, and those
what
pillars
America is?
are endowed in the Constitution, and they did not, in the original part, include any group except for the elite that got there through like like divinity, like he did by by phenomena, but find the phenomena guided by God, right?
Rank your pardon me, Reggie. Rank your judge. So I'm trying to get into the mind of how you thinking about this. Rank your can you rank your top 5 judges, and then I'll give you mine. So that's so I can see what you kind of, because I'm not, I can't really follow what you're saying, but I'm getting lost in some of your ideology.
My
So
top five my top five Supreme Court judges.
yes,
Yeah, it would be I don't know if I can do all five, but it'd be Thurgood Marshall, right?
uh-huh,
It would be it would be Ketanji Brown, right? It would
uh-huh,
be RBG, right?
uh-huh,
It would be interestingly, uh it may be it may be Marshall,
John
right?
Mark,
It might be John Marshall,
uh-huh,
right? Um, uh, Even though I don't agree with everything that John Marshall did, he was an incredible legal mind,
hmm.
and I, I,
VA.
I, I will, I'll stop. I
So
will,
that's 4. So you're saying Thurgood, Ketanji Brown, Ginsburg, Marshall, Judge John Marshall.
yes. Mhm. That's
Does anybody else have 5 judges they would rank real quick? Because in the chat, shouts to you, Anathema. I was actually that's where I was going to take it next, but I didn't know if everybody had judges. Da 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 da. Anathema says his is Thurgood Marshall is ninth on the list of greatest justices. Marshall Warren Holmes is third. So no,
Did Reggie mean John? Did Reggie mean John Roberts or John Marshall?
no, there's John Marshall in the
There's a
18th.
John Marshall. Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's the first. He was before. Well, obviously, John Marshall. John Marshall. That's Marbury versus Madison. So
Yeah, so
that's literally
I
what made the strength of the Supreme Court. The courts can invalidate laws that violate the Constitution. So
yeah.
that's damn near gave them all their strength. I would put
John
John
Marshall.
Marshall
John
over Thurgood.
Marshall. He gave the Native American land trust. He gave them domestic dependent sovereignty. He gave them federal recognition.
Yep.
We did not have a case at the time that we could challenge Judge Marshall for our rights because cases have to go to the Supreme Court. He just can't select cases, and so um, what John Marshall did with the domestic, with the Native Americans, is something that I would say that we could always challenge the courts based on being akin to the Native Americans, right? Um, he dealt with the doctrine of discovery. He was the only person who dealt with the doctrine of discovery, which could be reviewed. That's why I include John Marshall, because for another population, he did enormous good. What we did not have a case.
Well, he had slaves. I mean, we're talking about 18. I think it's 1801. So he had slaves. So I'm not gonna we have to always add in that part.
Yeah, but that's the status quo. That's the status quo of America at the time. I was just talking about if a case was brought up to it, if it at least got to him, and the Supreme Court was structured differently at that time period than it is now. During the Civil War, who was the justice? I would include I would include the justice during the Civil War. Not wait.
What?
Not that no, sorry. Let me move this back. Who was the head judge of? I would include maybe a judge during the time of the Civil War.
Which one?
Right. That's the thing. I would have to go back because the whole case of what's our brother? He's not that started the Civil War. His case, what's the case of what is it? I'm getting a senior moment, and I shouldn't be.
Are you talking about Taney or Chase?
Yeah, I'm talking about the case that Taney did. Who is the defendant? Who's the brother that was the, you're right, Dred Scott. Now see Dred Scott
did you just
look,
forget Dred Scott and Sanford, Reggie?
yes, I just forgot it because
No. I'm teasing.
I got a lot of blood in
No,
my
because Anathema threw everybody off saying Thurgood Marshall is number 9. I don't even know how a black man living in America could even.
was Marshall
I
9
don't know if that's
Thurgood
his
Marshall
list
9?
or if that's a list, but it says he got third. I don't know if he has
He
Thurgood
was
Marshall 9.
he was referencing something. He was referencing.
Yeah, I don't know if that's his
something.
list. I was just saying that'd be a good way to move the conversation. But I don't have.
Right.
I got Marshall
I gave
too.
4. I gave 4. I don't know if during the civil rights, I don't know who the chief justice is during the not during the civil rights,
War.
but Civil War. But the Dred Scott, people who haven't studied the Dred Scott case,
Great case.
The problem with
that shit was retarded.
It's a great case, but it's a great case if you're trying to learn though.
Yeah,
I learned
it is.
all literally 3
Dred
years
Scott,
of college. They brought that case up.
Dred Scott's wife, she had already won freedom for the family. It was the stupid Dred Scott that he wanted to push it, but she had already won. She and her children were out of slavery. Dred Scott, he wanted the status. He wanted the status, and then the loss of his case put her ass and her children back into slavery. Right? If you read it, it was these black churches that would be advocates for who gave them lawyers, and his wife had won her freedom and her children's freedom, and he was part of the same thing. So he got them to advocate for him, right? And he the if you looked at the laws, right, at the time period and the time, right, uh his case had much more problems than his wife's case did. Ultimately, it's interesting. She won her freedom back by her slave master, and then they bought him too. They how can I say? So he was put back, but his case itself was, I think, fragile. Maybe we need to study the case. But
Well,
those are my thoughts.
he had won earlier. He had won in Missouri before that even started. So even though it was fragile, that was kind of like the momentum to push it forward. And then two, we're going into Buchanan at that time. And Buchanan, he kind of thought it was going to be to kind of calm everything down, and the shit actually backfired on him to where Lincoln was even able to use it later. So it gets a because that's the Lincoln Douglas debates. So it gets a little crazy when he even brings it in. But the only not the only reason, but a lot of people forget it was won in a lower court before that. So that was part of the reason why it got pushed forward.
Right, because sometimes there's a thing called bad law, and I know about bad law more than anybody because I did a federal case, and at first it looked like bad. Well, it looked like I got involved. I involved myself personally in a bad case, but ultimately there's latches that overturned it 2 years ago. But basically there's Ashcroft. There was a case with Ashcroft where this doctrine called the 12b6 motion to dismiss occurred. And a 12b6 motion to dismiss means that your pleadings don't satisfy the federal laws. I stupidly put my case in the federal case where it's not as broad as New York City. Anyway, Judge Castile, he because I was pro se, he didn't read all of my pleadings, and then he dismissed it in the 12b6, so I could not replead. I could not could not start a case again in federal court after they fired me. So then I said, okay, fine. I see what he's doing. So I went to New York state law, and I had an agreement with my employer. But 2 years ago, they looked at people tried to use, because my federal case has about 141 citations. Anybody that knows about federal law, my case has probably maybe in terms of citations, maybe about 10 of the nation's most cited cases. So so 2 years ago, somebody was over relying on my case to have an employer's case, a defendant's case, a plaintiff's case dismissed on discrimination, right? And they said it was an over reliance of looking at Mabry's case. Stupid Mabry, that's me. I filed for discrimination before I was fired, before I was reorganized or let go from my company. And Judge Castile said that because I was at my top pay, uh, it wasn't adverse enough what I was complaining about, which was uh, being manipulated out of management meetings. And I was a director, right? So I was a director, and I could no longer go to director meetings. And they said that was Castile said that wasn't adverse enough, right? So I couldn't see. I had no knowledge of what they were trying to do to me, but I was a director. So I was a director without teeth, and I filed my case based on that. And Castile said that wasn't good enough, right? Because I still had my top paid Negro. You still had your top paid Negro. You still have your tenure. That's not enough. So, but the point, the couple of points. So I will move on and ask you to ask other people if they can name their top four.
I want to get mine.
4 or 5.
I will. Marshall. I'm surprised you didn't put this one, but my top 5, I could do it in an order. I don't struggle. I can go John Marshall or Thurgood Marshall, 1 or 2, but I would go Ginsburg. I think Brown is too new, if that makes sense. Like, I mean, I get the symbolic of it, but
no, but she's actually been making opinions. So,
oh yeah, I know. Still just new though. I'm just saying, like, I've got a chance to learn about the other ones. Now, I'm gonna ask you a question. Why you ain't say Scalia? You don't like Scalia?
I would put. I gave you 4. I have a choice. I'm listening, so I can add. But Scalia, I gave you 4. Right? I mean, I have a senior moment. I'm not focused on this.
Okay, I got you. And I would either do I say okay, so Thurgood or John Marshall, 1 or 2. Definitely Ginsburg 3, Scalia 4, and I would either go Warren or yeah, Brown versus Board of Education. Earl
that's Earl Warren.
Yeah, Earl Warren. Or I might, and this is like an old school one though, just because I'm interested in it. I might go Jackson, but I'll go Warren. Because Jackson and I loved the writing during Nuremberg. So that's like that's my personal one after the 5. Jackson's writings during the Nuremberg. The way he wrote and got that shit done was, and the way he spoke on it was beautiful. But yeah, I'll go Marshall, whichever one or 2, and then I'll go Ginsburg, Scalia, and then Warren.
Great.
But Scalia,
Scalia, why Scalia? You love Scalia?
Yeah, and here's why. Scalia,
why?
I like the way and you probably noticed already, the way that motherfucker was sharp in his debate. See, like, I have a love for political linguistics. So when you can debate sharp, when you get to that highest level, Supreme Court is the highest court in the land. When you excel and you're in the top 1-2% of that, I find that great. I loved reading. What he wrote, but I loved the way that man would debate. I apologize, but Ginsburg was just because she was a gangster. Ginsburg was just, again, I didn't agree with everything that she said. I didn't agree with everything that she did, but Ginsburg was just a damn gangster. But when you look at Scalia, he literally changed the how even modern legal argument went. So even if you disagreed with him, y'all want to talk about originalism, he's the GOAT of originalism. You're talking about somebody that like literally he focused on the text over the whatever the intent was. And he was a beautiful, sharp writer. So I like him, similar to why Reggie spoke about, I forgot the one he named where he said Scalia changed how these lawyers argue. He changed how like the judges did, and then on top of that, he changed how
what substantive opinion?
I'm not talking about substantive. Did you hear me say the how? 2 P's. Let's separate you and me real quick in these conversations, real quick.
Yeah.
I don't always have to agree with someone ideologically to admire them. I must flip that and say that to you.
Exactly.
I don't know what you've done in your life. I don't know what you've accomplished in your life, but I love the way you fight. I love the way you speak. I like the King's English that you use. I like how you can go from shata to, you can literally, as soon as a motherfucker think you too stupid, you start pulling shit out the wheelhouse that these motherfuckers don't even think that you know or can even comprehend. But me and you don't agree ideologically. I don't need it to be that way, if that makes sense to you. So it don't always gotta be substantive for me. Now Jackson, what he did in regards to Nuremberg, I loved, but how he wrote on the Constitution is the reason why I even put him even close to the top 5. Ginsburg, I don't agree with all the shit that what she agreed with, but I loved how she fought. I loved how she fought her fight. So I'm different when it comes to that. If that makes sense to you. So it ain't always about what they've done for me. It's not. I can look at what they've done. I can look at Brown v. Board. That's how Warren gets in there. But it ain't always about that. I have a love of political and legalese. I have a love for that, and I can catch little things because I've been watching it my whole life and been enthralled in it my whole life. I can catch little things that are just amazing. Sharp James in Newark, New Jersey, was one of the most corrupt mayors in history. Marion Barry, even when he got caught smoking crack. But if you look at what that man actually did for DC, man, I can throw all that crack shit out the way. I can throw that the video, all of that shit. Throw all that shit out the way. That man was a beautiful orator. That man spoke well, and he got things done specifically for black people in DC.
No, he was a crackhead. He wasn't
crack on video.
He was a crackhead. He wasn't corrupt.
He smoked crack on video.
Yeah, but he was a crackhead.
He smoked crack on video.
No, he was a crackhead. He smoked
That's fine, but he was a great politician. But he was a great politician too. He's a great
black man. He was a great black man. He was responsible for the development of the.
Then I can.
The middle class.
I gotta look past crack, Paul. I gotta look past the crack at that point. I apologize. No. Hey, listen, Tiger Woods is one of the greatest golfers. Tiger Woods is not just one of the greatest black golfers, he's one of the greatest golfers of all time. I'm taking up golf. The fact that he chooses white women and can't drink and pills and crash cars and shit, some of that shit I gotta throw out the window. Michael Jordan, some people consider the greatest basketball player of all time. That motherfucker, literally, when asked about his shoes, said Republicans buy Nikes too. You gonna throw him out for that too? You don't gotta always agree with ideology in order to admire a person. You just can't. I don't live like that. How y'all want to live is how y'all want to live. I just don't live like that.
Listen, I believe in my heart. You said in your life, I weigh your heart against a feather.
Here you go to my assholes. Here you go to my.
No, but you just use it. You use it. You and I use it.
No, I didn't say my heart. I didn't say weighing hearts. I didn't say nothing about feathers.
No.
You brought that shit.
Didn't. Yeah, but that's what you did. You just did it another way. Don't You know that you got caught. You know that you got caught. That's why I went to my house. You got caught.
Like I said, like I said, I love the way you fight, bro. I love the way that you fight. That's why I can't even stay mad at you because I love the way you fight.
Just say, I win them out.
Hey, I didn't do no weighing of the heart. That's Reggie. Reggie in here, he'll tell you about that. I don't know shit about
that's what you did. That's what
I know it's my yacht. I know that's my yacht. I know that's that. I've seen it enough, but I don't know shit about it.
Yeah, but that's what you did. You said, listen, the works that they put in, I don't give a fuck if Marion Barry smoke cracker. But the works that he put in, when I weighed his heart, his heart was lighter than a phoenix.
But not just his heart, he actually accomplished a lot. That's slick though. But he actually accomplished a lot for DC. So it's not just there's a reason why they re-elected him. It wasn't just because we feel bad for you.
No,
DC is Scotland City. He got a lot for done. He has a lot to do with that name.
Yeah, you weighed his heart and his works, his good works outbalance his bad works. And that's why I give him a pass. Because
but why are you saying Scalia didn't do anything though? He did a couple of things, but why are you saying he did not? Are you saying he did nothing?
I'm not saying that he did nothing.
Okay.
I just don't like him face look. Honestly.
You don't like what?
On face look. I don't even Ruth Ginsburg, people hail her. That bitch should have retired 5 years ago before she retired. She should have died in the house at both seats of the house. But her conceitedness caused her for her seat to become Republican, for Trump to get her seat. But she should have retired. She only had the cancer, she was fighting it. She knew that
she
she
was
didn't have
very
long to live.
important before, but
But
that's
her
why I got to go with Reggie
conceivedness,
though. But that's why I got to go with
right?
Reggie on
Because she was
Ginsburg.
an air
Hold on,
pocket. She was a
hold on,
Jew
Stu.
first.
Hold on, Stu.
But let
Right,
me
but
not
you
go down
going to
that
Jew.
road. Sorry,
You just
sorry,
going to Jew.
sorry to go down that road.
Yeah. No. That's your opinion. You can do what you want. I'm saying
But she was
this
what
is
she
where
was.
I would agree with Reggie. Sometimes it ain't just what you did on the Supreme Court.
Let
When
Thurgood
she
Marshall.
hold on, Stu. When she was her work in the ACLU, even as a Jew, before the Supreme Court was very important. So that she did a lot. She did a lot for because I remember that's when the men were the breadwinners and the women belonged in the what's the name, and she kind of pioneered that in was that the 60s or 70s, one of the two. She pioneered that in the 60s to the 70s. I think it's Reed and Reed. Where she for sex discrimination.
Should she have retired earlier?
Yeah, of course. They all should have. Yeah, they all should have. They all should have. Yes. I believe that the Supreme Court role should be what it is without it being a lifetime role, because I think a lot of those guys stay too long. If we're being honest, I think Marshall stayed too long.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, I'm not going to be biased in that way, but I definitely think Marshall stayed too long.
Yeah, but he stayed, and I'm justifying it now for that I think he stayed because he recognized that he was on the blackface, and the likelihood of them getting a blackface, especially with the Republicans in power after Carter, was very nominal.
Mm-hmm.
That's why he stayed. And when they did choose a black man, we know who they choose.
Yeah.
We know who they choose.
I think RBG should have retired during Obama's presidency, because the Democrats they controlled the White House and for a short time the Senate. But but the thing because see, y'all we keep talking about who replaced Thurgood. Shit, y'all, I bet you don't like Barrett replacing RBG.
Right, that's the problem I have with it. When I saw who replaced her, listen. Two of the most unqualified members of the court in the history of the court was appointed by Donald Trump. What's that lady name? The last one, the girl, the woman. Sorry, who called her that Donald Trump appointed? Have no legalese experience, but she's a justice.
What are you talking about?
The last person, the last female that was appointed to the court.
What's
her name? Coney Barrett.
I forgot this lady. I'm not old enough to have a what's the name Reggie moment. Wait, I think are you talking about Barrett?
Yeah, Coney Barrett.
Barrett for Ginsburg.
Yeah. So right, and then the man who
was the only one. Yeah, you made me think it was somebody besides Barrett. But see, my issue with Thurgood though, now just for people that understand it, Thurgood is the reason how we got Clarence Thomas, if we being real. Like, I mean, I know we can't speak against the great Thurgood Marshall, but if he'd have stepped down earlier, we probably wouldn't have got Clarence Thomas. He died. I mean, he literally died right after he retired. He died. Like a year or two after that.
He should have stepped down in Jimmy Carter's administration.
Yeah. But then you would have got what you wanted, but he stayed.
But then the thing about it is, when was he appointed to the court? Because people don't realize that when he was appointed to the court, how much years did he actually spend? I don't think he spent 20 years. I don't think he spent 15.
I think it was about that.
Johnson appointed him, right? Johnson appointed him. And then after Johnson, he had Carter. Then after Carter, he had Reagan. He was during the Reagan years. Then after Reagan, he had Bush. Yeah. At the beginning of the Reagan,
your top five.
He wasn't appointed by Johnson. He wasn't appointed by Johnson.
My blackology.
Johnson came. Remember, I mean, Johnson came after. He was appointed by JFK.
Who is your top five?
Johnson appointed.
Yeah, you're right. The Supreme Court. No, you're right.
Yeah. No,
you're right.
My blackology, I only have one.
No,
Guess what?
JFK appointed him to appeals court.
Yeah,
And then after his death, Johnson.
So who's your top 5?
No, I'm blackologist. I only have one.
Look, black,
I only have one.
black. It ain't enough. It ain't enough. There ain't enough black people.
I only have one.
Third good. Like Dylon. It's gonna be third good, and third good. That's what he gonna say.
Right. Yes, I don't have nobody else. Third good times 5.
Hey, Brendan said, in the immortal words of Marion Barry, that bitch set me up. That might be some of the funniest video in the history of recorded video. Him in that grainy, smoked out hotel room, putting that glass pipe going, and then having the nerve to say, that bitch set me up. Wait, Anathema said what? Read what criteria? What criteria you want me to read?
Yeah, any 5. Any 5. No criteria.
He don't got 5, bro. It's third good 5 times, right?
Yeah. I do have 5.
Anybody else want to give 5? Anybody else want to give 5 justice?
I can't find 5. I only have one. That's a pair of
Corey,
5
where
times
you
on
at?
the list.
Where the political guys? Give me 5. Give me your top 5.
Ask Unc what his top 5 is. Ask Unc what his top 5 is.
Bro, you and that, you got to get that shit off your spirit, bro. Bro, you find. Yeah, I know they send a lot of shots at you, but you got to get that shit off your heart, bro. Either run a fade, a fair one, or something. But y'all actually know each other and y'all meet each other. It's a little different with the rep. Well,
I'm just asking because I think that he represents a large portion of our people in the conscious community. Right? About only
there's so many things I could say.
I don't even think they could tell you to. I don't even think
they know. Hey, chef, stay out. Hey, truce, brother.
You're right.
Truce,
You're right.
Truce,
but that's why Reggie asking. That's why Reggie asking.
I know why he's asking. I ain't trying to fucking feed into it. I'm trying to keep this shit going. I'm trying to keep this shit somewhat. Yeah. But I think Reggie is different, though. As a matter of fact, I think you and Reggie kind of in the same place. Y'all have a different relationship with him than all of us do. So I would never tell y'all not to, whatever y'all do is different. I don't really know the man outside of the internet. Matter of fact, I don't know him outside of the internet at all. Other than what I've seen and heard him say on videos. But y'all actually met the man, been around the man.
I use him as an example. I really don't care.
Go to the bracketology.
But in an argument where they did wrong and y'all decide to call it.
Go in the chat, you said?
In this voice chat. I got the bracketology up for you.
Okay.
Yeah.
What'd you say,
no, I was saying so in an argument where y'all called them dead wrong and y'all willing to call the truth, man, y'all must be all right.
What are you saying?
Gotta be. I'm talking about the.
What? Can you repeat that? Because I don't understand. Who's speaking? Logic?
Yeah.
You see it, bro?
Yeah, how you want me to start off? You want me to start off and say something crazy, ready?
Yeah, no. Say
is that what I gotta do? No, what I said was in an argument where you caught them red-handed, dead wrong, and y'all willing to call it truth. Y'all must be all right. That's what I said. What you heard?
Reggie ain't calling no truth.
They got homes really high.
So. No, I'm not calling no truths. I'm not calling no truth. It don't matter to me. It don't.
But what you heard though, Reggie? What you thought I said?
In my life, like this really don't matter to me. It's nothing. It's nothing in my history and what I've done. Does like these type of conversations? Either you right, you wrong, or you gotta learn some more. It don't really matter. What the only thing is I could say is that I know him personally, right? But I wasn't expecting the venom based on. I could deal with the intellectual conversation, but the venom and the manipulation, right? And acting like you're my friend, but you have this venom that came out. That's the problem. and then don't attack my credentials. And you could attack my credentials if you have the same or more, right? Or even close to it, right? Don't attack me personally because of my views and then call me crazy. There's nothing about me that's crazy, right? So I don't like arguments. I don't like arguments on intellectual things that go to another level, to another another area, right? And then it becomes slander and it becomes demeaning, right? And defamatory, right? Like yeah. So I don't like that about the way that we deal with each other on intellectual conversations. If you can't beat me intellectually, right? Then okay, you can't beat me intellectual, but don't bring in other type of things because my arguments intellectually are correct. I research it. I write about it before I spend a lot of time.
Do you think you're guilty of that as well, though? I ain't even trying to throw a shot at you.
You said what?
The thing you're complaining about, do you think you may exemplify a lot of those things in certain aspects?
You can have your opinion,
right? When I have a,
do you think
it's social? No, I'm saying, do you think it's socially?
He's answering your question.
I wanted to reframe the question.
Okay, go ahead.
I was just saying, regarding how a conversation should go, right? If a person is just trying to deal with the convo, do you think it's socially healthy to, if a person gives you a rebuttal or something, to say, "Who are you? What have you read? Who are you? You're nobody. You're not educated."
That's a question.
Well, here we go.
My bad.
Let's go and get this shit out the way. Go ahead, Reggie.
That's a question because I want to know when I do that, I really want you to inform me, right? Because we're having a conversation. So I want to know your readings, right? I want to know your life experiences on the subject. If you talk about science,
don't do that. Don't do that. I'm out the ring. I ain't even got my. I ain't even warm up.
I want to know if you have a science background.
Give it a minute.
Because I damn sure do.
Gotcha.
Right?
I was just saying, do you think that's socially healthy? Just to go off what you were saying, you was like, you don't think that's can kind of like lead the conversation to become degenerate if a person is trying to stick to a talking point? Because I think you do. You may use it in that way, but come on, bro, you're using it as the way that you're describing or what you're complaining of. Like, can we be honest about that? So I'm just saying, to make combos healthy.
Absolutely.
I think today you had a healthy combo today.
Everybody knows me. If you start the fight, I'm gonna damn sure finish it. But I am not going to. I'm gonna listen. I'm gonna listen to what you say, how you say it, and if it's on the subject or off the subject. Now, at the moment that I deem that you crossed the line, then you crossed the line, and so now you're gonna have merit with your whole damn life. Right?
You saying anytime you've said that to someone, they've crossed the line, and you saying every time, like you saying, anytime a person may have met you with any critique, whether it was in a respectful way, you're saying the reason why you did that is because you felt disrespected in the first place.
If it's respectful, fine. But if I deem that it's not respectful, then you get what you get. You're uneducated, unqualified, right? What I need to know the basis where you're coming from.
But those qualifications or bar that you're looking for, does that make you automatically right? Because you just said you're a person that want to stick to the facts and sources. You know what I'm saying?
I'm not a perfect person.
I got you.
I'm not a perfect person, but there are people who are less perfect than me.
I agree.
You know what, Brian? Hey, Brian.
Yes,
what
sir.
Brian said. You know what? Now I'm picking up on what you were saying about Fetty yesterday.
What'd I say?
You know what you said about him being gaslighting and stuff like that?
Oh yeah, he'll gaslight.
Yeah, he a master.
He's slick. He probably as slick as one with the gaslight.
He's slick. 100%.
He'll get you. And then he'll hit you with the I'm just saying. Just to like quell the whole shit and then make it worse. Almost every time.
Listen, sometimes, Thunder, when you come from the streets, you have to take the fight to the ground. Well, Reggie, when they take the fight to the ground, you have to learn how to fight on the ground.
That's right.
It's not everybody.
That's right.
It's not everybody's good. It's not everybody going to stand up and fight face to face. Okay. Right. So
don't talk about a subject. Don't talk about a subject that nothing in your life shows that you have any fucking expertise on that subject. Nothing. So now it's just your opinion.
That disqualifies you.
You're arguing against.
That disqualifies a lot of what?
Here it comes. Here it comes.
My bad. My bad.
No. Continue. I'm not stopping.
So no, I'm with Stupies. So now
I mean, you should be. That means you should just be talking about coding. If that's the case, you should just be talking about coding and things like that. Right.
Oh no, because I have bigger life experience.
But is it credentials though? Is it credentials? Or?
Yeah, I have an honors in Black Studies. I have a graduate.
That don't count in my world.
Well, in your world,
I respect that. I respect it. It's a joke. It's a joke.
Hey, Thunder, that nigga.
Reggie, stand up, bro.
It's a joke.
Reggie, stand up, bro. Don't go on the ground, Reggie. Don't go on the ground, Reggie. Don't go on the ground.
It was a joke, bro.
Hey, Reggie, hold on, Reggie.
I'm just saying you saying things. I'm just saying you saying things that you fall under the category of you being guilty.
I'm calling you.
I'm a semester off. I can go back. I chose not to because of college debt.
I mean, in your
I put in
world,
football,
you talking about my
I
world.
can go back. I mean, I'm doing well for myself.
There you
Why you talking about my
No,
world?
again, you talking about. I'm saying. Don't call the. What's the saying, y'all? Don't call the pot black. What's that? What's that saying?
You're not in my world, Betty.
You're not in my world neither at all. You on 125th.
Oh,
So
your world, Betty.
no, I'm fucking. But no, let's. I wanted to bring that up. I wanted to bring that up, right? Just to acknowledge that a lot of the things you're saying, a person can flip that on you. That's all. It's not even trying to be malicious.
Yeah, everybody else get out the way.
Not. I'm saying, but the same thing. But you started off by saying in conversations, right? You are the person you play the victim card as if in conversations you want to have a good convo and taking it personal is against your moral code. And I'm just like, okay.
Just a coder.
I said based off what you said, right? Regarding if you don't have any credentials on the things you're talking about, you should shut the fuck up.
Honors award, a departmental award at graduation. You said that don't mean nothing in your world.
No, you said Black Studies. You said Black Studies. You didn't say that.
Right. I have an honors in Black Studies.
I said I was joking. I said I respect that, but I'm saying when you're talking about Egypt and Zahi Hawass.
Yeah, I know because hold on, Freddie.
In Zahi Hawass world, he can tell you if you ain't credentialed, shut the fuck up. That's all I'm saying. Like that's how crazy life is.
Hold on. Where this is coming from? Because you're gonna think this is coming from nowhere. And we're going to go all around the mulberry bush to get to this point. There was a time when you said something about Egypt and quantum physics or some shit. And niggas found it and they got an issue with it. That's all.
That wasn't even in my mind, bro. I promise you. Because again, the reason why I can tell you why. No, wait. I can tell you why. The reason why I even respond in that way. Because I tried to have cordial conversations with Reggie on multiple topics. It shows on it. And he hit me with the, who are you? And I was trying to be respectful. So like a lot of times he may not realize in conversations when he's met with healthy critique, he plays the same role that he's complaining about. So I'm just telling him in certain aspects, we're all guilty of that. That's all I was really trying to say.
Okay. Thunder, I don't know if you're trying to talk or not, but we're getting something from your microphone.
No, I ain't talking. I just mean one.
Okay, but yeah, that was something that was brought up in the science conversation, and I was just trying to make sure that wasn't what this was.
Nah, that was because like I said today, we had a good bill. There wasn't no shit going on, but he was talking about how he wants a conversation to go, and I'm just telling him be mindful of how you may come off sometimes.
It's important on these shows, right? I am not, but I do talk to what I think is an intelligent group of people on this show, whether I agree with them or disagree. But when it goes off the subject into something else, when you have a position that you're defending and it's leaking, right? Then I'm going to inquire, because sometimes I just need to know
where you get your points from. Now you could defend it. Now I'm not. I don't really have curse out moments to unless I'm being.
Do me a favor. I need you to.
The thing is though, when you
Unless
on the panels and you
Real
talking
quick.
about
I need
Egypt,
you to say what
do
you
you
just
check
said
niggas
with a
like this?
straight face.
You don't be asking
Do you
niggas
have a straight
credentials on
face while you
other
say
panels
this?
and shit.
Because you do have cuss out moments, and I haven't even known you.
Well, just say I don't have a curse out
unless.
movement.
Like, yeah, come on, man. Like, what?
Okay,
Come
okay,
on, man.
wait. He about to qualify the statement. Go ahead.
I said unless, right? Unless I feel that you somehow you cross the line, you said something slick.
Well, I think you feel like that quite a bit.
You are, yeah, that line thin as shit.
I think that line must be thinner than Stephen A. Smith hairline, bro.
I'm a 61-year-old. I'm a 61-year-old man. And
you young in a bit, Reggie. You young.
No, when you get 61, you don't pee right. There's a lot of things that go on. Your pipes don't work right. There's a lot of things that you your testosterone that decreases. There's a lot of things that you face when you get 61, bro. When people start calling you Mister, huh?
I said Chief X can get you Moringa. We get you right.
No,
wait, how old Chief X? That means Chief X can't be straight.
He can't do a lot of things straight. He can't do a lot of things straight. He's the smartest person. Between him and JJ, they're the best debaters. You wait, you niggas, just relax. Let me talk. Talk about what, man? Like
he said, Chief X can't even think straight.
He can't even think straight. Fuck Ian. Hey, Reggie, real quick, so we can get this out of the way. What the hell? Because I've heard this like 4 or 5 times, but I don't know your history. What the hell did you say about Egyptians and quantum physics? What was your actual statement?
Don't let him troll you, Reggie. Don't let him troll you. Don't let him troll you, bro. Don't let him troll you.
Okay, so
no, this is I'm actually trying to have a real conversation. Everybody keeps telling me when we have these science conversations about Reggie said something about physics in Egypt. I want to know what you say.
You know what? This is actually good. I don't feel like I feel like this is an old conversation right here, and I kind of want to know where you stand at too, Reggie. Because I ain't never really heard you take that back.
And here's the thing: if you think I'm trolling you, you don't have to answer.
No. It's easy. It's easy.
Okay.
I have a video called
Don't answer it, Reggie. Don't do it.
No, I have a no.
You're about to take yourself out of the conversation.
No,
don't answer it. You don't have to. I'm serious.
Good PR, Chef. Good PR, Chef. Good.
It's easy.
Lazarus.
Okay, it goes into our conversation about philosophy, right? Okay. And philosophy and science. So the ancient Egyptians have this concept of the Kemenal. I'm not gonna, y'all clown me if I tell you the 8, right? The 8 chaos gods, right? What they did with the ancient Egyptians, they created this thing called the natural world. And then they figured out they had to explain something deeper than the natural world. So they came up with these concepts of Noon and Nunet, right? Mm-hmm. The hidden and so these things are philosophy. So then, I didn't know, but another professor, Dr. Retina Tatanor, she wrote When Gods Play Particles, when ancient Egyptian gods play particles. And she pretty much said the same thing that I said, that these are analogous to concepts that we use today in quantum physics, right? Of matter and antimatter, right? And this watery mass of waves, right? And particles. And so that's pretty much it. That's pretty much it.
What is the controversy around the statement though?
Oh,
you make it sound so simple, but what would be the reason why it's like a topic, like a deal for you? Why do they use why are people using that against you? I get that it sounds kind of I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Yeah, because first of all, many of the people who are making that against me is that they they don't do a literature review. So they don't poke to see if other if scholars, right, use the same language, right? So they don't poke to see if that's possible. They don't do any research, right? So the fact of the matter is that a lot of the concepts like the like atoms and stuff like that, they talked about it before they how can I say before the instruments, right? So they talk about it. So the ancient Egyptians talked about constellations, right? I did this whole show where another person called me Little Reggie.
Who was that?
Right? What's his name? His name is Shay. He called me Little Reggie because I gave him the paper to read. He says, I said it's a PhD wrote it. He told me that's toilet paper to him. And I was like, well, you should at least read it. He continued, right? He continued. And I'm like, maybe if you read the paper, you will understand, but it's toilet paper to him, so he won't read it. But I'm like, oh, so it's toilet paper to you. So like, what do you read? She's a European scholar. She's a PhD, right? She's an expert, right? She presented in a conference on the paper, right? So so what do you have to back up what you're saying if it's toilet paper, right? And so yeah, so it's things like that. It's like does it have any plausibility? The only plausibility is that it's philosophy.
Okay. So is that sufficient for anybody got any questions on the topic? So
Well, I mean, so you're saying it's philosophy, but like, are you saying that there's some validity to that they actually think that they had quantum, some kind of knowledge of quantum particles or anything quantum? You are you kind of like not so sure that that's incorrect at this point?
I don't know if he heard you or if he's on mute or something. Now, Logic, do you think that the Egyptians had any what word can I use? Had any understanding of quantum physics?
I mean, if they did, that would certainly that would at the very least make them scientists, though. Oh, okay, there's Reggie. He's back now. Okay.
Somebody asked you a question, Reggie. Go ahead, ask the question again. Logic.
Yeah, I was saying, do you think that there's any validity to that? You think that they might have actually had that kind of knowledge? Your mic went out for a second, Reggie.
I think his mic is going in and out.
Okay.
But Logic, so you're saying no, clearly no, right?
No, they couldn't have. I don't think that they were even aware of the concept like that. You know, they might have had some questions or come up with some colorful language to describe some things that might fit some other things. Like ironically, you know what I'm saying? Like it might fit how this process works in science. You know what I'm saying?
I mean,
but I don't think that was. Man, can you hear me, Reggie?
Yeah,
I think he's having audio issues.
Go ahead.
No, it was you. You had went out for a second. I was just asking if you think that that's a thing, or if that's like one author, or like
Logic.
You probably answered it twice. Logic. I just didn't hear you.
Logic. You know what? There was a time at Oxford. There was a time at Oxford University, a major university in England, where people was paid to just sit down and just think and talk about the universe. They had no proof. Just think and talk. What do they call it? But there's a specific job for it. There are people who got paid for just sitting and thinking.
I thought that was
you talking about a Socratic seminar?
No. Like had professors at Oxford whose job was to postulate or to
a think tank? You talking about like a think tank?
No, where individuals were just hired because the ability to think and talk about the universe, to look outside of the box of ordinary people.
Yeah,
I'm saying that's all.
Yeah, but okay. Yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and just. But we're talking about Egyptians having an understanding of quantum physics. Do you think that Egyptians had?
That's what. Wait. Who said that? Wait. Hold on. I stepped away.
Okay. All right. Before we start talking about Oxford, let's just stay on the
I think that they had a philosophy that aligns to quantum physics language.
Right.
Oh, wait. We're talking about the ancient Egyptians?
Yes.
Okay, so you saying it's coincidence, Reggie?
No, I'm saying that they had a philosophy. Yeah, if you want to say it's a coincidence, I would say that a lot of scientific thought evolves around philosophy. Then it can move to a study, right? A structured study, which is science, and then it could be falsified, or left alone at some point. But the ancient Egyptians did a lot of thinking, like the question that was asked, to philosophize about the world, right?
Right.
So it's one of the philosophies that we actually find that becomes that has scientific language, and that's pretty much what it is. Did they know about quantum physics? No. Did they philosophize things that are akin to it? Yeah, before any other civilization.
Would you agree that Would you agree that you would be stretching that? That they had philosophy that would somehow be specific or akin to quantum physics. Would you, at a minimum, agree? If somebody told you that would be a stretch and that they didn't, would you? Is that something that you would argue? Or is that something that you like? Is there any surviving something specific that shows it's akin to quantum physics?
Well, I gave you a paper. I gave you Professor Dr. Renita Tatamore.
No, you just said it, and I didn't get the paper.
Right, but you could read her paper on when gods play the role of particles, right? You can read that because the netures or the neteru is a very complex thing because it talks about things in the universe and how how they interact, hierarchies and things like that. They have been made akin to gods, but they're much more. They're living things, and they're mostly living things in the university, or things that that are immutable, right? In the universe, the sun, the moon, right? They're immutable, and so so would I be pressed? I would. I don't think I would be pressed. I would say that there's other people, and people are higher grade that actually deal with these subjects and put their careers on the line.
Yeah, but hold on. But I would then say, if we're going to be that broad with philosophical concepts, then we would be opening the door to say we see that elsewhere as well in ancient cultures, such as Taoism, or like Buddhism. Like we could even say the Greeks had conceptual things of the cosmos related to certain entities and different concepts of things that are intangible, right? Not even physical beings. Like it's not something that would
I can
even be
solve that
unique.
really simply. I can close the loop because I could say what modern scientific or PhDs think about that, right? Egyptologists. I can close that loop. It's just not a stretch. It's it could be falsified, but until it's falsified, right? Until it's falsified, it's a thing. So I'm not stretching.
So like, but Reggie, to be fair, with certain things that are philosophical, certain philosophical concepts cannot be falsified. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I think this would be something that would be along the lines of not being, because there's no way for us to know for sure exactly what was in the minds of the people writing those texts. Like, we can draw strong inferences on what they were referring to, but we can't exactly qualify for sure to say we know this is exactly what they meant. So we can't say confidently that they were talking about quantum mechanics, but we can't also definitively say they weren't. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think this
Right,
is.
and so then it goes to
hold on. We can't definitively say that they weren't looking at quantum
I'm saying
particles
we
with
can
no
I think
strongly
we can definitively say not quantum physics.
I think
we
we
can
can
say the
strongly
language is
we can
I don't
strong.
understand why you're doing this. I simply said the language is akin to
No, I was
concept.
talking logic. I wasn't talking to. I was saying the logic was saying, can we not say definitively? I was just telling my stance.
Now, Truist was saying that we can't definitively say that they did or did not, and I said, my question was in that particular moment was to him to say that we can't definitively say that they did not have working knowledge or any sort of knowledge of quantum particles with no instruments. You know what I'm saying? I think we could definitively say that much.
Well, what I'm saying is, in
Not
terms
even
of
their best guess would have landed on quantum particles.
what I'm saying in terms of philosophical concepts, such as what Reggie's describing, this is outside of the realms of like falsifiability. So that's more so what I'm saying. Like, we can't. There's no way of us knowing exactly what the hell they meant. We can draw strong inferences in either direction, right? But we don't know for sure unless we were in the minds of the people. But there's a lot of evidence leaning in a certain direction, which I agree
Now, you
with
correct
you
me if
on.
I'm wrong, but from what I heard Reggie says just like that the language just seems to line up with a process that happens in quantum mechanics. Something like, but it's not as if that they had some sort of working knowledge or a display that they could use this. You know what I'm saying? That's not what I heard Reggie say. I kind of got what he said, and he might have embellished it at one time or another, and maybe he can correct me if I'm wrong there. But from what it sounded like, he understood that was more of a coincidence rather than some sort of a hard truth that they were attempting to do on purpose.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. All evidence would point to that.
Right. So I just so any attacks on me is that okay, fine. I said it, but how can I say I read and study more, and in my reading I found other I found PhDs, not other, but I found PhDs that have made this similar statements actually with the same words that I have used, and I might have wrote it or have it on YouTube before they wrote their paper, right? So I'm not. So I will just leave it there. It's akin to the language. It's not the same, but it's this word atom. Where does the word atom come from, right? These type of words they didn't pop out of anywhere, right? Just like the Bible, I can look at the Genesis and I can look at the Abraham, right? These things come out of earlier philosophies and they become religion sometimes, or they become points of science.
Heliocentric comes from Helios, geocentric, Gaia, right? There's a lot of words that have theological references in them.
Yeah. I think they impressively understood some things. Just my opinion. I haven't read that paper. I'll read it, but astronomy, engineering, some medicine, things like that. But I have never actually read anything, even in the conversations we've been having over the past couple of weeks. I just never read anything as specific to being akin to language or philosophy being akin to quantum physics. I can go back. You can read some. I think Chef gave us some information in regards to astronomy, some engineering, medicine. Definitely not modern, right? Because you would need modern tools for quantum physics. But I'm not. But I don't even know. I don't know. I don't know on that. But I'll read that paper to see if I can get some. So you're mainly saying that wasn't that possibly wasn't you. You was reading from a PhD that kind of put that forward, or you put that forward?
No, what I was saying is I postulated I in my philosophical, I postulated it, and then later I found a I found a PhD that used the same wording as I did. I have a very popular YouTube. Uh, 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 one of my videos got, I don't know, in the early days 400,000 views, right? So it's out there in the public. It got 400,000 views. It got a lot of comments, right? Hello, can you hear me?
We're listening to
Yeah.
you.
Yeah. So and so then I began to get attacked, and then I said, well, let me just see what's out there because I'm not the smartest person, and I know that other people have thought about the Kiminu, right? These eight chaos agents of the universe, and so let me just see what's out there. And so look, I'm like a lot of you. I'm a public intellectual. I've had a little bit more time on this earth, and then my hobbies, which is ancient was ancient Egyptian, right? Uh, uh, I studied deeply at the time because I had the resources and the time to do it at that time period. And so people were trying to figure out what the AMP meant and stuff like that. And I came up with the acronyms that actually meant the Kimino. And Dr. Mario Beatty says, Brother Reggie, look, you don't need the acronyms. Just make your point because the acronyms might sink you because, of course, they didn't, right? So I said, okay, fine. So I represented at a conference. So I take my ideas sometimes, and if there's a paper that I can get published or a conference, I present in conference among other people that can give me some peer review on something that I think is important. But
Okay.
I take the extra step. I go and I talk to PhDs. So
Yeah,
I went to the PhD.
I honestly don't think it's so egregious, to be honest with you, Reggie, because I can relate. I think that there was a time where I might have actually believed you, but I think by the time that I heard that video that you did about it, I was kind of pretty over it at that point. But there was definitely a time where what you were saying was a lot more relatable, and it would have been something that I thought was as far impossible as I would now. But so I don't think it's such an egregious mistake, but it kind of does bring up a question, right? So, with being around this stuff for as long as you was, like how that late in the game could something like that still kind of like catch you off guard? You know what I'm saying? Like
It doesn't
if you
catch me
have
because
some kind of a scientific grounding, like how could you
because I
still kind of
explain it.
assume?
Because it doesn't catch me off guard because I can reference other people that wrote papers on it. It would be catching me off guard if I hadn't inquired further to the point that I could say, well, I was completely wrong or I misstated, right? But it's only people attacking me who are uneducated, unqualified, don't read, don't go to museums, don't go to libraries, ain't never went to college, don't don't have any expertise in the language. Is those people, right?
Yeah, but when you say all of that, right, then you give yourself, you bestow all those features for yourself, and yet you were still kind of like, able to assume that they might have had some kind of quantum mechanics. You know what I'm saying?
No, I did never say that. I don't understand. You're making points.
Okay, so the whole presentation on that video, maybe I must have be misunderstanding it, but it sounds as if you were assuming that they actually did have this information with the new net and the key cat. All of those were representing some other sort of forces that were, like you said, were reminiscent of quantum particles. Did I catch that wrong, or do you don't know which video I'm talking about?
Uh,
The one you did on Transatlantic Productions?
Brendan says her name is Dr. Renata Tatamir. She speaks about it in an allegorical, metaphorical sense, not saying Egyptians literally knew quantum physics. And I think that's what Reggie is.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I understood Reggie to mean when he said philosophical, right? And when you talk in philosophical metaphor, right, falsifiability kind of goes out the window in that instance, right?
So
But
hold up.
I
So
get it.
is there in any sense of the word where I could make an argument to you in which you would take quantum mechanics or science or physics or any of that serious in a conversation about ancient Egypt? Oh,
I would ask you to clarify exactly
you
what
would
you're
need to be
calling
making a
quantum.
lot of assumptions to arrive at that even possible, right?
Exactly. Like I would ask you to clarify what
Right. So
quantum
that's what I'm
mechanics.
asking him ultimately is like how, after looking at this stuff and being able to read the glyphs and all this other thing, how after reading the glyphs for 30 years, could you come across something like that and still assume that, man, maybe they did have quantum, maybe, you know what I'm saying? That's what I'm asking. But I mean, I don't know. That seemed like a pretty um, worthy question. I think I'm saying it pretty clearly.
I think he's either having an issue with his connection, but like I said, I don't think you could have that conversation specifically about quantum physics in ancient Egypt in any way that couldn't be that could be not be metaphorical or allegorical. Now, if you're talking about astronomy, possibly engineering, possibly the medicine that they practiced, and you want to call that some early form of something, that's fine, right? But I'm not 100. Quantum physics.
I don't even think you can be making a metaphor about something that you're not aware of. You can't be metaphor. I don't think you can be metaphorically talking about something that you don't know exists.
Well, that's what. But okay, but I don't know if that's what Reggie is saying. That's what Dr. Renata Tatamir is saying, and that's how she spoke of it when she wrote her paper.
Right, and I'm saying, okay.
Go ahead, tell me what
you're
saying.
I'm just saying, like, maybe if she can make that mistake, I guess Reggie can too. But I'm like, if you are expert in Egypt and you look at the glyphs, you understand the culture, like it doesn't jump out at you like, oh, what they must have understood quantum mechanics. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's nothing about their culture, civilization, language, nothing. They said it.
Do you think they had an understanding of not fully, so we're not in the realm of modern science, just so we're clear. We're just talking about what ancient Egyptians did scientifically. Do you think they had any understanding of astronomy, medicine, or engineering?
Definitely.
Okay. So then I'm saying I think they had it, not a full understanding, no, early understanding of that. But I personally just have never seen anything that could be anything more than metaphorical or allegorical. I'm gonna read her information if maybe, but if she's saying it is probably based on something. So I'm gonna go look at it real quick.
Yo, Bryce, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hello?
Hi.
Yo, what's going on, everybody? Big up yourself, man. I didn't know if you can't hear me.
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, we hear you, brother.
I wanted to chime in because part of the problem is when quantum theory started to go mainstream and they were looking for analogies to express it to the mainstream, a lot of them started going into Eastern thought and using thought and concepts, reinterpreting concepts of emptiness and the void from Buddhism, and also using Christian mysticism to provide an analogy, a metaphor for just
Who's they,
layman
real
terms.
quick? Who's they? You're saying they.
Scientists and writers. Like you can even Google, Google right now, emptiness, Buddhist emptiness to explain Planck scale or quantum physics. And you're going to see a bunch of books to come up, a bunch of ideas, but these are all analogies, they're metaphorical. So I think this person that wrote that book was caught up into that. And with the Egyptomaniac way, they just applied because Egypt is in the Orient. When you go into those studies, they consider it part of the Orient. So they started probably trying to look and see if they could find an analogous way of using Egypt to provide an analogy for laymen in reference to quantum mechanics. But that was a big thing that happened in the whole study of just presenting a metaphor for the average general person. And you get a lot of quantum people that'll tell you that it's like that when they're having a casual conversation.
Not hit. Shouts to you, hits. Brendan says Dr. Tadamir is an Egyptologist, not a physicist. So
Yeah,
I guess that would give you some understanding toward that too.
Exactly to what I'm saying. That they use
Yeah, that's exactly what you said. I'm listening to Southern hip hop. But yeah. So I think Reggie's back.
Well, all I was saying before I think I got cut off. Look, if it's important enough to you, you will write a paper, right, and somehow promote it. And if you want peer review, go to a conference or try to get published. If you disagree with it, and you have every right to disagree with it, but if you really want to have some, how can I say, you really want to make your point, then you would rebuttal my writing, or if you was at a conference, you would stand up and say, these are your points, and you would try to have an intelligent conversation about it, and maybe I can learn or change, because that's what the peer review process is. Until that, you just have an opinion.
Would you agree that Brendan said in the chat that she was speaking, I'll tell you his exact quote, she speaks about it in an allegorical, metaphorical sense, not saying they literally knew quantum physics. You would agree with that, right?
Yes.
Okay. So logic, that's good for you? Is that,
I guess that's. I don't think that's what he was saying, but if that's what he's saying now, that's what he's saying.
Remember, speech.
What do you think? Hold on, Reggie. What do you think he was saying? Like,
I think that he was presenting that the ancient Egyptians had some sort of I think somewhere in like their creation story that they might have mentioned a process that resembles quantum particles too closely, like it's not a coincidence. That's what I think he was saying. But that's what I got out of that. Yeah, that's what I got out of what the presentation was, is that he thought there wasn't a coincidence, as if they actually knew.
Okay, where did I say that at?
On the Transatlantic Productions channel. You want me to post it in the chat? I'll post it.
Yeah, post it.
So if I went too far, then I apologize, or I went too far.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You if that's not what you're saying right now, so that's
no, I'm not agreeing to it till I read what I said. I mean, till I listen to what I said. But
what did he say? Logic. What did he say that made you believe what you're saying?
He got a whole hour-long presentation about it.
But you heard it.
It's been a long time since. Yeah, it's been a long time since I just listened to it. But he wasn't saying, well, this wasn't about irony. I mean, this is not what he's saying today. So, matter of fact, it was 2 hours and 35 minutes long, but they didn't believe it. But I'm about to post it.
Okay, cool.
What's the name of it on Transatlantic? You putting it in general chat? Where you putting it?
Yeah, I put in the general chat. The name of the video is actually Brother Reggie, Ancient Egyptians, Origin of Quantum Physics.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So that's philosophy, right?
It's the origin of physics, though.
Right. So, philosophy sometimes moves to science or not, and then it moves forward or not.
Okay, so you're saying that from their philosophy is how the origin of physics.
Yeah,
I'm
they
not.
talk
I mean,
about
I don't remember
noon.
what you
They
were
talk
saying,
about
but I'm posting
waves.
the video.
They talk about
Mhm.
waves. They talk about waves and particles. But I think yeah, look.
Right.
I'm
So
not.
when they're talking about waves and particles, are they talking about allegory?
Hold on. Wait, Reggie.
Are they talking about allegory when they're saying waves and particles? Are they talking about actual waves and actual particles?
No, they're using the language. Well, anachronistically, you can look at what noon is and what noonet is, what amen is and what amenet is, with this kek and keket and hey hat hat, right? You can look at how the ancient Egyptians posed those things. Right? It's a combination of it. So, do you know any of those? Any of the terms that I used? Do you know anything about it?
No, can you explain to us, like in layman's terms, because I'm not familiar, which exactly explains particles as we know them?
Hmm. Okay, so noon is a watery mass that they posed, right? And Nunet is the kind of uh uh kind of the anti the ant the another dimension of it. Amen is more of the particle. Amen and Amenet is actually seemingly the particle, and Ket is kind of like if I went to use the words dark matter, like the darkest of the dark.
What about Amen's behavior and characteristics would classify him as a particle?
Yeah. So this has become before Amen is or before Amen is made like a deity. So
Okay.
Amen is the start of the start of I could say matter. It's his characteristics in the in this eight chaos concept. It's the thing that you can recognize. Hey and hey head is kind of like if time. So they bring in time in the equation. They bring in the watery mass, the uh, the waves. They bring in Amen, and then they bring in Kek and Keket, which is not kind of akin to dark matter, right? Dark
So
matter.
Amen as the particle, is everything made up of Amen? Because everything in our material world is made up of particles. So do we see that with Amen in their
Yeah, in the
mythos?
progression of the cosmology of the religion, Amen becomes
Is the
kind
building
of like
blocks of everything?
yeah, yeah. I mean,
Amen
because
specifically.
Amen becomes a worshipped, it becomes an important worship deity that is an origin, a cosmological origin deity,
But is
right?
there
So
something that
For
predates
example,
Amen?
uh, say what?
Is there anything that is like the progenitor of Amen?
Yeah, it seems that Amen comes from the watery mass of Noon, or is somehow embedded in it, and it becomes an important thing, right?
Now,
And then
what would be the example of the progenitor of particles?
Amen.
That no. I mean in physics, like in real world physics, right? The same way you
Yeah.
said Amen has a progenitor, right? Meaning a particle has a progenitor. What would be
Mhm.
the particle's progenitor in physics that you can say
Yeah.
is the one for one example?
Well, in physics, it's waves. It's a duality between waves and particles. Waves become particles. Like, for example,
Yeah.
light itself,
As a
right?
photon and as electromagnetism. Electromagnetism is a wave, and photon when it acts as a particle. Yes, for light.
So there's a duality, and somehow I'm in a rose out of this watery mass. Noon, this watery mass of noon, right? And became yeah, uh, seemingly similarly matter, some
So
type
what
of
would be
more.
the watery? So what would be the watery mass that protons, neutrons, and electrons come out of?
Uh, they were created. They were created seemingly created along the way. This watery mass of waves created in quantum physics, just depending on the conditions, right? Matter, and we talked about the duality.
Yeah.
So it could be, for example, the split screen during an observation, right? Then it's for that particular time period of observation. It can be recognized, and it's just philosophy. It's just their philosophy that seem to go through the ages and become an explanation.
I mean, like I said, I get it, like metaphorically, allegorically, and philosophically, I get it. I don't think it's clean one for one, right? But I'm not gonna. I understand the philosophical like connections and references people make when they're trying to have this conversation. Like, I get it. I'm not a fan of it, but I'm not gonna act like
Sure.
anyone's too wild for doing it.
Yeah, but quantum physics is not clean. For example, for all of our lives, we looked at the periodic table of elements, and so in certain scientific circles, there is no periodic table of elements, right? There are conditions that create what we would later classify as elements, and these may not be, for example, these things may not be the entire spectrum of elements. It's just what we have in this particular universe that we can see, right? But what happens in, for example, black holes and um, formations of nebulas and things like that, we
Or
don't
where
we don't
light is
know.
present, because we can only observe where light is present, and that's
Right. So,
most of the universe doesn't have light.
right. So there are spaces. So light is a later condition of something, and so it's a philosophy, right? That seem to continue, right? It's not clean. I don't think that quantum physics is clean, and quantum physics is also in some sense a philosophy.
And it was contested and debated and for a very long time before it was accepted in physics. For a very long time, physics existed without quantum physics.
That's exactly classical physics. That's actually correct. So where we are is the thinking is that um, who we are today, right? Who we are today, in some regards, is connected to what humans, this incredible species called Homo sapiens sapiens, thought, and this particular civilization we credit for being able to write their thoughts. And these thoughts were moved through the Persians, the later the Arabs, right, the Assyrians, right, and the Greeks, right, and they was asking the why, they were asking the why questions and the what questions, and so I I don't. That's just one of the things that one of the things that everybody has contemplates things, and that's my contemplation, right? And that was that. But I look, I didn't make a big deal of it, right? I didn't try to make a mantra or a whole cult over it. I just stated it, wrote it, right? And pretty much it comes back to for discussions, like my concept of Kemet. I'm not a person who's saying that Kemet means black skin, right? But I do think that humans relate to the cattle culture, right? Not everybody in the civilization was black, but I think Kim is some. It's not just a color, but a divine or sacred, or let's say more venerated concept, right? In that particular culture, and that's why I don't say that all cultures dealt with the color black, right? Or can be called black because you have, for example, you have light Nubians and you have dark Nubians. You have light Nubians and you have dark Nubians. So you have a variety of different skin tones. So it was much more than that because it was venerated. Thanks for talking to me about it. That I can appreciate it, right? But I'm not so like Sheikh Anta Diop. I have read him a lot, and I've read the UNESCO conversation a lot through the years, and my particular point is that Sheikh Anta Diop was not accurate when he said Kemet was what the basis of what Kemet meant as the Negroes or black skinned people. I don't necessarily agree with that through my years. In my early years, yeah. And then I was on the publication committee of Civilization of Barbarism. Right? I was the person that created the computer word processing instrument that helped write that book. But so I was very close to the subject, but I think that he used the word Kemet, the word that he was describing with A1B1 and the Z2, the plural glibs, is not even the word Kemet, right? It's not even the word Kemet, right? And I could see that in the conversation with Dr. Sonaran, and I could see where Dr. Sonaran was not correct. Dr. Sonaran said Chemnet. Net is not, it was either someone misheard what he's saying. He would have said Chemut or Chemwet. And if he said Chemwet, then he would have been more accurate because that's what the word means. It means Chemwet rather than Kemet. So a lot of black Egyptologists, they don't understand some of them don't understand or misunderstood the grammar. And so when I bring it to their attentions, they say, "Okay, Reggie, you seem to be absolutely right because the plural part of the of that particular phrase would make it not Kemet, but it would make it Kemut or Kemwet." So I don't. If you read my paper, I don't say that it's black skin. I don't argue that.
No, okay, no doubt. No, that's what's outrageous.
Yeah, but if you want to, I mean, how important, really, how important is it to even have
I
a
didn't.
argument
I mean, I didn't really bring it up. You know what I'm saying? I think it's somewhat important when we talking about some parts of the conversation. Make it kind of important, you know.
Well, we're not talking
Especially.
about. Well, we weren't talking about that in the very beginning. And then when we moved to start talking about polychromatic and stuff, we weren't talking about it. Then it became a situation where you want to talk to me about something that we're.
I mean, I actually didn't bring it up, Reggie. I don't know if you remember how this conversation all popped off and all that, but yeah,
Right, but even if I talked about it in passing, it becomes a thing. So my whole thing is, so what's the thing?
What you mean? What's the thing?
Yeah,
no, the thing I mean, the thing was if there. I mean, I don't know if there's a thing at all, but like I guess the thing would have been, if anything, you know, like why does this? Why are you boasting the credentials when whole time you actually still got some kind of iffy shit that you be making presentations about the whole time? We gotta, you know, maintain that you some kind of authority on it. I mean, if
Okay,
there's
so you bring
anything,
in
I guess it'd be
something,
that. But I didn't bring it
but you're
up
bringing
to
in
say
something
none of
else
that.
that's
But
not really
it,
relevant. So now you're talking about
yeah,
me and not what I'm talking about.
Reggie, well, again,
Can I say
I
something?
ain't bring it up.
Reggie, can I say something? Why are you
Yes.
questioning Reggie creativity?
No, because he throw his credentials around at times. You know what I'm saying? And
Two
I
P
think
does nasty
But I
work.
that might be
didn't
just
do it. I didn't do it today.
that might be just
Didn't do it on
a
this
great.
conversation. So you got something in you that you need to fix, because
Bro, okay.
you can't focus on the like Stupi says, my creativity or even my credentials. You want to focus on some attribute about me rather than the
That's not an
point.
attribute about you. That's actually your scholarship that you present as scholarship and pass off as validation for your, you know. But that's,
But I said I
again, you're
didn't put
right.
a whole lot of
That's not
energy
what we
into it.
talking about, and we actually don't gotta talk about that right now.
But you dug some shit. You have some you have some problems with
Mhm.
something that I wrote, which you seem to be trying to use against me.
I'm not using it against you. I'm if anything, I'm using it against how you attempt to use your credentials, right, as a way to give yourself so much credit in some of these arguments. If I'm
Well,
using it for
let me
anything,
just tell you, I'm gonna
it's
tell you
that.
straight, Logic. I'm gonna tell you straight. I've been on
I
these
agree with that.
platforms for about 12, 14 years when it became live. Prior to
That's
that, you
impressive.
probably didn't know about me. I contribute a lot as far as being a thought leader on these boards. I've agreed with things, I've disagreed with things, I've recommended some things, I participated in some things. Who the hell, what the hell have you done? I've been a friend of
I have
many
listened to
platforms.
you. I've listened to you parade around as if you know
Okay,
the origins
motherfucker. Keep
of
watching me,
physics.
motherfucker, because you should be
There
watching
you
the
go.
Flowers of
There you
Love.
go.
No, motherfucker, why you
I've
watching me,
heard,
nigga?
I mean, you know what I'm saying?
You got a lot of
I
I
years
don't
watch
on
see
you.
you.
any
I
Keep
watch you
professional
on
watching me,
scholars
YouTube.
talking
motherfucker.
into it, Reggie. I don't see no
I watch you
professionals
talk
talking with
about.
you.
I watch you talk about
Why you
Egypt on
watching me? Why
YouTube,
is the
bro.
conversation
What's wrong
going
with
on
that?
watching me?
I'm just trolling, bro. I'm just trolling.
You know what
No,
I'm saying? I
why
just
is the
got a
conversation
disagreement
needing to you
about
watching me,
some.
nigga?
Nigga, ain't
Won't you
nobody watching
contribute to
you.
a
What are you talking about?
conversation?
Oh man, I did. Yeah, I did. I actually went and found the
Okay,
origins of physics,
Hey,
and it just
Brass, I come
happened to
back
be
on,
Reggie,
fam.
yo. And
Back
then I
on.
meet the
I'm not
nigga, and
gonna
now he
argue
don't
with a
want to talk
nigga
about
that's
the shit.
watching me. I am not gonna be arguing with a nigga that's watching me, right?
Man, you know what I'm
That
saying?
don't make
Well,
watching
look,
every.
don't you tune into other people's channels too?
Better watch them, nigga.
What you
Reggie,
mean?
stand up and
What
fight
you
off the
mean?
ground.
What you think I
Fight off the
mean when
ground,
I'm
Reggie.
saying I'm watching you, bro? What kind of watching
That's
you
what you
think I'm
said.
doing?
You've been watching me parade around. Like
Yeah,
I
I
participate. You got
I
some.
watched the show.
Have you ever watched the
This
show?
show's not about me.
Have you ever watched the Side Netter show?
This show's not about me.
No, have you ever watched anybody's show? Right? I mean, so I'm just saying I watched you, and I thought that I found
me.
the origins of physics,
go on the street,
and
go
it just
find a
happened
pretty
to be
lady,
you.
watch
Now
her.
you don't want to talk about it. Oh wow!
No, I'm saying go out on the street, find a pretty lady or a pretty guy, whatever you're interested in, watch them. Don't watch
Reggie,
me.
get the off the ground, Reggie. Reggie, get the off the ground. You're taking the fight to the ground, Reggie. Get the off the ground.
No, I thought that you made content and you wanted people to look at it. I guess not. I'm sure.
Even if I did, not on this show.
I bet, dog. I thought that was the whole reason you have a YouTube channel.
Why are you worried about? Why are you fixated on me?
Reggie, get the off the ground.
No, I was fixated on the origins of physics, and it just happened to be you.
No, you're not,
That's
because we've never had a conversation on physics directly with you.
Man, I done asked you this for years, bro, and this is the first time that you actually trying to be honest about it. Yeah, because I told you I was interested. I was interested in the origins.
Okay, fine. What are your
and it
thoughts?
just happened to be you.
And
now, it took me so long to track you down. I realized you was faking it. Now you mad at me. Why you mad at me though?
I'm not. I didn't prove that.
You don't. Now you don't want to talk about it. Right? You know what I'm saying? I thought the whole time. I thought the whole reason.
Association tendencies.
Oh, I'm homo.
Yeah, homo
Reggie, get the
association tendencies.
Reggie, Reggie, get the off the ground.
You know, ain't nobody no goddamn homo, Reggie.
I said homo association.
Now you see this is why we got to get away from the scholarship, because you trying to call people homos and all of that.
Yeah,
you know
homo association.
Right, but you know what I'm saying? I'll be dead wrong if I go in on you and I'm sitting there trying to chill. I'm trying to talk about some damn Egypt shit.
Go in on me.
I don't want to. It's really not worth it to me.
I'm calling you.
It's not worth it to me.
Go in on me, nigga.
I'm not interested in that. I wanted to know about the Egypt.
Because you've been watching me, nigga. You've been watching me.
Reggie, get up off the ground, Reggie. You're taking the fight to the ground. You're asking.
Reggie. Yeah, Reggie.
No, get the off the ground.
Yeah, he's absolutely right, bro. Get up, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to talk about Egypt.
I'm not on the ground. I'm trying to stomp your head out. Like, it's people like you watching people, right? And then,
bro, you make content. You mad I watch the content? You make the content.
Content is good. I got a video that got 400-some thousand
views. How else am I know it's good if I don't watch it, Reggie?
I don't care if you watch the content. Stop watching me.
All right.
Time out.
All right, Reg.
End that round. All right,
you
everybody.
Know what I'm saying? I'm chilling. Yeah, I'm chilling. You know, I just wanted to know about some Egypt shit, but I ain't gonna ask you no more, because I see that shit make you flip out. When you talk about Egyptian time traveling and shit like that shit put you in a different mindset. I don't like that, Rich. I like when you come in here and ask for money and shit. That's the Rich I like.
No, get the off the ground. No, logic. Get the off the ground.
Come on, lad. Y'all gotta be
logic.
better.
You went to.
Yeah, we had to go all the way around the circle. You know what I'm saying? I want to talk about Egypt. He kept trying to talk about something else.
Yeah, but you went on the ground a while ago, Logic. Logic, you went on the ground a while ago. Get up, Logic. Get up. We're fighting fisticuffs. Right? We're not going on the ground. We're not wrestling. Right? Because I wanted clarification on if the Egyptians had physics. I know that they had maths. Right? And I know that probably they used some maths with some semblance of physics to understand moving those heavy rocks, but did they have physics? I wouldn't go on that bridge. That's a bridge too.
He got a 2.5 hour video explaining the origins of physics and how the Egyptians used it, but he ain't saying it. So you can't talk about that right now.
No, it stand on the ground. So listen, the information that I had at that time indicated that they were venturing in the area of maths and physics. Did they have physics as we have today? No. Did they call it physics? No. Did they have Pythagoras theorem? I don't know if they did. Some people said they did. Right? A squared plus B squared equals C squared. Right? Did they have complicated maths? I could call it complicated because the average person can't solve a right angle triangle question. So it can be deemed as complicated or complex. But did they have physics as we have it today? No. Physics today is associated with modern science. They had ancient science or early science. They didn't have what we have. So we're not going to call it what we have today by the same name. As I said to everybody earlier, people was racing horses before they called the riders jockeys, right? I've come to a middle ground to distinguish different level of science, but they all fall under the category of science. You have modern science, you have medieval science, you have ancient science, and in the future they're going to call it something else.
Let me ask you, Stupid.
Yeah.
Was archaic humans humans?
Yes, remember I said no. Archaic was early Homo sapien. Was early Homo sapien.
What's the word, Corey? Anatomically, what's the word they use? Anatomically modern or something like that?
Yeah. Anatomically correct. But today we have modern humans, right? So by saying today we have modern humans, does that mean in archaic times there was no humans? Can we only say that humans are modern?
Of course, Corey, because when I say human, I mean Homo sapien, right? You know that, right? When I say human, when you say human today, it means Homo sapien. Everybody knows that, Corey.
Right.
Yeah, that's true. A lot of people don't
When will you Negro-peans ever learn? Like y'all just won't learn. You just let it go.
Only one Negro-pean.
Let this shit go. Let it go. That argument is over. That shit's
There's
over.
only one Negro-pean.
I gotta keep it going.
Admitted it.
I know you keep stoking the embers. I'm trying to throw ash on the fire, and you just keep coming up and stoking the embers. Hey, there's some shit there.
I put a hole in your fire extinguisher.
I'm just concerned when people are watching people like that. I'm just so concerned.
Wait. Hey, so I'm reading that. I wasn't here. I wasn't here, Stupid. I wasn't here. What the fuck happened? I'm reading the chat. What the fuck happened in here? I left a calm conversation.
What the fuck just happened? I can tell you,
bro. Do you see the chat? Do you see what the chat is saying?
No, what they said, I ain't looking at it.
Go look at the chat. Shit crazy.
Let me tell you what happened, bro. Logic sent Reggie to the ground in a fight. Reggie went all the way to the ground.
I thought they was just talking. How they end
Reggie went to the ground by himself. I didn't do none of that, bro. I just asked the man about Egypt.
As soon as I left Logic, you hit him low, and then Stupid game you hit him in the back of his head.
Bro.
No, I did.
Hey, brother Reggie,
Reggie, one of the community elders.
I apologize.
He's one of the community elders. You know what I'm saying? I ain't even on that with Reggie. I actually tell him that repeatedly.
And then
Logic. I don't know if he believe you. I know you tell him that repeatedly. I don't know if he believes you.
Swung on that man, Logic. Don't try that.
I tried to help him up.
I tried to help him up. You swung on him. No question.
Hey, Brad, it's bad when 2 P's has to come in here and bring in order.
2 P's had to get Logic off of him? 2 P's had to run in and say, Logic, what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah, that nigga was the UFC referee.
2 P's had to tell him to humble out, Brad. He had to tell him to humble out.
One of y'all about to humble out.
Niggas be making up shit, bro.
That's fucking funny, bro. Hold on. Reggie still here?
No,
Yeah,
Logic had that man
Hey,
on the
Reggie, what
ground.
happened? Hold on.
Yeah,
Let me
Reggie
hear
still.
it from him. What happened?
He's seeing
What
red.
was
He's seeing red
when I
right now.
left, y'all was cool as fuck.
He's
Who was
seeing
cursing?
red.
This somebody in the chat said I've never heard so many curse words back to back to back. So what the
I
hell
missed
happened?
it. Man, I should have been here.
I wasn't.
That wasn't
I
Reggie doing
apologize.
that cussing, was it?
Reggie was
Well,
doing that cussing. I know Reggie wasn't doing all that cussing.
I know for
Yeah,
sure it wasn't Reggie.
It couldn't have been
yeah, it
Reggie.
was. Yeah, it was.
The good brother Reggie. The good brother Reggie was in here.
Reggie, he put all his piety to the side, man. I ain't even
They
do
cussed your black ass out.
Yeah,
Oh
Reggie
man,
said
I gotta run the video back. I want to hear this shit now.
Yeah.
It was a 3-hour show on one of them, Reggie. They got you out of character. They made you get out of character. So I got a
Corey done
3-hour
warned
show.
you niggas. Hey, Corey done warned everybody in the community. If you keep fucking with Reggie, expect a 3-hour show at his convenience.
Absolutely.
That you're never gonna do that shit again. So what happened, Reggie? Why Logic try to get you out of character? What happened?
Okay, so we've been talking about we had several topics going on today, as you know, right?
Yep.
And they switched. So in the space of the time, he wants where we had this conversation. We didn't really start with him, but we had this conversation about the philosophy of the ancient Egyptians and what I was saying. And
somebody got to mute out.
I think that you was there.
Stu Peas, you got to mute out. Go ahead, brother Reggie.
I think that you was there when we began the conversation on
the quantum physics. The quantum physics.
Yeah. Right.
Okay, go ahead.
So then it comes out that he's been watching me over the years, right?
Oh,
and
whoa!
He's been
pocket watching.
Whoa!
He's saying he's trying to espouse what he deems that I've been pushing, and I just made a couple presentations and moved on. So he just begins to critique me. And I'm like, well, you're critiquing me. You're not critiquing my information. You might have your points on what you think I'm talking about, but I just let the community know what my thinking is on some of these things.
Right?
So then it goes into he said a few choice words, and
you had to defend yourself.
Yeah, that's what I say. I don't
No.
You had to clarify yourself. That's fucking logic.
Brass, let me tell you something. Brass.
How he end up innocent in this story?
Let me tell you, because logic wrong. Because logic was in here and logic used the word. Logic was questioning Reggie's creativity. That's what logic was doing. Logic was questioning Reggie's creativity.
You about to get a show put on you, brother.
Did he call you creative?
Yes,
he did. Oh my God!
Was he calling Logic creative and calling it respect? Was Logic calling Reggie creative and trying to say it was a respectful statement? Is that what he's doing?
Yes, that's what he did.
Logic, how dare you, Logic?
I don't believe you, Logic. I don't believe you, Logic.
Don't try to do that. You
that
did
nigga Logic was
enough.
play, he done played all in Reggie's face.
Right.
Stupid. Called him creative. He said.
Reggie said I use some kind of choice words or choice language.
Hey Corey, Reggie said that nigga has some choice words. You know you getting cussed out when a motherfucker say he has some choice words, so I had to defend myself.
No, Logic said Reggie was creative. So I said, are you questioning this man's creativity? And then Reggie said, Logic. And then Reggie said, Logic is questioning my creativity. That's what Reggie word pound for pound. If I'm lying, I'm dying.
You see what he's doing.
Just want you to know, Reggie. They tried to
let me know. I'm gonna be up there with you.
Absolutely.
We got to get logic.
I'm about to get ready.
Logic.
Absolutely.
Question emerging creativity. What the hell is wrong? Yeah, I got the timer started. Logic. How dare you? How dare you? Boy. That man said, hey, Corey, you hear Brother Reggie? That man said, this nigga's watching me. He said that nigga been watching me.
The nigga said I told him I found the show that he made and I had some questions about it and he didn't want me to watch the show, bro.
I
finally found it.
That don't sound like that nigga been watching me. I know. So now
you know what I'm saying? He's trying to say that I caught every single show that he's ever done on YouTube.
I think that's what he's
trying to be silly. I mean, that's because Reggie's trying to be silly.
Are you saying you haven't been watching every single film?
No, but I was interested in the origins of physics, right? He got this presentation, and it just happened to be him. You know what I'm saying? I wasn't even
interested in the origins of physics, and your first thought was look up Brother Reggie.
No. I'm saying I found Brother Reggie, and I had some questions.
And then you watched all the rest of his videos?
Nah. See, now you cutting up too. Logic. Let me ask you a question. You cutting up. Reggie don't got no super. Reggie don't have. Hold on.
That last one
Reggie don't have no super fan.
That last line was a bridge too far. I agree.
Reggie don't have no super fan. So how dare he assume that it's me? All the motherfuckers. Right? You know what I'm saying?
Logic. From the videos you watch. When I watch Reddit's video, I realize that this is a very creative nigga. Would you agree with me on that statement?
Now you're trying to disrespect Rick. Hey, we got another 3 hours on Stupid's, Corey. I know what that nigga doing. I know exactly.
You ain't right.
When you watch this video. No, but
I ain't got nothing but time.
Fed.
We ain't gonna talk about how Stupid's was scared to talk about the why question though, Reggie. How they scared him off, right?
Yeah,
did you know that? Stupid's off. He
said you got ran off the block.
Hey, I'm telling you, he brought up the why question, Reggie, and they came back with some pushback, right? And he scurried off. Real quick, like.
No.
So I'm giving you some bullets, Reggie.
Yeah,
I want to know, but I want to know why he watching me. I'm worried. I say it's no association.
You gotta put your gloves back on, Logic.
He learning.
He trying to learn.
I'm trying to learn about my and shit, dog. Yeah, motherfucker. You create the content. You can't make the content and be like. And be mad I turned it on. You know what I'm saying? You can't even do that.
Hey Reggie, I've been telling new apprentices. I say you don't touch a tool out here. You stand right next to me and you watch and learn. Don't you do nothing. Don't you touch nothing. Don't you go to the bathroom unless I go to the bathroom.
Yeah.
You stand right next to me and watch. That's what Logic was doing with you, Reggie. He was watching and learning. So you can't be mad. You can't be mad, Reggie.
Logic, my special for testing you out. I'm telling you now.
Oh
man. Listen. All the insiders, see? No. Corey, you agree with me on the why question, you know? You just want to go over there and just explain.
But you got scurried off, though.
Yeah, but they pushed you off. They pushed you off your position, bro. They pushed you off your position. And you let it happen, bro. You let it happen.
Listen, this is not one. Listen, when it comes to the list of creative niggers in the conscious community, I'm not in that list. Right? A nigger who sit up and decide that science is not science, he's number one. Right? A dude. A dude who says the Egyptian create physics could be number two. But
what about the dude that kisses parrots? What about the dude that kisses parrots? And now, when a nasty ass bird
What's in his hand and talk about
He's
science?
number 2. No.
That
He's number
nigga's
2. He's number 2. He's number 2. He's number 2.
Listen, Paris. Hey, family, you're all grown men. Hey, a nigga that needs comfort from a fucking parrot,
Jesus Christ.
and he wants to talk about science.
Oh God, bro. Hey, listen. Yo, have y'all not followed the direction? We are at a full peace treaty, bro. I have no interest in arguing with these niggas, bro. Seriously.
Listen, the street's still blocked.
It was decreed. The peace treaty was decreed by the Archbishop of Humanity. Too.
Hey, Brad.
Wait, Sheffrey. Hey, Corey. Bishop Lazarus, Sheffrey Lazarus, fucking decreed that we gotta stop. So we all agreed, but y'all break. They about to close back up the Strait of Hormuz. Niggas was just getting used.
Brad, I tried to tell you.
We gotta write another paper.
Israel get up. Like Israel get up. Y'all signed the peace treaty. I signed that motherfucker. I'm sticking about the law.
All of a sudden, everybody ain't signed the treaty. Oh God.
Listen,
now everybody ain't signed the treaty. I signed the treaty, bro. I'm off that shit, bro. That shit is
Bishop decreed it is so.
We got Corey Netanyahu. He ain't honoring that shit. Yeah, Corey ain't honoring that.
The bishop decreed it. I can't go against the bishop, man.
Corey is Don Cheadle, like DQ said on Devil in the Blue Dress. When he left Denzel, when Denzel left old boy with him, he said, "Don't shoot him. Don't shoot him. Just I'll be right back." And the nigga got back. Denzel said, "Why the fuck? What the fuck? Why is he over there dead?" He said he kept moving. Nigga said he kept moving. He said, "Yeah, but I told you not to shoot him." Cheadle said, "Yeah, so I stabbed him." So I said, some niggas is crazy, bro. You got to be careful. Don't bring me down. I'm not going down with the ship, bro. I'm not going down with the ship. Hell no.
This Discord have too much. This Discord have too much level of leadership. If you take out one, and him, like Chef, they took out Chef, and Chef said, "I'm okay with it." They didn't understand that we have both the 6 levels deep.
See, I know what you're doing.
They took out Chef.
Now you saying it wasn't a peaceful surrender. You saying the niggas took him out. You think I ain't hear you?
Yeah, they took out Chef. So Chef is off the board, but the project that we have several levels of leadership.
Chef out the conversation.
Yeah, Chef
anything doing the Chef right there ain't there no more. They just nullified this shit. Obamacare is no more. Get this shit out of here.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, the took Chef. But the fucking
because I pray, hey Corey, hey DQ, because if I keep saying truth, what are you niggas gonna shoot me? Hey, I don't know why that nigga over there. But tell that nigga over there to shut up, bro.
Yeah,
niggas in the way. And niggas in the way of good progress.
Good progress, yes.
It's good regime change. Hey, that good holy regime change.
That good holy regime change now. Hey, DQ, who the fuck talking about oil? I said about no oil.
You said, "Bitch, you cooking? Bitch, you cooking or
something?" Yeah. The forget that we have young leaders like True Story and who rise to the top now. See Chef gone and True Story and rise to the top.
That man's name is True.
No, not True. Truist. Yeah, we have Truist now. We have Truist now who rise to the top.
I heard you solid dude.
Right, so Truist is there in the fight now, right?
Not because Chef surrender.
Yeah, not because Chef surrender. Not because Chef surrender. Don't mean that we can't find a new platoon leader. Truist up front.
This is crazy.
I'm the Gilly in the mist. I'm the Gilly in the mist.
Greek Corey reporting for duty.
He watching. He like that dude Chris on that assassin movie. He up there watching. He paying attention. He watching. He paying attention. I can't watch that shit. Truist can watch all that shit. I can't even listen to him talk.
So one thing about Truist, he can pay attention to the boy. Like he can get bogged down in the minutia with no problem. Like he don't got a problem with going to the minutia.
Yeah. So we tell Truist, don't let them take
the nigga voice. I don't even want to hear the motherfucker speak.
Yeah. We said to Truist, don't let them do you like how they did Chef. Look at Chef in the corner, all curled up in the fetal position, sucking him thumb. Yeah.
Oh, where's Chef
shaking
at?
like a leaf.
Where's Chef at?
That nigga Stu P's funny in the bit. Stu P's funny as hell.
Hey, Truist. That nigga said, where's Chef at? Somewhere in the corner.
Yeah,
But he asked for it though. I ain't gonna lie. He always catching the work, but he always put himself right there in the way.
Yeah, right, in the corner, sucking him thumb in the
Any grown man
position.
any grown man that'll get on live under his own volition and fuck up Luther Vandross, deserve whatever happens to him.
He deserves it. He deserves it.
Yeah, whatever happens, if he dies, bro, because he fucked up Luther Vandross. If he dies, he dies.
Singing so.
He didn't even apologize about it. Like, the nigga didn't even apologize for it.
Yeah, he didn't even apologize for that.
Yeah, man. Singing so amazing to be loved. He's in the corner singing so amazing to be loved. Yeah, so amazing to be loved. Yeah. They love me.
Hey, that nigga hit that one note he hit.
And PK, they love me.
We're the only group of motherfuckers that are actually discussed. Brendan said the TMI succession war plans publicly. We're discussing our succession plan publicly.
Yeah.
We're in the situation room.
We're in the situation room. Yeah.
We're in the situation room with every camera on.
Right.
Y'all check this high level shit out.
With the doors and the windows open and shit.
Yeah.
Because like, everybody in here, we talking high level shit. I said, nigga Logic put his gun on the table. I said, it's hot in here, motherfucker. Give a fuck with a nigga here. It's hot in here. I'm trying to be comfortable.
Yeah.
Come in here. Matter of fact, unlock the Wi-Fi. Unlock the Wi-Fi, nigga.
Matter of fact, take all the goddamn passwords off the Wi-Fi. I can't even get off the Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
I respectfully say, I'll see y'all tomorrow.
A nigga says, all right, peace, brother.
Take care.
DQ. Motherfucker say, DQ might say something about the cyber security. I'm sorry, what'd you say? What'd you say?
I'm mad I missed the conversation earlier, though.
Yeah, we'll listen to these heathens, Reggie. Yeah, peace, brother Reggie. Yeah.
Thanks so much for listening to my creativity.
Shit.
Here
we go. You picked up on that, Reggie. I wasn't. They tried to get you. They tried to throw one at you.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I might have some creativity, but at least I can stay on topic until somebody like some homo association watching like Logic starts watching you and shit. But I can stay on topic.
Wow.
Homo association tendencies.
Diabolical.
Association is
crazy. I said homosexual. I said
I don't even know what to say to that, Joe. You actually too old to be making
gay
homo
sapien. I heard homo sapien.
I heard homo association.
I don't even know what to say to that. You too old and long to be making gay jokes to me. I don't even know what to say to that.
Homo sapien.
I went to public school, so if a nigga say homo association to me, I'm just saying, like, I'm not going to understand all that words.
It's a lot of niggas. Corey done put a lot of niggas in jail.
Yo, we got people kissing parrots. Yo, look at this community. We got people kissing parrots, right?
Stop.
We have people on this platform kissing parrots. So
not on this
listen.
One.
No,
not around my niggas.
Not on this one. Not on this.
On these channels.
Not there.
Okay.
Talking about science, right? Handling a nasty ass bird, comforting them, kissing them every 2 sentences.
It was a macaw. It wasn't it's a macaw, not a parrot.
It was a bubble goose. Bubble goose bomber.
I don't know.
It was the bubble goose bomber. He had on the bubble goose bomber.
Yeah. Hey, but people usually mistake macaws for parrots. So that's why I said
only macaw I know was on Love and Basketball, nigga. Quincy McCall.
I'm sure, Corey, you would put the daggone bird in a damn cage. You would not be on YouTube kissing the sucker. I'm pretty sure. Nobody's talking about science.
Y'all gotta relax.
Hey Reggie, I heard you tried to. Hey Reggie, I heard you tried to buy that bird, Reggie.
This been one of the
I
funniest
heard you
shows
put in a bid for that bird. You
minute.
said you like how you get down type shit.
You got a lot of like in your. You got a lot of like in your vocabulary. You like a lot of things.
I heard you said you were looking for a well-trained bird like that. You were looking for.
You got. I'm gonna miss it.
You got some hands.
You got a lot of like in your vocabulary.
I'm just saying, you done mentioned the bird a couple times. You the one bird watching the man kiss the bird in the mouth. I ain't even know nothing about all that.
I'm bringing it to your Homo Association attention. I'm bringing it to you.
Oh Lord!
You so creative,
Reggie, get the buffalo.
You got to put that in public school terms.
You so creative.
You gotta take that out of private school and keep that in public.
Hey, Stoopies, don't let him off the hook though. Don't let this off the hook, man.
I can't believe all that was said and Thunder ain't said a word.
Listen.
And I'm still being cool with you, Reggie.
Listen,
your Prime Minister Corey ain't even told me nothing. I must still be in the rails, bro. I ain't went crazy yet.
That nigga called Logic Homo habiliganzus.
Right. Logic. That's the coolest. Logic, you handle it coolly. Logic, you were cool a while ago. It was like
man.
Top Cat.
We just gonna call Logic Handyman from now on.
Handyman from now on. Yeah. Nigga said you created the tools. You the tool guy.
That nigga says you created the tools.
Hey, this been the funniest show. This been the funniest show in recent memory, bro.
No, Thunder. What? That's funny. Ain't no.
It wasn't funny.
Ain't nothing been funnier than that fucking CE show. That might have been the funniest.
That was up there.
Still Logic.
Hey, we had some funny ass shows recently, dog.
Live while we was doing that fucking show. Get the music shit so I couldn't hear what niggas was saying because I was crazy. I was about to throw up watching that shit. It was so fucking funny.
That nigga, I love when Thunder know he got you, he give you a chance. He the most humble gotcha nigga I ever met in my life. Cause he gonna give you a chance. He gonna be like, you sure about that?
Yeah,
all right, I'm gonna ask you one more time.
So what you saying is, just so we clear. Just so we clear, because you want to make sure.
You tried to run me down like that, Thunder, one time. Years ago, you tried to run me down like that. But it was cool,
though. That's a good fighting style, because what it is he trying to make sure that you really don't know what the fuck you talking about.
Right.
And then later when you say you made a mistake, he gonna say, I asked you 5 fucking times.
Right.
Did you understand what the fuck you was saying?
Yep.
You didn't understand it.
Actually, that's what the exchange was that was so funny, dog, when he was like, bro, I asked you, and you did. Like the wild part is like you asked him to make sure, like
make sure
at least 3 times. Yeah.
That nigga Thunder take a remedial. He'd be like, okay, you do speak English, right? You speak English? Okay. Now, if this would be like, he'll say the question again, just be like, my nigga, if you speak English,
because he almost can't believe it, DQ. In his mind, he like, I thought I was talking to a motherfucker that understood this shit.
And the crazy part, though, what Thunder be doing is he be emphasizing what I be talking about all the time. All you gotta do is just remember, you can't go against what Miss Pemberton said, bro. Like, Thunder ain't he's not taking Isaac or fucking Max Planck or nobody to the game, right? He taking Miss Pemberton to the game. Like, he keep it very, very, very rudimentary in his questions and shit. You know what I'm saying? And so, like, bro, like, it's just simple. Like, like simple shit. Like, when you don't understand, like, simple shit about the topic, it's like, bro, let's just not even. What you doing? What are you doing here?
What you know about that back porch refrigerator?
Hold
Gotta have a back porch refrigerator.
Let me see how you look at my phone.
I got a garage refrigerator.
We got one in there too. We got one in there.
Let's see. Oh yeah. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Yes, sir.
Fill that bitch
I
up.
got the
Granny used to keep a deep freezer on the front porch, right?
No, that's right. Hey, wait. The next word out of my mouth, I don't know how you do, was deep freezer, nigga. You ain't lived until you got deep freezer. You got meat from 5 years ago, fresh.
Absolutely.
10 years ago. Yes, sir. Yes,
There's the
sir.
garage.
I know all about
There's
it. I know all about it. I know all about it. All about it. If you call yourself growing up anywhere in the Midwest or the South, if you ain't have a fucking a deep freezer or a goddamn refrigerator somewhere else in the house, so your parents could catch them goddamn sales, and the excuse ain't I ain't got a room in the refrigerator. Shit.
Hey, Brad, look,
you ain't had a grandmother.
Did you have a well on your property?
Yes.
Did you have a well?
Yes.
We got a well.
And guess what? I've never had better water than the water from the well when I grew up.
Water was that shit.
I've never had better water than the well water when I grew up.
Good shit.
And it probably was fucked up, but it tasted amazing ice cold.
It tasted amazing.
I don't give a damn.
No, it was probably like prepping.
No, back then it was probably good. It was probably real good.
Yeah, that good bacteria, that good shit you supposed to
have. That you're supposed to have.
Yep, never actual good minerals from the ground.
Yeah.
But nah, if you ain't had a grandmother, unless your grandmother done told you, I don't give a damn if all the stores go empty. This house gonna eat, goddammit.
Be good.
Absolutely. So you pull out that bag, that Ziploc bag of greens, you got them from last Thanksgiving and shit. You see the date on it. You see the date on the motherfucker. She used to write the date on. My grandma used to write the date on the bags. You know what I mean? I mean, you'd be like, well, that was from Christmas. We ate them greens from
good.
Christmas.
And remember how good they was. They needed a couple pieces of okra to cut that salt, but goddamn, they was good. And so I know how to fix them though. Yes, sir, bro. Let me tell you, because in the Midwest, I still kind of do it from time to time, Paul. Like we would get our meat pretty much for like a couple of months all at once. See, like I don't know if y'all ever like killed a cow for real, but like we would have people like we had a guy named I forgot his name. Durf something, I forget. Mr. Dushaw. And that motherfucker used to literally, that's how he lived, I think, his entire life, because I don't think he ever worked. He literally, every like 5-6 months or so, when we would go, he would just say, I killed a cow.
Yep, butcher a cow.
And motherfucking, it would be tables of meat. And you just pay one price, and you just take what could fit in this size bag, or this size box, or this size container. So people don't realize how much meat one cow can produce, bro. Just understand that.
I bought a half a cow one year, dog. That shit, dude. I had so much ground beef, so much fucking steaks. God damn it. It was
still got
too much. It was too much, bro.
Yep.
Now imagine a nigga having 5,000 head of cattle. You know that's big money.
Yeah,
Like,
this nigga Brendan is a fool. He said, Corey, my deep freezer is a museum. I still do that shit. Damn.
Hell yeah, absolutely. Yep.
Damn, I gotta run this video back. I want to hear Logic cuss out Reggie or Reggie cuss out Logic. Y'all, the chat said this shit was epic.
It was lit.
Yeah,
one of the
that shit was epic.
Man, TMI been pumping out some shit, man. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, we got some
I'm shitty. I missed the conversation earlier, man. Y'all was having the political conversation and shit.
Yeah, the homeboy
Domo over here. Yeah, absolutely.
We was talking about Clarence Thomas because Fetty had put this speech he said that inspired his life.
Gotta say that one, Fetty. That was funny.
Clarence Thomas speech when
he said it changed his whole worldview on ideology forever changed. And he said Clarence Thomas spoke at the
Don't believe the lie.
I can't even say this shit with a straight face. He posted a speech that he had at University of Texas at Austin. And we were having a By the way, Domo sent a shot. I don't know if you heard that shit, DQ.
No,
But
what
he
do you
said
say?
he said I graduated from Oklahoma. Fuck Texas. So you might have
Okay,
to.
no,
Hey, that nigga Boomer sooner.
that's
I know that's the Red
deep,
River. I know that's Red
the
River.
deep-rooted,
Red
that's
River
a deep.
I
rivalry.
know, I'm just telling you, you might have to send a shot back. Nobody from that state can even come in this Discord. But I hate that I let Oklahoma in here so you can get his.
Hey, Brad, let me drop a fact real quick. My little sister was the first African American co-ed cheerleader to go to OU, and that was in 2018 with them racist fucks. So yeah, fuck the
nigga. Shouts to you. Shouts to your sister, brother. Hey, shouts to IBM. That's correct. The word I was looking for is slaughter. You're correct. Y'all gotta start giving IBM more fucking credit. But
listen,
the Discord, man.
I think I don't know. But
you put the
yeah,
IBM on the Discord?
IBM that dude. Y'all get all y'all insults IBM. Talk
Hey,
that
so
shit.
Corey,
Yeah.
stop small. Stop small. So Corey, we was talking about Clarence Thomas' speech, and then Fetty put a quote in the Discord about how Clarence Thomas viewed leftists modern, how basically the leftists are ruining the world and progressives are ruining the world with their ideology. So it kind of made me think, and I don't know if you chimed in, but you can chime in now. What based on how what the sentiment is from Black people about Clarence Thomas, he is a Supreme Court justice. Now, we might not agree with his ideology, his worldview, and he actually has done some things that are pretty harmful. But the fact that he's a Black Supreme Court justice, should we be proud as a people of Clarence Thomas, the fact that he was accomplished to get there, or should we say he's been problematic for us and just kind of ignore him and throw him away?
Yeah, so I mean, I get if I understand one who would say, he's a Black man and he climbed up the ladder to be able to achieve the Supreme Court. But I mean, I think when you get there and you don't pose any benefit, right, to those who coming behind you, right? I think I mean, I guess I ain't gonna say like don't celebrate him or whatever, but what I will say is like I'm not impressed with him at all. Also he got too much, plus he's morally compromised. You know what I mean? So like looking at it from that standpoint, when you morally compromised, right? I don't give a fuck what you did. I don't care if you walked on the moon, right? Because obviously everybody know about the young lady that talked about the sexual harassment or whatever. And
Anita Hill.
Yes, Anita Hill, right? Not only that, he's got dealings with taking gifts and trips and all of this conflict of interest shit. You know what I'm saying? And so when you morally compromise, and on top of that, you ain't doing nothing to reach back, right, and pull, at least affect policy in a way, the interpretation of whatever law is being done, right? You're not affecting that policy in a way that's positive for Black folks. You know what I'm saying? And being a Black man, that's a disgrace. It's disgraceful. You know what I mean? So that's all that's my way to look at it. I'm not expecting nobody else to look at it that way. But that's just my take on it.
Yeah, Brass, one question. When you put him on the scale, bro, what's your finding? Because you have a scale, when you measure all the good he done and all the bad he done on your scale, What's your view?
Symbolically, people like him, I would say, are symbolic examples. But as far as putting him on a scale, like his beliefs, his worldview, his ideology, I think he's one of the most harmful members of government that Black people have ever had.
So no way you can get into paradise.
Yeah, no. I just know in what we think as adults with understanding is one thing. A child seeing a Black man on the Supreme Court is important. I think whether we know it, whether we have an understanding of because a lot of times, I guess when you work with children, you look at things, or you have children, you look at things just with a little bit of nuance. And I don't like the word, I don't even like using that word, but a child seeing a Black man on the Supreme Court, you just don't know what that does for that child. It removes the barrier way better than reading about it or whatever. One of Obama's largest accomplishments, like I always say this, for me, is I realized that my mother was not actually lying to me this entire time when she kept saying you could grow up and be president of the United States. And then I looked at the presidents and didn't see anything that even resembled me. The night that Obama got elected, the fact that there were actually Black children, you understand what I'm trying to say? Like that there are children that don't know a life without a Black president. And I think and on top of that, how exemplary he was. Any narrative that they're seeing splashed across social media, splashed across the news about how terrible we are, we don't take care of our kids, we're a bunch of criminals, this, that, and the other. For 8 years, they got to see a shining example of a Black man to a level that that if you ever wanted to say you saw the bar, even if you didn't have a father in the home, you saw the bar of what it could be. And if your mother told you that you could be president of the United States, she could say, look at Barack Obama. And you're not gonna go back and see no trash, no bullshit, no sleeping around, no drug use, no major scandals of any kind. The United
His
States,
biggest
I don't
scandal
know.
was the tan suit.
What the
that
tan
was the
suit
biggest scandal.
They had to make up some shit
that
about
Joe Clark.
Well, I would say that, or that that minister that he followed in Chicago. That was
in his campaign though.
Yeah,
so
but like I said, they had to make up shit. They had to make it up. But it's just you had to see that. Yeah, he was sharp as a tack. But I'm saying it's just people don't realize the power in kids seeing
he had
that
two
shit.
buttons unbuttoned, Brad.
Exactly.
That's what it was. The nigga had two buttons
it was the walk, Corey. It was the walk. If you got them two buttons, that's one thing. But it's that damn walk. When you walking like you got places to be, goddamn it, and you could have put a Newport in the picture, it wouldn't have looked no worse. It's the greatest shit ever.
Question, Brad. Brad. Is a bad example better than no? Because in my view, a bad no example. Because
no example is worse. Because if you look at it, because if you look at it, I use Tiger Woods. I use how they tried to demonize Venus and Serena. Usually the first of anything is always going to be, it's that Indian theory, the cowboy he always send one cowboy over the hill, he get a whole bunch of fucking arrows, come back, and then everybody else don't get as many arrows. The first in anything always gonna catch a whole lot of hell. Tiger Woods, how many people he inspired to go into golf and business?
Yeah.
I mean, what do you do? Hold on, what do you do for the black
that
kid
nigga was
that wants
drunk
to
as
play
hell
golf?
the other day.
And now he drunk, running over shit,
He got
on
caught
his
up
wife
again.
and shit.
That nigga was on pills and everything. And it was drunk
But
and
so
high.
we can't. But Stu Peace, you know how I feel about that too. One of the things that we have to get past, that the rest of the world has already gotten past, we can't expect perfect leadership.
No,
When
don't nobody else expect their
don't
leaders to
nobody
be
else
perfect.
expect that.
Yeah. No,
We
I
can't
understand what you're
expect
saying.
perfect leadership.
No, I understand what you're saying, but let's look at it. That dude, right? Clarence Thomas, he followed Thurgood Marshall. He wasn't. And when we saw him coming in, we said, all right, we understand that he's conservative, but we expect that he will have some level of character about it. And he did. Right? Venus and Serena Williams. Nobody can say anything bad about them. Them inspired nearly how much other black tennis player we have. We have the one half Japanese one. We have golf. We
Osaka.
have
We got a bunch now.
Osaka.
Yeah,
Who they inspire are all of these girls. There is no bullshit nobody can call on any other girl like the Serena and Williams. The Williams sisters inspired. But this dude took a different level of self-hate and it amplified to the extreme. His ex-wife, if you look for an article where ex-wife says something positive about him, as a Supreme, she has never said something positive. She has never said anything. It reminds me of people saying, if you don't have anything good to say, don't say anything at all. That's the kind of dude that come off as, right? So his example, because if he was the first, I would understand. But we already have somebody before him who was like an Obama, right? We had Marshall, right? We have Obama. Imagine
And
if
then
we
that
have president.
lady he married to is crazy as all out.
Right.
Yeah, she's wild as hell. But to the point about Thurgood Marshall, sometimes I hate to say this, in the social media age and the internet age, how can I say this without being disrespectful? I'm gonna just be disrespectful, and I hope you understand what I'm saying. Some of these motherfuckers don't seem real, if that makes sense.
Like a god. But if somebody said about
I'm just
Obama,
saying, like when we say things, like we've said MLK so much, and Malcolm X so much, and Thurgood Marshall so much, and Jackie Robinson so much. At some point, we've said it so much and used them for so many examples that it's good in your time while you're alive, you get to see it. It's like trying to describe it's trying to describe Michael Jordan to children now. They don't know. They know Michael Jordan might as well be Julius Erving, might as well be Oscar Robertson at this point. He's ancient to these people, to kids now. So you need to be, I agree with Chef. We've already conquered all of this and proved that we could do it. I agree. But I think that constant reinforcement, especially when you got a government that's trying to remove it. I told you, there'll be a time, sad to say, there'll be a time where, outside of your home, we could live in a world where MLK isn't even being taught about anymore.
I told you that years ago.
Where these people don't even exist. We're going to start looking at MLK and Martin Luther King like Rosa Parks. Like Rosa Parks is in the same time as Martin Luther King, but people talk about her like she's Harriet Tubman or something. Like the 60s is only 60 years ago.
And you remember that scene from Barbershop with Cedric the Entertainer said? That shit was, that nigga said, Rosa Parks ain't do nothing but sit up, black ass.
That's why me and Mujahsi doing that show, so we could bring light to we're doing a show on Tuesday about that.
Yeah.
To bring light, bring more light.
You still want me to put something together for that show?
Yeah, I want you to be a part of it, brother.
Brass, remember when we had that conversation when we first started? I think it was the second conversation, and I was saying that these ballens, these people trying to erase us from history, and people saying that nobody can forget XYZ, nobody can forget. But after 100 years, they may, right? Because Obama would appreciate Obama now, but imagine somebody born today when Obama died, explaining Obama to grandchildren. Them grandchildren would say, no, that's a super Negro. A Negro like that never existed.
Right, but hopefully
collective.
we've had another another couple of black presidents by then. So then now it won't seem so damn super. One of the not about to say Carl Thomas, Clarence Thomas, as problematic and corrupted as he is, it's good that we're still not only saying like now we can say with Justice Ketanji Brown. Now we can not only say a black person but a black woman. You understand what I'm trying to say? Like, and it's current. So now it don't. When you show that picture of the Supreme Court, that's good representation right there. Whether it's for a child, I'm not talking about for an adult that understands. I'm saying for a child. When a kid said he wants to be a judge, and then you say he could be a Supreme Court justice, when they look at that picture, you ain't lying. But Stu Pease, you gotta. I don't know if they was telling you, but when our parents was telling us we could be president of the United States, we would go to school and see the picture of all the presidents of the United States and say, "Cap." Probably not. We look at all the obstacles and what we can't get around and all this, that, and the other. Now we can say, "Oh no. It's a." But we might have another black president, possibly another female black president in the next 2 years. Oh, either Westmore, Kamala Harris, possibly Warnock, possibly Abrams. You never know.
Yeah, it took a while for it to sink in that Obama was the president. You know what I'm saying? Like it was like unbelievable. And I remember even like when on his first term and he got inaugurated and shit, and how they take the walk down. I don't know what street that is, but they take a walk. He took a walk down the street, and he was outside of the. First they was driving, then he got out the car.
Yeah, to go to the Five Guys. I know what you're talking about. When he went to the Five Guys.
No. Not when I'm saying when they was after the inauguration, they came down
when he
in a
won,
little parade.
and he walked down. Him and
he walked down.
Michelle
Michelle had the yellow jacket on or whatever.
Right.
They carried that shit. They looked good, man.
They still do. Listen,
I was there.
I
I see that with my whole eyes.
I thought somebody was gonna shoot him. I was scared to death, bro. Because I'm like, oh, he got out the car? Oh no.
I was waiting for it.
But then you look at the courage, look at the courage that it took to when you're saying, like, you think he didn't know that in the back of his mind? You think that not only did he know it in the back of his mind, but that they weren't telling him what the fuck are you doing?
You didn't think Michelle wasn't thinking that, nigga? His wife, nigga.
She was like, "Fuck it, I'm getting out with you."
Yup.
ATI said slave talk. What you talking about, ATI? Shouts to you. What did we say that was slave talk? Go ahead.
Oh, I didn't hear.
No, somebody in the chat. So I'm reading the chat while we are talking.
Okay, because
just being proud of black people is slave talk to some nigga. being happy about something.
They disrespecting our history, show.
Right.
They disrespecting our people's history.
Listen. People think Obama just means something to black America. But Obama means something to every black person on the face of the planet.
Every person, period.
No, I don't give a fuck about that. I don't.
My fault. I forgot who was talking. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead. Yes. You right. You right.
Yeah. I'm not sharing him. When I hear white people talking about Obama, oh great Obama win, I just want to tell them, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. This is not yours. This is not yours, right? Because the inspiration that he gives to so many people, that him respect even run deep today, anywhere around the world him go. The other day there's a video with him and Mandani with some children. Has anybody seen that? Oh Lord. And the children, none of those children were alive when Obama was president. But you look at those children looking at him, and you realize that the stories that they hear from the parents, how they describe this man. And that's a problem. Trump have a level of jealousy because He want that level of adoration, and he cannot get it. He can't get it. But trust me. Yeah. And I just hope that the next black president fuck shit up. Don't become a Thurgood Marshall and fuck shit up. Don't come on the scene with the bullshit, with the water carrying. That's all my hope is.
Yeah. No, yeah, but yeah, that was definitely a memorable time when I think about Obama, his presidency, and when he jumped out the car and shit. That was I was like, damn, bro.
That was frightening. That was fucking frightening.
Yeah. 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 Well, yeah.
That was frightening.
But
But
yeah, so
trust me.
y'all had a good conversation though with the politics and shit earlier.
Yeah.
Y'all got into
Reggie
some
did well.
Supreme Court justices and everything.
Reggie did well in that conversation. Trust me. Reggie did
Oh,
well.
Reggie know about you know what I mean? He know about some legislation and shit, you know what I mean?
Yeah. He
I like
did well
chopping
in
it up
the
with
conversation.
Reggie when it comes to politics. He definitely kind of like boots on the ground when it comes to that.
Yeah, he did well with those conversations. And then Logic came and took away Shine. Logic is an answer. Yeah. Reggie was there shining like a star. And Logic said, no.
Reggie somewhere still shining right now, man. Don't be like that. He's somewhere consulting one of his clients right now, man.
Reggie was in there saying, and him sound good and he was logical in his approach to the Supreme Court, right? And to his description of Thurgood Marshall. And Logic couldn't let the man leave with a win. You have to give him a draw. No. That's why I'm so mad in him. He had the win. Today was a win for him. Stupid wasn't fucking with him. Corey wasn't fucking with him.
Today was a must win for him, and I fucked it up.
Yeah, and you fucked it up. You took away the win. You snatched the win from him. They said, fuck you, Reggie. I would have been mad.
I should have been in here.
I would have been mad.
I don't think it was that crazy, man. Reggie was tripping. He was trying to make it more than what it was. I actually was chilling. Don't let Stu P's hype it up. Y'all can go back. I mean, y'all might laugh at it though. Shit, I was chilling.
No. We're not tripping. We're not tripping. You took away the win from him. You don't understand the meaning of small victories because you have always had big victories. So small victories don't mean shit to you. Right? But this dude was having a small victory. And you saw it. And you took it away. You're an asshole for that. Trust me.
Oh man.
Stu P, what's you and Reggie's beef, man? Why you and Reggie got beef?
No, I don't have beef with him enough.
What's the initial beef?
No, the initial beef is, you see, anytime I'm saying anything simple, not simple. Anytime I'm saying anything sensible, I will be there. I'll back him up. I will ask point question. I allow him to elaborate. I allow him to sound better than he actually is. I would promote it. But when he gets into that bullshit and the Egyptian the physics, I wanted to do it today, but because he had that win, I decided not to. Right? I decided to let him leave the deal with it. Right? But then Logic said, fuck that shit. Right? Logic said, fuck that shit. Right? But when it comes to stupidness like that, somebody has to push back. Somebody has to push back. Somebody has to say, no, dude, no.
Yeah.
What you doing? What you doing is
that's poetic. That's a poetic thing, when they talk about, oh, look at how you could interpret this, in this way, you know what I mean? And it's a poetic type of deal. So nobody should take that serious. You know, it's would y'all